Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. It is day 2, the playoffs here of the Nostalgia Lacey Cup number 2. And we're getting in here with our first semifinal of the day. Rain Above taking on Sweatstack in a best of 3. I'm Curtis Anderson here, joined here by Expo.
Hello.
And we have got ourselves quite a matchup here on our hands.
We do. I'm sure the people in chat are going to be loving this one. A lot of fan favorites in this matchup.
Oh, yes. I mean, speaking of fan favorites, I mean, Rain Above, we got multiple players who have won in Nostalgia before. I mean, Jester,
Yes.
Colin, Swayu, all of these players are winners. I think even Dupe as
Yeah,
well.
Dupe.
Potentially, and for Sweatstack, Museps, I mean, we're seeing him in the chat. There's a lot of people in the chat talking about how, he's got 7 Lamborghinis
And Beast Cat.
as many women as he could possibly want.
Beast Cat, all kinds of good things about feeding the homeless and whatnot.
Oh, yeah. Beast Cat, true pillar of the community right there. It's going to be a 1 versus 2 to kick things off in the pistol. Jester is on dual Berettas. And NDB and W-Dog playing on that site, trying to stay alive. Jester's pushing up here. Dual Berettas in hand. He does not have the kit. See what he can make of it. It's a quick shutdown. W-Dog with the headshot, and that will be Sweatstack winning out the pistol round to kick things off. And speaking of our maps here tonight, we've got quite the pool. I mean, Dust 2 is the pick of Sweatstack. Trying to find an easy pick there of the balance. Well, I mean, W-Dog quad kill in that pistol. Great job. But Train, the pick of Rain Above, is a nuts pick. That's incredible. And for Nuke, that is going to be that third map decider.
Yeah,
we need it.
I think I had mentioned it on the desk the other day, but Rain Above have played Train against the likes of Energy, I believe Shimmer maybe as well. So some pretty high-level teams. They're definitely very versed on it. It's going to be a very challenging map for Sweatstack, for sure.
Train's going to be a tough one, especially when we're talking about, I believe, who were saying Rain Above posting at least 7 rounds up against a team like Energy. Or maybe, just those kind of top-tier NA likes. And that's going to be a tough, tall task. Jester, good peek around to find one. The Galil still trying to find his mark. And Rack is still so blind, he had no idea to even, no option to really try and peek and trade until just now.
Wait,
finally gets
no,
one,
the
but
reload.
Colin still finds from the USP. The pistols are absolutely doing damage here. NDB and Museps down to 12 and 9 HP, and they're still trying to push it up catwalk here. 3 versus 2.
Low.
But look at the HP. Yeah, it's so very low. Dupe, he's got a chance here with this scout.
Could you imagine 1 HE grenade? All 3. That would be crazy.
If only
I'm
Dupe
trying
had
to
one.
manifest it, but there's no HEs in the round.
There's no HEs. Maybe a gift from Gaben can just spawn one into the game, drop it into his hands. But Museps and W-Dog both playing this together. Dupe probably going to be peeking for the scout, though. It's going to be one shot. It's going to be his best chance. Does take one. For the second, and there it is. 2 versus 1. Smart play coming out from Sweatstack, and they will convert their second round here of that one. And, I mean, speaking of W-Dog, we spoke at 4 kills in the pistol round. 3 now in the second. Sure, it is eco frags. It's, going to be just kind of the easier rounds, but W-Dog already starting things off hot.
Oh, and the HUD seemingly indicates we're having a small tech pause.
Yeah, it does look like we're having a bit of a brief technical as we do kind of get things going. And
hello.
My goodness, we look like ghosts.
We do.
Oh, we're sorry, Casper. Casper the Ghost has invaded your Twitch streams, and we're just gonna just. Oh my gosh, maybe we need to turn down the lights a little bit here. Maybe we might be a little bit overblown. Maybe just a little bit. We'll see if we can fix that.
Dupe fishing for something with the scout towards suicide.
Oh, goodness. Sweatstack with the full buy for the most part. We do see 3 AKs. TAC 9 on the hands of Beast Cat. No real rifle to speak of. And Rex on that Galil should be good for him. And on the other side, though, Rain Above, Scouts, M4s, and that Falos and Dupe. Not even a scope required to take that first kill. Did have a bit of pressure from Beast Cat, but overall does survive the better.
It was good damage, but I don't know if it's really done anything to shake up Rain Above's setup. They seem pretty confident right now, but that's going to create issues with Dupe going down now. This is a good position, though. The smoke should block it off. Swayu gets traded. And now with that smoke in CT, it's going to cause a bit of a delay here on this retake. I'm sure they're still going for this, yeah.
Masap's low. How does he get away with that one? A 2 HP kill before getting traded up by Colin as W-Dog and NDB.
Okay.
Last two up here for the side of Sweat Stack.
They have a smoke,
Jester
but no
Colin.
kit.
Yeah. I did. Yeah. And so, in this kind of 2v2.
It's going to take a perfect peek from them if they want to do this, but no kit, they're running out of time.
Rough timing, 1v1, and Jester does get both kills.
I don't know, Jester doesn't have it.
Kit.
That's a shame.
It's going to be a bit of a painful one right there, as it is going to come down to a third round for Sweatstack. Jester does stay alive, though. That is going to help things out.
Mm-hmm.
And it will be a 3-0 start, and you know, overall for Sweatstack, that's going to be good for them. But I think for Rain Above, they're going to feel a little bit like they lost out on a round that they should have won. I mean, it all came down to that $400 investment of the kit.
Yeah, I mean, that was even kind of round 2. Like,
you can see the response. Full buy. AWP's out already on dupe. AKM4. UMP. I mean, this is a bold purchase to make, but they know Sweatstack. They don't have much money. They just lost everything to even win that third round. It's going to be an important one here.
Oh, the flash is so good.
Beautiful flash. So Sarah does actually get that one. It's going to be a 4 versus 4 after the opening moments of the round.
Yeah, that was a very important trade and lower for W-Dog. And this is an interesting lean from Rain Above right now. They want to fight into this long take right away. This is...
Oh, but Rex won't. It's a good trade back on the AWP. That's Colin going down. And so with that...
They have a whole minute to work this still.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a slow burn up the catwalk here for W-Dog. A little bit lower on the HP. Does have a flashbang to try and work with.
Could pay off, but...
Oh,
what
dude.
a shot!
What a kill in the AWP. Playing close range.
I wonder what that looked like
shotgun range
from,
with that one.
Yeah, I wonder what that looked like from his POV.
But it means big problems here for the side of Sweatstack, especially if they want to push up cat. I mean, Rex, slow check each way. Jester will be playing a Gandalf, but that's not going to be spotted. Only we have the knowledge through the X-ray there.
The barrel.
And Rex, you can see it. He's nervous. 24 seconds. Doesn't want to give up the fight. Spring up. Forces Rex to fire. Jester makes the shot, but Maseps gets the kill. It's a 2v2. Dupe is known from Catwalk, though, as being the opper. 11 seconds. This bomb has to make its way up to site. It's on the back of Maseps.
Okay.
Does push up safe. 7 seconds. Now it's going down.
It's going to be this long
canceled.
peak. This long peak is everything right now.
Long fight means so much, and Rex loses out. That's Swayu with the kill on the AK-47. Dupe and Swayu in a 2 versus 1, but Maseps has got positioning. It's going to be Swayu with the shot. And that's a headshot to get a first round up for Rain Above, and you can see it. They wanted to go for that force buy. They knew they had the leverage to try and tip the scales in their favor. And they are able to break on through. That's a bit of awkward team damage, but it doesn't cost them anything, so that's okay.
Yeah, I mean... Yeah, I think Swayu, when that retake was kind of starting, was really out of position in lower, but just confidently went for that fast rotate into long, taking as much space as possible.
And we do have a bit of an eco here for Sweatstack. The economy has been broken. And a bit of a round like this, I feel like it's good a time as any to thank our sponsors here in Hellcase and Contender Esports for helping make this all possible here. We wouldn't have these 4 teams out here in Lacey, Washington playing, but oh my god!
Nade?
Just to get interrupted there by that nade. That is a slam dunk of a nade.
Crazy.
Great kill. That is a huge, huge play coming out. Beast Cat and W-Dog. last two standing, and that's just round done.
Can I claim credit for that one? Calling it earlier with the 3 low players? I mean, I know it's a different round, but...
You manifested it.
You did. It
you
worked.
absolutely did. You said there's got to be like the 1 nade of 3 kills, and hey, didn't happen round 2, but it did happen at round 6, and we got there eventually. So you know what? I'll give you the credit for that
Let's
one,
go.
Expo. That is just absolutely sick right there. Yeah, let's get a replay. Well, I was just talking about that. Boom! Oh,
beautiful.
And you can see, they had like stacked like 4 or 5 nades in the spawn just to chuck them.
Yeah.
They just had them ready there to go.
That retake util.
The aerial barrage, that was. Mortar strike coming through. Swayu is pushing up on short, but it's actually a massive take now. 1, and it's going to be a quick trade though. Beast Cat, 2 for 1 in favor of Sweatstack. And that's going to be smoked down towards B as well. Dupe's rotating over with the AWP, but the door is smoked. Colin fighting from mid. It's going to be Rex losing out on the Galil, and Dupe playing at the window. Already takes 1 into NDB. It's a 2 versus 3 now. Beast Cat W Dog. Beast Cat gets 1, and Dupe low in the HP, and Nate can do it, but it's the flank for Dupe, and that's going to be a 2v1. W-Dog has got to try and recover, but the health is low. Dupe and Jester have little to work with here. Jester has to be careful on the peaks. W-Dog, oh, he gets the first. Now it's a 1v1, and the Molly flying. Dupe, you don't want to burn, don't want to touch your toes into that one. W-Dog on the walkout, it's the kill! A headshot as well, and Sweatstack, they convert.
Yeah, that's an incredible clutch from W-Dog. Great reads. Yeah, it felt very calm and collected in that clutch. A huge recovery in a very important round for Sweatstack. Keeping the economy of Rain above just brutal. They can't save anything up.
There's someone in the room's getting loud. Someone in the
Indeed.
room's happy for what's going on right now.
Okay, and Dupe's got this op on Cat. Sweatstack might be walking into it. They are going to be late taking long.
Rex peeking from it on the AWP. Has to be wary of Cat, though. Dupe is here with the AWP as well. Flashbang will force Dupe back for the moment, but I think he's going to recommit.
Yeah,
Has
you're
the
right.
teammates flash. They're just kind of hold positioning here.
Wait, okay, and that resmoke long is actually really huge.
That's a smart play from Colin. I mean, you know.
I think they have to force through this now or leave. They can't afford to really just sit behind this. I mean, they have the time, but I don't think it's worth it.
I think they're going to try and commit up. They're going to try and take the gamble here and hope that it's only 1, but
this is risky.
It's going to be a big move. Colin does retreat back into the pit, and I think spotted by NDB as well. Here comes the drop, the Mac 10. It picks up the kill.
Incredible.
Upgrade to the M4A1. Jester now playing at the car. Is trapped here. Molotov's nade streaming in, and it is Jester. Somehow he gets away with 1, but it's quickly traded back twofold. W-Dog and NDB
alone
with the double. And Dupe at least gets 1, but it's a 1 versus 3 now. He's got to try and win. Can Dupe pull it off? He's got the second. Needs the third. He has the headshot. No. It's up to Beast Cat in a 1v1. And sure, it was going to be the clutch in the 1v2, but now it's the clutch in the 1v4. Dupe! What the hell was that?
That's incredible from Dupe. What a round. I mean, completely screwed on Cat with a player underneath in CT.
Just refused to miss out on those shots either. That's brilliant aim right there. And he just sees it. Quick flick over for the final kill.
Sweatstack even had the utility.
They did.
Wow.
Above. Back-to-back clutches in these rounds here between these two teams, and you're seeing things heat up a little bit. You're hearing some smack talk coming out. Feeling like it's some Call of Duty MLG type stuff right there.
It is. Or the first Nostalgia Cup.
Oh yeah, that was true smack talk. I mean, talking about some smack talk right there. I mean, Neon Lights, Z-Bands, come on. That guy was throwing out some smack throughout that whole tournament.
Oh.
It was always a great watch on that one.
Okay. they've got this space here, and right now it's uncontested. It's spotted out. They want an overcommitment or an overpeak.
It's going to be Sarah just taking down 3 with the MP9. Stoop on the follow-up. That's a quick 4-piece there. And Rain Above do tie the game at 4 in the half. But as you kind of see, sure, Rain Above, they do look a little bit better off on the money. But Sweatstack, they're not too far behind just yet. They're going to have to take the eco here, though. The money's not quite there. When we see NDB sitting around 3,000, we'll go for a bit of a Deagle investment, pick up a couple flashbangs. But overall, this is just going to be about Rain Above, trying to hold strong with these MP9s, the FAMAS. But Sweatstack, they've got something tricky planned.
And that's both the flash.
He's heard it. He's heard the cavalry. He's going to get shut down. That's Beast Cat on 1.
All in?
And the smoke, there's no smoke here for the CT cross. It's going to be up to Duke to try and find what he can. Does get 1. Missed the flick for the fault, but Swayu here to assist, and that is a meat grinder there from CT. Swayu and Duke combined for 4, and all 5 actually off of that. Sweatstack, if they just had that 1 smoke, could have been a world of difference, honestly.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be hard to get past the Dubop here. Definitely the player that's shining the most on the server. What an incredible performance right now. 16 and 4.
And we were talking about W-Dog at the start, you know, with that 7-0. Has cooled off a little bit here, 12 and 6, so 5 kills and 6 deaths in the last few rounds here. But overall, still having the output for Sweatstack.
This is really fast.
That's a very fast play. They want to try and
they're just going.
the pacing. Yeah, Jester, he's playing low net ramp. He's going to have to deal with a lot of pressure, but Collins here to alleviate. Does get 1. Jester finds the second, but Masseps does get a kill back.
Ramp.
Jester swings up, but it's going to be Rex again.
Are they going to be ready for the other player long, though?
Seems that they at least have the idea.
Okay, yeah, they know now. Oh, the nade's perfect.
Oh, it is. Sway, you get
Wait, and another.
Double nades up. Masseps.
Oh my God.
You can see it. They had the idea there. They had the nades set up.
And it's just
they're
Rex.
still dropping them. Rex
40
continues to just
damage.
get chipped away piece by piece. As the mortars come in, the bombs get dropped. And that's going to be Rain Above, a 6th round and a half. And beautiful retake coming through. And, I mean, Rain Above, that was just brilliant.
Yeah, if there's any way we could pull up the util damage, I would love to see that right now. It's got to be really good for Rain Above.
Yeah, that util damage has to be peak numbers right there.
They're just killing it right now with those nades.
Yeah, those nades, I mean, and, you know, this is something where yesterday, towards the end of the day, that last best of 3 that we did have, you know, they actually had Rain Above. They were sitting there just at the PCs kind of watching Sweatstack playing a little bit there from there. And, you know, they were just discussing their own game plan, right? They were focusing. They were discussing, like, we need to hone in on these phase 1s, these phase 2s of these rounds, and just make sure we've got everything kind of buttoned down. And you're seeing that come to fruition right there. That, you know, sure, they lost the site. They lost the control. Jester got taken out of ramp. You're thinking, okay, this is a big loss to be taken, but you have the rotate around long. You have the nade set up in CT to just barrage them out of the site entirely. And for Sweatstack, there was never a moment of comfort, really, in that post plant.
Absolutely. Okay. Another attempt towards the B split here. The Molly's a little too deep. The kill through the smoke's great.
That's beautiful. Swayu does go down in the meantime. NDB does get 1, but Sarakra, perfection right there.
Beast Cat is out. That's 1. The plant's going to come down now. But Masseps has to hold this.
Oh, Beast Cat. And Masseps. Like you said, Masseps does get 1.
This positioning's so awkward, though.
Oh,
almost
gosh,
2.
it's close.
Beast Cat set up in the clutch.
Oh,
But
my
Jester
gosh.
gets it.
It comes down to the wire.
What a close round.
Absolutely, what a close round. And Jester, I think the main reason why this B-bomb site took so long to fall, that spam's coming through from CT, dealt with the window player before they could push up and really start applying the pressure to Sarakra right there. that allowed Sarko to find the double kill and just kind of keep things moving forward. And sure, by the time he went down, the rotations were already coming in. Jester and Dupe were already grouped together, pushing up towards the B doors, getting ready to retake control. Now you can see Rain above. They've cemented themselves a 3-run lead in the half. Can they make it 4 to close out
Molly's
this
not
first
quite
half?
deep enough. Maseps is still playing there. Maseps. I've been told it is Maseps. My apologies.
3 versus 3. Maseps low on HP without having really gotten a kill. It's just taking a lot of early damage here. I almost wonder if him and Rex will pull out a bit of a Bogdan's Law. Kind of swap the AWP over. Looks like Rex is just going to be committed to it, though.
Yeah, I think Rain above are very comfortable here. They seem like they're very happy to play the 1B setup and kind of leave the sack towards A. They're very confident in it. Yeah, and especially with Dupe here, I mean, with the kind of game he's having, you're going to go long into the op?
Dupe has been playing some pretty bombastic angles throughout this first time. And we saw multiple rounds where Dupe was pushed up cat with hardly any backup apart from someone playing backside holding a flashbang. So for Dupe, this has been a very big show of confidence here, especially for an opper as well. That's something you got to really appreciate as you're trying to play Rex.
They do have a cross smoke.
I love that play of just using the nade as a bit of a temporary smoke. You have an actual smoke getting sent to CT. Maseps pushing out. Maseps does go down, but then on the trade. Dupe misses out. And now it's up to Swayu in a 1 versus 2. He's got the AWP. Smoke, nade, flash. We saw Dupe get a 1v4 from Catwalk on the AWP. Swayu needs to channel a little bit of that magic here. Molotov getting trapped for the site. Here it comes, actually to land at Goose instead. NDB. He's not going to get touched by it, though. Won't be forced out of position. It lands a little shy. But Swayu's aware of it. Nade forward. Here comes Swayu. Rex playing on top of the platform.
Oh,
Swayu! Are you kidding, Swayu?
No way. There's
Some
no
Cali
smoke.
energy right there.
Hold on. There's no smoke.
What a shot! Sure, it's going to go the way of Rex, but Swayu.
Holy crap.
That was a... Let's get a look at that. Slow-mo it.
That's just ridiculous.
That is absolutely a cinema shot right there. Boom!
Beautiful.
You could have had that. You could have had that Rob's level play right there.
Well,
holy moly! I mean, it ends the half certainly in an entertaining way.
And are they setting up for a B play? Okay, and I like this. Sweat Stack, they're playing a cool setup too. I think, are they gonna, okay, they're just leaving long open. This is fun.
Yeah, open long here from Sweat Stack. They're trying to read into Rain above here, try and set things up around this mid play here. Beastcat gets flashed off.
Needs to live.
Push up the Glock though. Will pepper him down before he gets a chance. W-Dog, good position, but Swayu's on 2 and just leaping and bounding through the site. It's even a 3rd for Swayu. Who just goes on an absolute tear.
I don't think Swayu stopped.
He did not stop holding a key.
W.
He held a key and he just kept running with it. Did not care. Whew.
Yeah, Rain
this
above.
Is some spice we're getting in the semifinals.
Yeah, they're building up that confidence right now. They're getting warmed up into the match.
Rain above. They brought it within 2 to close the half, but now they're back where they were before. Down by 3, and they're not going for the big investment here. They did go for the USPs, but W-Dog the taser.
I'm not even going to say anything.
Done it. Come on, let's see it. Little bit of spicy action. Let's see it.
Do they know?
They know. He spotted the arm. W-Dog, 3 HP. Colin's still going for it, and he pre-fires. You got to respect the effort there.
Just barely too close. I think the spam had connected on Beastcat there. That's crazy.
Got a little good spam. Got a little good wallbang. Colin doesn't go down. A little bit of avengement for the loss of W-Dog's taser. But Rain above still do collect the round nonetheless. But overall, money's good here for Sweatstock. They went for that full save, and with that, they're going to have themselves M4A1s all around. Now, it's not going to be too bad against Rain Above. They don't have an AWP really to work with. It's dupe on the scout instead.
Mm-hmm.
Another thing about too is what we were seeing, you know, the kind of across the scoreboard in the HUD right there. I mean, top 3 players in the server, they're from Rain Above.
Yeah.
And you're starting to see the tables turning, kind of, you know, continue to tilt in their favor. Dupe, sway you.
Ooh, the spray was messy.
They are making some noise, and they're getting the impact done.
The damage is about equal here. Oh, they're throwing some pressure at B, but I don't think they're really committing to anything yet. I wonder... Oh, yeah, and Sweatstack have kind of pulled an additional player to help out the B hold, and I guess that means Rain Above are getting exactly what they want here.
Yeah, they're playing mind games here. They want to try and make this uncomfortable for Sweatstack. I mean, they just forced NDB off of holding catwalk. Forced to the headshot angle, but Rain Above, 5 players up the cat.
Yeah.
And Sweatstock, they are reading into this, though. They've got 4 players of their own. Just kind of in or near the A bomb site. And they're playing 2 in mid. They boost 1 up at CT just to kind of hold the attention. Smoke down. Nades up. Here comes Sarekra.
Oh, drops
into CT as well. That's going to be a shot for Rex, potentially. Does get through the smoke. Rex. NDB! 2 on the M41 and Rex the follow-up.
Rex and NDB.
Rex on 3 kills.
That was a fantastic hold together.
It was. Truly did go fantastically. And, I mean, we're talking about Rex, who, up until that point, 6 kills. Picking up a triple kill,
Rex,
it's going to be a good boost of momentum.
Rex played really good the other day, so it's good to see that form kind of carrying over into day 2 here.
Yeah, it's good to see Rex has just kind of at least stepped it up here in this later half of Dust 2. Obviously, it is not 1 round, so still more to go. Ooh. He can really come back to life throughout this map. Rex and W-Dog, they do get away from that long push, though, without taking too much damage. Actually, they don't take any damage.
I keep seeing the Deagle on the server and getting scared.
I know. I'm just like, Jester, you got that Deagle in your hand. You got to pull out some tricks. Let's see what you got.
They seem very paranoid of a mid push.
Smoking to mid.
Got the smoke up.
Volatiles up for tons. And, you know, Sweatstock, they do have the better weaponry overall.
Mm-hmm.
They've got the M4s, a couple of AKs as well. NDB, it's going to be a big moment here. Spots the leg. He at least gets the reaction time. That's 2. Not quite the 3rd. Swayu confirms the kill. 4 versus 3 though. Sweatstock, they still do Molly catwalk. A bit of damage. Swayu commits. But it's not going to be enough. It's going to be Rex and W-Dog.
Yeah,
2
Swayu.
players that survived from the long push.
Swayu and Dupe went for that risky play, just playing through the Molly and the disadvantage, trying to even it out, get some kind of surprise, but unfortunately for them, it wasn't enough. Sweatstack playing very well. Closing the gap here.
Back within 2.
Yeah.
It has gotten a little bit away from them, but they are at least keeping this competitive. This is their map pick after all.
Mm-hmm.
5-round T side, not too bad. But now it's about proving themselves on that CT side. The flashbang.
The flash.
NDB, you're blind. Might need some prescription glasses after that one. Or do
you?
You are nailing these headshots, NDB. Under pressure and not folding. Sarekra still gets the final kill on NDB, but it's going to be W-Dog with the trade, and that will be Sweatstock bringing it within 1. NDB nearly an ace, though. And sure, while it is eco frags, you gotta commend the precision that NDB had, even while probably just go, they're pushing me, cat, I'm in trouble, to still just holds true and just immediately take down those kills.
Yeah, you don't even have time to think there. It's just you run out of ammo and it's, okay, I'm pulling out the pistol and I need to hit all my shots now.
They followed that little bit of Modern Warfare advice.
Okay,
Switching to your pistol is always faster than reloading.
Yeah, and they're doing the cat boost here. They have a chance to get an opener. Misses. But W-Dog doesn't. Let's trade it out. And now they're into a simple, straightforward 2-2 hold here. And it looks like Rain Above are going to get ready to exec onto B site.
I think with the kill to lower Duns, they might be believing, hey, they might only have one player still left here. And they have
Okay,
pulled
here it
NDB
comes.
off towards mid. Beastcat, oh, gonna get saved by NDB. Beastcat still stays alive to get one more. And now it's a 3 versus 2. But the B-bomb
the
site
ding.
falls into the hands of Rain Above for now. Colin and Swayu, they at least have the bomb towards site, but they can't really commit to it just yet. They will with the Molotovs down, though.
Yeah, this is a very hard post plant to hold.
Oh,
and the flash.
Colin needs the 1 versus 3 and racks the no-scope over the top. That will be a tied game here, ladies and gentlemen. 9 apiece between Sweatstack and Rain Above. And Sweatstack, they've definitely brought the heat that they had in day 1 here to day 2.
Okay, and now the question is, for Rain Above as well, what are they going to try? They're not having success with the cap plays right now. That's being held down really well by NDB. The B pop there didn't really work, even though they kind of set up a really good exec for themselves. They've been able to kind of get the initial space long, but this round they're going to have the CT op to face, so...
They've made a bit of a strategic investment. I mean, sure, it is the Scout, it is the Galil, but they have a couple Tech 9s, and running Tech 9s, they're no slouch,
Whoa.
and neither is Swayu. On that Galil, W-Dog, though, on the response, gets 1. Quick shot to Colin, still under some pressure here. Still has 2 players pushed up. Zarakra gets him while the flash is through. Maceps, though, gets the kill back. The M4A1 confirms.
Except mollied.
Drops the smoke, though. This is about just staying alive.
Yeah. They don't have any other util to actually flush Maceps out.
Yeah, and NDB will just take that peek.
Wait,
Jester,
the spam.
how has he gotten through the smoke? Maceps tried to get away
Yeah.
and just got caught through the smoke. That's going to be brutal.
Just a total Hail Mary spam. Just why not?
I just figured, hey, Maceps has got to try and get out of there, or else we're just going to try and get him ourselves. And that's ultimately the way it goes.
And they can re-smoke the cross for themselves.
I do have
Oh,
that.
wait, and they're going to be able to get the op that's on the ground.
You're absolutely right. Dupe. We saw what he was able to pull off in that first half on the AWP.
Mm-hmm.
And he'd be getting it just a little bit sooner. There it is. Dropped over. Here comes the op. Jester. Walking it up the ramp, though. Does he have to go for the jump over the box instead? NDB gets the kill. It's up to Dupe in a 1 versus 2. Needs to find something here. Beastcat, known variable in Catwalk. Try and focus on that first. Crouch jumps over. NDB.
Oh, this is a
caught
good
looking
play.
both ways. It's a quick scope for Dupe. Beastcat finishes it, though. And it won't be a miracle clutch for Dupe once again, but it got damn close.
Yeah.
Dupe, he was scoped. He was about ready to take that shot.
Yeah, the read was very good. And, yeah, Dupe's going to be onto the op again here. For Rain Above, they're now down around, and with the eco, they might not have many more chances to get an op if they don't pick up around here.
Only 2 more rounds until map point here for Sweatstack. Rain Above.
Mm-hmm.
They need 1 more than that. They need 3. Both teams still very able to win this in regulation. We see Rain Above. They've got this mid group up.
Rec
4
might be in the
players
perfect spot for this.
Oh,
Yeah.
Rex.
What a great opener.
Classic peak for the Catwalk there, holding with the AWP. Pays off well. NDB even gets one and is able to get away. Jester fell off the Xbox before being able to get the trade through. And that just lets NDB slip away. That's now a 5-on-3 advantage here for Sweatstack.
Yeah, I think their plan originally was to fake, but now I think they have no choice but to really go with their util on this cat push.
They're going to do what they can. The problem is Maceps and Rex both playing this together, and Rex is still at the site. He's not playing this for long. He's playing this on the site with the AWP. Falls back a little bit, though. Gets forced out with the Molotov. But Duke hits the shot, and Rex will not give him the second chance.
Rex
It's
surviving.
now up to Colin in a 1 versus 5. And it will be Rex to finish it off.
This a-hole,
Triple kill.
it's just impenetrable.
And we were talking about Rex. Was at 6 kills at one point in this half. And 6 and 13 at that. Now 15 and 14. That is One heck of a turnaround there for Rex. And Sweatstack, they're absolutely going to be loving it.
Okay. Maybe an attempt at a fast B play?
I think so. You're starting to feel maybe a little bit desperate here for Rain Above. You're thinking, hey, the ideas we're having, the executes, they're not playing out how we hope. Maybe we got to hit something fast towards the A site or the B site.
Let's see. Yeah, they're going to go through the smoke. Door smoke up.
It's a bold move, but look
Flash.
at this three-player setup here. Rex playing the back site. Not being checked, and there it is. Another kill coming through for the Opera, and a big flick to find Jester as well. It's left to dupe.
Rex on fire.
Rex he's taking no prisoners here tonight. I say tonight, it is precisely 12:15 in the afternoon here. Today, I should say. And it won't be dark for a few more hours. Got with his back turn. That's going to be NDB putting Sweatstack on map point here in map number 1. Their pick of just 2.
Yeah, this has been really beautiful to watch. These holds have been exceptional, and it seems like they keep putting the ops in the perfect places. And they're going to have 2 Galils, a Scout, a MAC-10 on the Rain Above side. We know they can work with these guns, though.
And sometimes what it can really be is that push. You're facing down match point. You're thinking, all right, we have to make this work here and now, or else the map's done and we're going on a disadvantage. Now, they would be going to their pick of train, but you want to go in with that one map advantage. You want to go in with that lead in the series.
Yeah, and it doesn't help that Dupe already got tagged up, down to 19 HP. Just going to make the odds even worse.
Dupe losing out a bit of health on Scout is going to hurt, but I don't think it's going to be the end of the world here. He is playing the sniper rifle after all. You want to focus on the rifles here. Sirakba, Swayu, Jester. Those are the 3 to keep an eye on, but Colin seems to be the front runner here with the MAC-10.
Beautiful stickers on that AK.
Gotta respect it.
Okay. 50 seconds. They're not committing yet. I'm not sure what they're waiting for.
40 seconds. This A-bomb site's kind of fragmented, though. NDB and Beastcat, sure, they're playing nearby, but Maceps very far removed, playing all the way deep and long. Beastcat gonna get mullied out of position. And Beastcat only good for 1. The NDB tries, but Colin catches it.
That's a really good read from Colin to hold that.
Perfect read, yeah, exactly. And now, a 4 versus 3 in favor of Rain Above, but Sweatstack, do they commit to the retake? They've got more than enough money to. Might as well, right?
Okay, this is interesting. They're going for the triple retake from long.
They've got a smoke.
Okay, that molly's going to be good.
Yes, it is. It's going to force Jester out. Maceps gets 1. But they still need the smoke from Rex. They need it to provide cover on the bomb. There it is.
Smoke gonna
Underhanded.
Be good?
It will land. Here comes the push through. Maceps has the kit. It's going to be just a push to stick the defuse. Rex is sticking it. Oh, Swayu gets it, though, in the nick of time. And Swayu just has to run away. It's going to be Rain Above, keeping this game alive.
Down to the wire. How low is it? So close.
Maybe had a second left, half a second at that.
Yeah. Yeah, good kills from W-Dog at the end there, but Swayu just got the one player actually on the bomb.
Yeah, Swayu just playing it from Catwalk as well. I mean, it's that clutch moment that you need, right? It's that desperate play. You just go for it. Sometimes those little moments, they can tilt everything in your favor.
NDB looking for that fight towards lower. Not really being afraid of that. I really like that. Feeling very confident. Justifiably, too. 22 and 16. One of the top performers.
That's another person who found this resurgent late into the game as well. Now, W-Dog is playing alone towards long, and it's in a bit of a compromised position as well for W-Dog. This is a one and done. This is most commonly a one-and-done angle. You do not get more than 1 commonly out of this spot. So this is a bit of a risky play coming through. Flashbang forward, W-Dog. Gonna need the fight, NDB. Doesn't get 1. W-Dog, there it is. one and done. And I feel like a bit of just kind of wasted opportunity there for Sweatstack. Especially when you have someone with as high as output as NDB and WDog. You lose 2 of your best players early. Now it's up to Beastcat, Rex, and Maceps.
With the flash.
Flashbang, but Rex can't connect it, and now Rain above. Just running it through. Oh, Maceps trying to push through, but Jester and Sarakra, that's going to be putting Rain above 1 away from a tied game here and forcing us all the way to overtime.
Wow, we've really gone the distance this map. I'd love to see it. The pressure's got to be high now. You just want to close it out. I mean, it's your map pick. You're on 12. This is your best chance right now to get an edge against Rain above.
You can see a flashbang set up here from Rain above. They want to try and push for long. Beastcat will be forced off the angle early. This is all about making this uncomfortable for Sweatstack, and it's about reasserting your control if you're Rain above.
Yeah, and this was working for them before.
Smoking to CT, it looks like it's a fast A execute. And I'm sure it's going to be ringing the bell here.
They're up mid, but the problem is the A player doesn't really have support right now.
He does have Rex playing from Cat. There are smokes down. Molotov will delay things for the moment. Here comes the Molotov. Oh, it's going to be a molly at Gandalf as well. Beastcat forced into the open. Blind is a bat. And Duke takes one.
Okay. Oh no,
Nade's coming through double to find Rex as well. Now it's a 5 versus 3 in Sweatstack. They haven't pulled enough pressure on the rotates.
No, they need to save. They need to save.
Out. There's no save. It's last round.
Oh, that's right. How? Oh, this is so tough. I mean, at least they have a kit. Oh, and the smoke fade. Who's going to win?
Maceps does get 2.
Okay.
Or gets 1.
Nate, not quite on the mark.
But, yeah, Rain above. This is just it. This is overtime here. No way to win that 3v1. Not unless you have got some lightning fast reflexes like that. And that is going to be a tied game, 12-12, as we get ready to go into overtime here.
I feel like the rotates there were just not quite fast enough for Sweatstack. Like, they had the right read, they had the information, but they didn't seem to trust the information. I think they were having doubts.
Yeah, I think with some of the previous plays we've seen from Rain above, where they have been just kind of pressuring B, faking to A, and some of that, it's maybe put a bit of that kind of what if in their mind, and sometimes that can be a bit of a change of mentality with you're on match point, right? Any mistake is going to cost you dearly, and any mistake could cost you the round that you're just trying to close out on. So you maybe play it a bit more reserved. You just kind of switch to a more conservative play style instead of just playing your own game that you planned on. And so now it's 12-12 and overtime here. I don't know if we've had an OT yet in this event here.
I believe we have.
Yeah, no, I think you're right.
Oh, wasn't able to help WDog because of that molly. And now they're down a player. This is going to be tough. Rex is in a spot to maybe try and even it out with the op, but the smokes are causing a lot of confusion, throwing a wrench in everything, and it looks like Sweatstack are kind of gambling towards this B play, this B split that isn't happening. They're going up Cat. But
Sweatstack, they don't have anybody towards A. Rex is the only player, and he's playing with an AWP looking for mid plays.
Yeah.
He's going to pop up for a rude awakening catwalk. It's going to be a dink.
Lucky to be alive.
I think we'll just be forced away. I think for Sweatstack, they just go for a save. I don't think it's worth just risking everything in this round to go for the retake.
They would have to get cat control. Wait, okay, this is wild. Are they
going for it?
They're going for it.
They're going for it.
Okay, they're gonna run, and they're gonna hear this on cat. They have players there. They should hear that, I think.
They actually hugged on the outside. That might not have been heard immediately here. Okay. They're still looking for most of the cat players. And 3 players up long, but Jester!
What a spray down.
He's entertaining the court here in this one, and that is a brilliant spray down for 3.
Yeah. Rex in that 1v4, it's a little too much to ask for. Rain above had one earlier in the game, but Sweatstack, they don't have the chance to get theirs.
Oh my goodness.
That was beautiful.
Dirty. 4 players pushing it up, and that is Jaster just holding mouse 1 and just connecting them all. I certainly can't do that. I don't know. I've tried. It doesn't work out for me that way, but Rex found an opener. That's Dupe gone.
Yeah.
Must have been an early mid-fight there. Yeah, Dupe. Going out of Rex and woof.
Okay, Maceps is here to help the B-hold. Beast Cat gets one.
Beast Cat playing from card. Jaster and Colin each find a headshot there. B bomb site low, but Jaster and Colin, they've only got 12 HP combined between the two of them.
Okay. And they're going to be having 2 players come in from the Tum side. Colin low. They do have an HE for that. Oh, the HE.
It's not going to land deep enough. It's not deep enough. The smoke's going to have to go forward. They're going to have to play this one dirty. Gonna have to get their hands dirty on this one. Here it comes.
Yeah.
Rax pushing up from the window. They know about a player backside. Colin fights, does damage. Swayu gets one, but it's kills going the way of Rain above. Swayu, Colin, Jester, they each hit their mark.
Yeah,
and that will be a 14th.
This is starting to slip away for Sweatstack.
And the money's gone too.
Yeah.
They've just committed to 2 full buys and 2 retakes that they lost out on. That B-bomb site should not have gone the way that it did. They needed those nades to land and just take down Colin.
Being broken overtime is never the position you want to be in.
No, it is not, and you can see they're hurting. It's the value meal of buys, all right. MP9s, Desert Eagle, M4A1.
And they're going to crunch tons here.
They're trying to crunch it. Beast Cat does get one. Rax tries, you might, but Sarakro will be taking that kill. And that will be just a 3 versus 2. That for Maceps and W-Dog. It's at least going to be W-Dog getting the kill. I mean, a bit of a bold move to just try and barrel it through the smoke, but okay.
Yeah, this is an even 2-on-2 right now, but they...
Oh!
Wait.
Line, but not for long enough. Maceps knows about one towards
Maceps
car.
is going to walk out, but that's
Jaster. Double kill, and on 4 HP as well, Jaster still manages it.
Yeah. Oh, this is so unfortunate for Sweatstack.
So
Rain above have just found their groove. They finally figured out what they need to do, and it's working.
Yeah, Sparkle was falling away, or no, it was going to be the push-up tons falling away from Rax, and
with the
just
Deagle.
got headshot. That's a tough way to go. But now map point here for Rain above, and as you can see it, that top 5. In these last few rounds, it's flipped very much in the favor of Rain above.
Yeah.
Sweatstack got a long road ahead. They need to win these next 3 rounds of their T side, which was not their favorite side in Dust 2, and they've already lost 2. It's a double up. Swayu and Dupe find their openers. Beast Cat, Maceps, NDB. They're the last ones that stand between Rain above and a stolen away pick on Dust 2.
Yeah, Beast Cat just trying to find anything through the smoke there at long, trying to even it out. But Rain above yet to give anything over. NDB's maybe got a chance here to get a kill, but this is going to be really tough.
Soraka playing at mid. Doesn't want to commit to the peek yet. Jester's here at least to provide some backup. This is about just holding control. You've already got 3 dead. Might as well not try and give up the whole house, right? And so... back up. Beast Cat gets caught at long. They'll call him to swing out 1 for 1, and it's just Maceps. Swayu hits it with the AWP, and that is going to do it for our map number 1, 16-12 in favor of Rain above.
Heartbreaking.
And we are still incredibly ghosted. Maybe if I just turn off the lights entirely. Maybe, let's see. Does that help any? Okay.
It does.
Now it's too dark.
Well, at least you're good. Can I, lean back?
Yeah,
there we go.
Yeah, there we go. Ooh, spooky ghost.
Spooky stream.
No. Yeah, it's the spookiest stream on the block here. Maybe if we just turn on one of them. Oh, no, I'm just a ghost. No, we're both just ghosts. These lights are too bright for this camera.
Yeah.
That's okay. But anyways, it was a good map coming out there. If we just, keep just bouncing back and forth, we can do it, right? But no. So while we speak from the Chamber of Darkness and Secrets, we do want to say that was a good map from Rain above. The recovery late in the game was perfect. And after 12-9, they didn't lose a single round thereafter. So it's going to be really, it was a really good one right there.
Yeah. So we're going to go to the analyst desk now and hear their thoughts.
We'll be back soon.
Yeah, your name registered. I
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Lacey Cup 2 here on the desk at Lacey, Washington, here at Contender Esports Arena, where what a great start to this series overall. Great start to these playoffs as pretty much goes the distance, has to take it to overtime, but Rain Above taking it all the way towards the last bits for 4 rounds in a row to close it out 16-12. But man, I don't think there's really another good game that we're going to have to start off this series than that one.
No, absolute cinema to get this kicked off here on the second day, the first semifinal off to a great start. A little bit of a surprising performance, I think, out of Sweatstack. It was kind of a shutout match they had yesterday against Jackpot on Dust 2, if you'll remember. And I think they showed here that they're still performing well on that map. As we know, going into this, RA, I think, is the favorite. They are the first seeded team. And I actually did speak with the players on Sweatstack a little bit before this, and they kind of wanted to start a storyline being the underdog. They did mention that they were the lowest seeded team going into this, and so they definitely feel like they have something to prove.
Yeah, an underdog story indeed, as they've been able to fight toe-to-toe with one of the best teams in North America, as we mentioned, VRS ranked. So they are globally ranked as well as ranked in America. It's number 78, actually. So we did expect that Rain Above was going to have this kind of performance, a performance that just kind of seems second to none in terms of this tournament. And that said, though, there is still a lot of good praise that I want to provide to Sweatstack, especially in particular. We did see a lot of big plays from NDD, who on that CT side was unstoppable. I feel like every single time he found himself where the action happened and was able to get multi-kill after multi-kill, keeping Rain Above humbled.
Absolutely. We saw there on his cat plays, he had that 1-4K. He was in just a really rough position. He kind of felt as if though that pressure was mounting against him, and even with the USP, he finds those 3 headshots and just gets some critical impact for his team that round. And we see before that as well, he's just finding multi-kills after multi-kill. And I think it can't go unstated how impactful that was, especially for their CT side going into it. They did have to mount a little bit of a comeback on that second half, and so I think he played a major role in that. But since we're talking about players' performances, let's talk about Dupe for a second. That incredible 1v op clutch. What an amazing showing from him, and not to mention that one jumping op shot up to the player. Goose. I know that the entire studio here was going absolutely crazy when that happened.
Yeah, especially when you have the LAN environments, you're going to hear every single sound coming in from the players and from the audience. And one of those reactions definitely came from that jumping op. It did come at a round loss, but it's still impressive to kind of see those kind of moments, especially when you're in person seeing that face to face with players. But in that case, even though they were able to get a couple highlights, and then on Sweatstack, they're still going to have to come back a big way down a map already, looking to turn things around on Overpass, or on Train actually, which is a map that we haven't even seen on the stream at all during this time. So it'd be pretty interesting to see what kind of change-ups, what kind of mix are we going to see from these two teams that are fighting toe-to-toe.
Absolutely. I think Train is an interesting map pick. Obviously, we haven't seen it, like you said, thus far at this event. I do think that Train is a map that, because it is newer to the pool still, obviously, I think it was just added this year, correct? And so a lot of teams, they kind of ignored it at first, especially because there were still some changes happening to it. But now that it's kind of settled its way into the meta, and I think people kind of know how to play it now, I'm very excited to see what these teams bring to the table for their for their train defaults and whatnot. I believe that Sweatstack will likely be choosing the CT side, and we know that they can find success. And I think this is one of those maps like we were talking about yesterday on Nuke or on Overpass. This is another one of those maps where if you have a very oppressive CT side, that's going to give you a big advantage moving onto that T side of the half, which is generally just super unpreferred by all levels.
Absolutely. And so we will see if that Train can be able to bow differently, and if we do need that third map of Nuke if necessary. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll have Train underway.
Well, we hope you didn't miss us too much here, but we are getting back underway with map number 2 of this best of 3. Train is the battleground here for this one. And it is a grand final spot on the line here. Rain above. They did take that map number 1 of Dust 2. It was a barn burner. 16-12. Very, very close. But now we find ourselves here on Rain above's own pick of Train. And for Sweatstack, throwing the back foot.
Yeah, they're going to have to give it their all.
He's making something good, all right, and it smells like it, although Dupe and Sarekra, they are making something good as well. They have gotten a couple good headshots.
Yeah, Rex managing to live just a little longer here. Maybe a chance for a timing. Oh, Beastcat finds it first.
When W-Dog even finds a headshot to Dupe, that is Rain above on the pistol round.
Wait, I think the HUD is
incorrect.
incorrect.
I think the HUD is flipped.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, the HUD is a little bit flipped. There
Production
we go.
Okay,
Sweatstack
there we
will
are.
have themselves a pistol round. I was like, wait. I was like, W-Dog.
Oh.
Rain above, man, what contracts did we witness miss? What contracts did we miss in the last minute? That's
Between
okay.
maps, they decided to do some funny things.
We're all just having fun here tonight. Rain above. Jaster, Colin, Sarekra, Swayu, and Dupe.
The CZ.
And 3 of these players here, like we said at the start of the show, are former Nostalgia winners. Swayu and Colin are looking for a three-peat. Jaster's looking for his second after winning the first one with B-Hop in the Seattle LAN. The Seattle/Lacey LAN.
Yeah. Oh my God, the CZ got an opener.
Oh my gosh, he did. Yeah, CZ, Sarekra.
Wait, and Beast is open now. They actually have it.
Rock's trying to chase it down, but he's only doing damage. He's not actually finding the kill. He's trying to find the angle. He's now switched to the USP. Swayu's gotten the kill with the MP9. Rain above. They've just stolen away a B-bomb thing. They're going to steal away the round 2. Rock's only gets the kill after taking 80 damage, and Dupe finds it with the Desert Eagle. Rain above on pistols. They just upset in round 2.
Off the back of a CZ opener, no less. Wow. The teams are going absolutely crazy.
We are hearing some smack. Rain above talking about you're losing to Glocks. And so, you know what? Dazed would know. Glocks! Glocks!
Right. Doesn't seem like they're going for anything too fancy right now.
I love this
W-Dog tucked.
It's the close corner. Dupe, does he check it? He's not looking for it. It's a tough corner to check though, and Dupe even up at a BM. Well, more holding the spray just for any than Pop Dog, but that's 2 kills coming up there from the side of Rain above. Direct Beastcat and Maceps. Bring this one back. Maceps on the peak. Good headshot on the Desert Eagle. Beastcat finds one as well. That's Dupe going down back to even numbers here. But Sweatstack, they have got.
Maceps is going to have to deliver another, I think.
Maceps needs to at least find one more. Buy a chance for the rotations, but Rex is nearby with the Desert Eagle. He can swing around as well.
Well, he forces the swing.
Ooh,
and Maceps delivers.
And Sarekra, the bomb was left to spawn. He has to go all the way back and recover it.
Yeah.
But now it's a 3 versus 1, and rifles, they're not recovered yet because for the side of Sweatstock, they have no idea where Sarekra is.
I mean, I'd love to see this. This is the kind of energy Sweatstack need on this map to have a really good fighting chance to get back into this game.
Sarekra walking up, and that's
Clean.
Rex. A headshot on the Desert Eagle, and you know what that means. We're going to get into some force by wars here, I imagine. Swayu's picked up the AK. We've got Glocks and more rifles getting pulled out here for both sides. This is going to be a scrap in the early game to determine who could even take that lead. But overall, 2 AKs to the side of Rain above compared to the 4 rifles of Sweatstack. They've got themselves a bit of a better advantage overall, but from what we've seen these first 3 rounds, advantages don't mean nothing.
And W-Dog gets an opener.
Good opener at that.
And a
The
free
MP9.
upgrade. Same day delivery.
Dupe's walking it up through the smoke. Rex is right here with that M4, though.
Wait.
It's all about timing,
Okay.
and there it is.
Oh, the timing! Oh! Pulled out the nade.
It's all about timing. It's all about timing. Colin finds one to Rex. That's the trade, but W-Dog on to sway you. Keeps things in their favor. It's a 3 versus 2 now.
Colin walking through yet another smoke, trying to find Mayseps.
It's a dink comes through as well. Headshot Jester now. Known variable at T-Con and Mayseps. Feels a bit bold to try and run it out of T-Con like that, but still, at least it does net the kill for Jester. Good for him. And Jester!
Only one more needed.
Gotta pull around out of that.
Playing ahead.
So close. That came so close, but Sweat Stack. They were able to bottle it up for a 3rd round, and with that, I imagine Rain Above will just kind of take themselves to an eco here. I don't imagine they go for the force buy once again.
And, you know, I feel like it's really important that Sweat Stack are converting those rounds. I know it seems like maybe it's a small thing, but every single round like that, every small clutch, it's those small things that are going to give them the fight they need here. Get Rain Above off their footing.
Is that sure, they do need to win these rounds, right? And that's going to be very important. But the main thing is they need to win more of these rounds cleanly without losing a bunch of bodies. Sarekra gets an opening kill. B rotations are coming through, but it's going to be 1. It's going to be 2 from NDB. And even on the USP, looking for a 3rd, but Jester trades it out. But look at this push out from T-Con. Swayu looking for Z. It's a dink onto Rex. No scope in hand. He's going for it, and Rex. He continues to hit those no-scopes right there. It's up to Colin in a 1 versus 3. Has a Tech 9, but he's got to win some long-range angles, and that's going to be a tough task.
Yeah, and it's being held.
Let's get the bomb. Something, but again, I just
Stuck at
can't
oil.
really fully leverage that Colin's going to have much of a chance once he swings out, and there it is. W-Dog cleans it up. Swat Stack make it a 4th round. Just no-scopes him. All right, Rex.
That could have
Give
been
us
a
a little
lot
bit
worse.
of pizzazz. Let's see it. A little bit of flair.
All right. I'm very curious what Rain Above are going to go for here. It's a little different. I feel like they haven't really found many openers this game.
Flashes up Rex, tries to peek through his own smoke as it pops, but misses out on the opportunity to take down Sarekra. It actually is a leg shot, and Rex does get the opportunity. There's the peek from lower, gets the opening kill. Now Sweatstack a 1-player advantage, Rain Above.
Yeah, and Sweatstack's got the right read here.
Now.
Oh. Oh, is Dupe gonna go? Oh. Okay, for now, Mayseps is safe. Okay, W-Dog did find it. Mayseps isn't known. And gets one on Jester.
Yeah, it's tough to, predict a player just all the way out towards Olaf, and he's been playing Ring Around the Rosie with Colin. Just buys time for the rotations to come on through, and Colin, by the time that you get the kill, the odds are insurmountable. It's a 4 versus 1. You've got no chance of winning, and that will be a 5th round on the board for Swatstack, and you can see at least in the early game. Now, let's keep in mind, Train is pretty CT-sided. It's kind of a known issue. It was a known issue in Go. It doesn't seem to have gotten much better in CS2, but they're working on it. Top 5 players on the server, all from Swatstack. Top bottom players, or the bottom player 5, are all from Rain Above. So right now, Swatstack, they're doing good.
Yeah, and I think it's back to the drawing board a little bit. It seems like that A-split didn't really work how they wanted. They've kind of gotten Space Ivy, but it hasn't worked out for them. And the B-pop, it's kind of getting red now a little bit. So they're going to need to find a way to switch up their play a little bit.
Does look like they're kind of grouping things up for an eco type of play out of Ivy. Now Rex has them smoked off the angle, a Molotov and a push through to just kind of hold these angles. He's on the EWP though, so he can go down relatively easily if he misses those shots.
Yeah, and
W-Dog's available for the rotation, but when you're kind of looking at the rest of it, it's W-Dog and Rex just kind of have been on a bit of an island compared to the rest of the squad.
Yeah, Sweatstack, they seem like they have good info right now. They're not too worried about anything. Everything's being held.
4-player push out T-Con. And it's dry, too, so Rex is going to be first spot at first to go. W-Dog just playing the close positioning. Knows it's pistol. He's going to try and deal with this one close up. And this has been about as textbook as it gets there for Sweatstack. They're going to take all those kills that they want. Swayu, left in 1 versus 5, has the Desert Eagle, no bomb. And with 30 seconds, better off dying than living in a situation like this as well. So eventually Swayu's going to just try and commit to the fight. And there it is. Rex takes the kill. Sweatstack 6-1. Looking good so far on their CT side. Not too shabby.
Yeah, it felt like they didn't falter at all. Even though the util there from Rain Above was really good, forcing Rex to a different angle, they weren't too scared. And I'm not too sure. I mean, Rain Above are pulling out Nop now. That's, I think, a positive change for them. Dupe obviously was doing well with it before.
It is a bit tough to op on a map like Train. I feel like it kind of falls into a bit of a similar situation to Inferno, but not quite the same. Whereas you're having to take a lot of fights with disadvantage on an AWP. There's a lot of different angles where someone could just be holding straight for you, and you have to peek into them. It makes it a lot more challenging. But overall, I wouldn't say it's quite to the same level as Inferno, where you just don't want to even pick up the AWP.
Yeah, not
on
as
T side.
extreme.
Early smoke in the camera, and I think, mainly for Rain Above in that previous round, the reason is why they doubled back to T-Count was the fact they knew Dupe was playing towards Ivy. They knew he was playing deep towards Spawn with that AWP, and so they figured, hey, site's going to be relatively open. It's the lesser of two evils. It's rifles versus AWPs.
Hold on, I think maybe they're going to flash Colin to peek. Is that what's going to happen?
Dupe's
here?
holding for it. He's got one ready. Colin's just kind of creeping it up, though. I don't think he wants to send it without any cause.
Oh.
By the time that
The flash was late.
Flash went a bit late there. I
I'm
think
not
it was
sure
called
what
for
was
when the
going
fight
on.
started, and not really necessarily called for the peak coming out.
Yeah, I think you must be right. Either way, pretty awkward for Rain Above.
Oh, Rex. Woo! Structure gets one. Let's quickly trade it back twofold.
But now it's just Dupe.
Oh, missed shot. That's going to be Mayseps with the kill. Even upgrading to a second AWP. Actually, no, Rex lost the AWP, so this is more just replacement than adding on to it. And so for Sweatstack, 7-1 thus far on their CT side.
Yeah, that was a kind of uncharacteristic mistake, in my opinion, from Rain Above at Ivy, because I feel like they were going to go for the flash play, and it seemed clear to me, so I'm not sure what made them decide to just contact it. It didn't really work out in their favor.
I think overall, it is just kind of a tough one where you don't want to give up information and have someone calling for these rotations, like, hey, I'm in trouble here. So you obviously want to try and just take it as far as you can without having to like really go for that assistance. Okay, Swayu. Good first shot. And I mean,
That's exactly
after
what
Swayu
Rain Above
lost
has
that
been
opening
needing.
goal in the last round, getting a good one pop like that with the Desert Eagle, and at least help build a little bit of confidence for this round. But all that really gains them is an AWP. And you still have to try and peek into these angles.
And the big thing is, now that they're in the disadvantage, Sweatstack are going to have to gamble something.
They're gambling B. You see that Mayseps is kind of nearby. And once the smoke starts going down, it's going to be into Z. Mayseps is dropped in. Here comes a follow with Molotov as well, but it's actually going to land a bit shy. And it actually lands inside of the smoke. Mayseps doesn't get anything, though. It's up to Beastcat. Gets two. Finds the third on the M4A4. And it's going to be Dupe finally to put him down. 1 versus 1 here. W-Dog, though, is already out walking it up with the knife out. Knows he's got the spacing, and Dupe has got so many questions to answer. Where is he? Could he be left? Could he be right? Could he be up? Could he be down?
And no
he gets to the oil.
It's all about the duel.
It's all about the duel indeed. W-Dog spots it! It's a bit labored, and it does eventually go through. You're starting to feel nervous. Dupe is he's positioning. He's rotating himself back over. But it does go the way of Sweatstock in the end. An 8th round, and makes sense to get a little excited for that one. Whew.
Yeah, what a shot from Swayu.
Beastcat. 3-piece on the M4A4 before Dupe finally puts him down there. That was so much damage coming through. If it wasn't for Beastcat, I don't think this round would have been possible.
Yeah, huge lock-in moment. And the score's 8-1. This is getting really brutal for Rain Above. Nothing is really working out in their favor right now. They're not getting many openers, and Sweatstack are just leaning into it. They're saying, we're just going to take space now.
I think for the side of Rain Above, while they are down by 7, I don't know if they're going to be too concerned about this scoreline just yet. This is Train. It is a bit of a tough one to play on the T side now. I think for Rain Above, they're going to feel that they should be doing better than this, right? They should be kind of at a point where they should probably get 3 to 4 rounds in this half, but if they get totally shut out 11-1, that's where you're going to really start to be worried. But like if you get 2-3 rounds, that's enough to at least have something to hold on to, given that T-side on this map can be very brutal.
Yeah, well, Rain Above are certainly very good, and this is a good map pick for them. Once frustrations start to mount, sometimes it doesn't matter. But they get another opener.
Great opening kill. Sorcera getting that kill.
Kind of on an island.
ASAP gets 1, calling the follow-up. It's a 2-for-1 in favor of Rain Above, and finally, one of those set pieces works out for him.
I would say, I mean, it's worth them fishing for this, but almost certainly wouldn't want to commit. I mean, their money's fine enough. It doesn't really matter if they lose their guns. Beastcat does find one.
You're right.
They're ready for calling.
The angles are just too strong. They've got that crossfire to watch for Z, and that's going to make a world of difference in holding down the site. A second round on the board for Rain Above. Sweatstack, though, they won so many of these rounds, and they won them very well. They've got money for days here. They've got money to keep them through these next 2 rounds of the half.
Yeah, I mean, certainly for Rain Above, I mean, at least they're all kind of playing on the level right now. Nobody's really lagging behind. They're each contributing their part to these rounds. It's really a team effort for them on their pick.
I think the only true outlier and someone that I'm saying is having a bit of a rough time is Dupe, but you have to give some of the the benefit of the doubt of this is a C-side Duke, and Dupe is primarily an opper, or at least he has been so far of this event, and so Mayseps takes him down early. It's the rifle trying to find the kill onto the EW beer, and it's just not going to really quite work out there. And so I feel like once we see that switch to the CT side, this is going to be Rain Above's real chance to prove themselves here on this map.
Yeah, I'm with you. And Swayu finds W-Dog at E-Box. And I can't quite tell if they're wanting to... Okay, they are going back towards B, it looks like. I wonder if Sweatstack are going to turn this into a bit of a gamble stack.
It's kind of
They
tough one.
cleared
They
out
got 2-2
Ivy.
set up. Rex can rotate fast through Z, so I don't think they're going to be too worried about it. Once this utility starts coming in, no, that's going to be the alarm bell. Mayseps gets 1.
Can Beastcat do it again?
Does he do it again?
2.
He gets 2. Can he make it a 3rd? Nearly. Call in on 23. But Rex has gone down the meantime to Swayu, who pushed up close to Z, and that leaves NDB cut off.
Yeah, and Swayu's not giving any room to NDB here. Eyes locked onto the smoke.
He's watching it closely here. NDB, he's got a kit. He's got the M4. And money's not that much of an issue here.
Swayu gave it up, but...
He gives up. It's just a bit of a fake out. NDB.
Okay.
He gets the first.
A lot of time
Takes back
left.
up the AK-47. Collins playing on the site. NDB. He's got to be ready for this, and he's not. He jumps out. He gets the knife out, jumping around the corner, and Colin playing on the site.
Oh,
Calm, cool, and
heartbreaking.
collected to get a 3rd for Rain Above.
I wonder if the damage on Colin was known.
It had to have been. Beastcat did it.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, another good hold from Beastcat, but unfortunately that time it wasn't quite enough. And yeah, I mean, like you were saying, Rain Above, if they can get even 3 like they have now, I think they're comfortable. So
I think this is I think 4, and that's where they feel that they've essentially did everything they wanted to in this half. 4 is plenty of enough of a buffer, so long as they don't fall flat on that CT side. They've been showing that they've been competitive, had close rounds, they've had good ideas. It's just the fact that CT side is just generally favored on a map like this.
Dog went for the fight and won it. Another opener going the way of Sweatstack on their CT side here, but this B hold's got Beastcat alone. Oh, I don't spot it out.
Beastcat gets 1.
Rotates are slowly making their way over to
He's
help
been
Beastcat.
consistently good for 2, though. He needs to find more, but it's going to be Swayu following up Rex. forced down in an uncomfortable position. Mesa
the
missed
self-volley.
Molotov though. Rex is allowed to find the kill. Swayu.
What's happening?
Oh my goodness, he's still trying to fight for it. It's a 1 versus 1. Swayu versus NDB. And Swayu's been spotted. NDB flicks for it, and what an insane moment, insane round. It's a team ace coming out from Sweatstack to make it a 9-3. But for Rain Above, the fact that they got just at least a couple more in that half, they might not be feeling too bad about it.
Yeah. That was clean play there in the retake. It got a little weird with the op miss, but
A little awkward.
yeah. And something I'm curious about here is I feel like Sweatstack, obviously they played a good CT side, but they didn't necessarily go for a whole lot of aggression that you usually see, where it's like a team might flash clear Brown Hall and push. They didn't do that.
It was very much textbook. It was very much just kind of playing their own sites, playing for the rotations and the angles and everything like that. And so we do go into this round. I think Sweatstack, I want to take a minute, just kind of gather after what was a very intensely played previous round. And while we do have a second here, just want to quickly once again thank sponsors of this event, Contender Esports and Hellcase, for making this all possible. Hellcase contributing to have this be a $5,000 prize pool. And of course, we would not be playing any of this if it wasn't for Contender Esports and Lacey, Washington, making this all happen here and being such good help throughout this all. Big thanks to them once again. And this pistol round, Jester opens things up in the first with the pistol headshot, calling those two kills on the double Berettas. And that is going to be Beastcat and W-Dog last two standing. But Beastcat, man, continues to be good for 2, at least so far in this game.
But now it's just W-Dog alone. It's 1 down and 2 more to go. Oh, Dupe giving the swing, and that might be a mistake. Cersera.
Give him the fight he wanted, Cersera.
Okay, I don't know. This is an insanely hard read to get for W-Dog, though. But, he's just using the time. I love this play, actually. Cersera's position's so good, but W-Dog is basically just saying, I know that I can't know where you are, so I'm going to reposition.
Yeah, and the thing is, Cersera, the longer that he stays up here, the longer he's just kind of up on this island. And for W-Dog, if he walks out from Z and just kind of takes the right peek, he's got the perfect angle just set up for this one. Cersera, it's going to all come down to the timing here. He's looking each way. He's looking every which way. W-Dog's not looking either. It's coming down to the 1 versus 1, but they finally spot each other. Cersera drops down, though, moves towards Z-Box.
Still 30 seconds.
Oh, W-Dog, he thought he dropped the hell! It's all a gunfight!
The whiffs!
The whiffs each
What's
way!
happening?
2 bullets! The run! Oh, my goodness!
So intense. Both players initially missed each other. That was so odd.
Oh, Cersera, he got that reload in between the fights, whereas for W-Dog he hadn't, and that's just kind of where the difference was made. Rain Above, they convert the second half pistol round here. Sweatstack, they are going to have to just kind of play this one with the eco. They're not going for a force buy in this one. Rain Above, they've got the MP9s up and a couple of M4s, and Jester playing on top of Hell. Dupe even playing behind Hell. That is a 1-2 punch, all right.
Yeah, I think they're just playing past the Deagle around a little bit.
Past the Cursed Deagle.
Yep.
Even if it pre-fire for the shoulder. Dupe. Good headshot. Beastcat and Maceps.
Oh, Macep's going to take a turn.
Does he want a turn? Does he want a chance with it? Let's see. Can he make it happen? Oh, nope. Whoever, please, Beastcat, don't do it. Don't grab the Deagle. It's cursed.
It's not
Don't
worth
touch
it.
it. It's not worth it. And Jester's going to take that final kill, and that will be Rain Above. First 2 rounds go their way. Nothing too crazy than what we saw in the last half.
Yeah, and I think this is very... They still have these 2 SMGs, and I'm kind of thinking Rain Above are just going to push aggressively into Brown Hall again. They really seem to enjoy that kind of play, and with the SMGs, it seems like a pretty natural play to make.
Wait, might go for it.
It's going to happen.
Early nade towards T-Con as well. They just want to kind of cement some early hold towards the A site.
So far, this is pretty chill from both teams. Cersera's going to get some good information on A main there.
Beastcat
Oh,
47.
they go
Oh my
down.
goodness, W-Dog actually found that long range towards Sarah. It's an incredible shot to open these up, and that is going to pull attention towards the bomb sip. But look at this dupe. He's hearing
Those
all of
rotates
this.
are loud.
He's hearing the rotations, and look at this push up from Swayu.
No
we got
way,
missed
what
by the
is
smoke
this?
with W-Dog just kind of playing near Swayu. Oh, he's getting ran
they're
into.
stuck.
They don't realize that they're stuck on Swayu.
They have to know. Surely
Someone's
they know
got to
there's
know.
one in this.
W-Dog, I think he's aware of the
Yeah,
possibility, and there it is. There comes the kill. It's a 4 versus 3 in favor of Sweatstack. W-Dog
Steps up
finds a
close.
second on dupe, and that would be NDB and Maysaps converting the 10th round here for the side of Sweatstack. But Rain Above, this is a big purchase, and they're going to be missing a crucial piece here, Expo. They're going to be missing the AWP.
Yeah. All right. What are Sweatstack going to give us? Throw on the molly to stop any aggression from B. Okay, this long dog peek is going to be everything. This timing.
Rex is
You need to be careful.
It's a tough angle to fight up against, and he wins it out at least. Swayu, I like the response,
And
though.
Sarah is still hiding long dog.
Gotta love the commitment. Takes it out to NDB.
Crazy.
You always gotta check your corners, you know. That can be a scary thing, and for Rain Above, they've got an advantage here in this round now. One player advantage, not quite the weapon advantage, though, but Jaster.
No.
That's going to be a big one for Sarah on the swing. Nice shot. Does at least connect one to B-Scat before going down. But Jester's the one doing most of the damage. 2 kills already with the M4. Gives the swing. Jester makes it 3, and that's Rain Above onto a 6th.
Yeah, good try from Beast Cat, but unfortunately when your teammates go down, your position gets known. There's very little you can do. And the gap's closing now. 4 rounds separating Rain Above from catching up to Sweatstack. Just kind of a Tech 9 on Beast Cat again. They did that on Dust 2 as well.
Oh, good nades towards T-Con as well, but the opening kill goes away of NDB. Do find the follow-up, and here's NDB. On to Jester and Colin, finding some kills back, though. It's up to Rex and Maysaps, but Rex deep towards hell. Colin might not be ready for it, and that's
Great
a good kill
feed.
coming through. 2 versus 2. Swayu and Jester now. They've already gotten towards the bomb train. They've got the control there, but the bomb is still in the hands of Maysaps, playing around the red train. And things cool off. Rain Above back off. They give up the A site for now. And they're just going to let Sweat stack. Well, Sweat on it. They're going to let him just kind of
Yeah,
sit
and this
on
is
and think.
Diligent retake together as a duo. And Sweatstack are playing a little slow, and it's giving Rain Above the time to get this space and information.
Yeah, and Swayu and Jester, they're making this kind of slow move around to wrap towards camera and hell.
Wait.
Maysaps and Rex, though, they're just checking things towards Pop Dog, but will they be ready for the hell walk up? I don't know if they will. Jester gets 1.
The timing was perfect on the peak from Jester.
Oh, he's going to get caught by this.
Yeah.
Swayu runs it out, and it's a perfect play from Rain Above. They gave them just enough
And
rope for that one, and
I won't
they
lie,
held on to it perfectly.
I'm starting to get a little scared because this is the same sort of situation Sweatstack were in on Dust 2, where these rounds are getting close. It feels like they should have it, but it keeps slipping away.
The thing was for Sweatstack is that they had to, you know, once they didn't see any more of Rain Above, they completely gave it that A-bomb set, the full reset of the fight. Sweatstack, they're checking different angles. They check towards bomb deck. They want to make sure it's all clear. And then, but by the time that they're finally making their way towards the bomb site for a plant, it's too late. Rain Above, they've already completed their full wrap, and that's going to just hand them the round on a silver platter.
So, let's see. This round could be interesting because Sway was kind of creeping up there, but Long Dog is open, and they don't have anyone looking towards E-Box right now, really. So, A is kind of open. Rain Above, I'm sure, aren't feeling too comfortable in this setup, just leaving the site open like this. I would imagine they need to rotate a player into Z pretty soon here.
It's open, but they know it's an eco, so I think they're kind of more comfortable with just sitting and letting these long range fight take place. Like Jester, already on 2, making a third to W Dog. Could have even had a quad, but it will
No
be
chance
followed
to even
finish
get the
things
bomb
off
down.
there. And where it was a 6-round difference here between the two squads, now it sits at 2. 2 rounds the difference between Rain Above and Sweatstack. They are bringing themselves back into this game piece by piece, and Sweatstack, if they want to force us to map number 3, if they want us to see Nuke, they've got to pull it together here and now and push themselves for these last 3 rounds.
Yeah, and I think it's going to take all of them playing well. Truly.
You're starting to see Rax is, maybe slow
very
down a
committed
bit.
to this.
Mayseps is slowing down a little bit here. Beastcat maybe slowing down, but Dupe is starting to heat up. We were talking about his performance at the end of the first half, 4 and 8 or something, and Swayu even picks up 3 kills on the M4A1. W-Dog gets one back, sure, but it is already just the round over at that point. Sarah does get the swing, but it's not going to be the kill. W-Dog more than ready for that one.
Yeah, and
Won't
still
go
has to
down
collect
on
the
the
bomb
easy
back.
kills. It's going to be Jaster the flank. The AK-47 connects it, and now we're back within 1 round of each other here.
Yeah, I mean, Swayu getting 3 there was diabolical. Wow. Just 1 round away from having a tied game. Perhaps a attempt to force the pacing of this round. Util's good.
Util just continues to be the strong point here for Rain Above, and you can see the protocols are working for them how they hoped they would have on Dust 2, and it is paying off in a big way. 10-10, it's a tied game here. 4 rounds left in this map, but Rain Above, I think they're feeling they only need 3 to close this one out.
Before they even peaked, they had a player dead and 2 players 1 hit. Oof.
Now, the utility damage is going to be something to behold, that's for sure. Just throughout this series from Rain Above, I mean, again, the mollies, the nades, they send 3 nades to T-Con. They figured, hey, they just did that again because they're thinking, hey, maybe they'll try and go for some fast out A. We won't let them. You have to condition them to know T-Con's not safe in the early round.
Oh, and Swayu, is that Swayu pushing up through Brown Hall, or is he just holding?
They're just holding so far. Swayu's just looking for the peaks up. It's a bit of a 1-2 with Swayu and Dupe. Dupe's holding with the AWP, NDB walking it, and Swayu gets the kill.
Yeah, sprung the trap, and they know that Hall is pretty clear, so they're not really worried about B whatsoever. They're hyper-focused on these A entry points right now.
Beastcat. It's Beastcat. It's going to be Mayseps, and it's going to be Rax. And only one of them goes down so far. Sir Sarah. Traded out, but there's Colin deep in the corner. It's a tough one, but Rax at least gets the 1-for-1. Still a man advantage here for the side of Rain Above, especially Swayu confirms the final kill to Rex. Rain Above, they went down at 9-3. But now they find themselves at 11-10.
Controlling the lead.
And that's how things can be scary on a map like Train.
Yeah.
Things can spiral out of control very quickly. It follows a very similar, kind of story to Overpass, right? Those CT sides, they can be brutal. You can go on such an impressive run, but if you don't have what it takes to back it up with that T side, that's where they can get you. That's where they can just take it and run with it all the way to the finish line. You can see it sway you. 2 kills, almost 200 damage across those as well. And you're starting to see it. Those top players, it was a split 50-50. The top 5 were all from Sweatstack, but now you're seeing the Jester putting up a big performance here, 21-13 in this map. And Rain Above, they're looking for a match, a series point here in this game.
And Dupe's posted on a very comfortable angle. There's a re-smoke into A main, and there's nothing happening. Sweatstack aren't applying pressure right now. They're waiting for a push that isn't really happening.
Smoke to B ramp. And Swayu's going to play up close to it as well. That's been kind of a signature from him. He's been playing up in these close wrangles. Now, Sweatstack, they are liking themselves a bit of a play towards Pop Dog. They do take Long Dog control, though. Dupe will smoke things off, at least isolate them into Long Dog, and have the opening to Pop Dog stay open. And that allows for control to be held. Sarah gets one. Beast Cat on the trade. Leaves Dupe in a bit of an uncomfortable position, but he's still got backup here.
All right. Now they've pivoted 3 towards B. Ready to pop and pressure on Swayu.
Oh, Dupe. Continues to hit those shots. It's going to be a bomb plant attempted, though. Swayu gets one. Swayu sprays for more, but it's going to be Rex on the trade.
Now it's just
Mayseps. Gets one with the nade. Jester pushes up close, though. Playing on top of Thomas. Drops down. Mayseps walks with the smoke. He's going to get the kill to Jester. And Colin spotted. He knows the positioning. He spotted him. Colin running it up, not making a single quiet sound, and that's going to be Colin running it up to take down Mayseps. He tried to end it on the glue, but Colin on the M4 puts it to a match point here for Rain Above. One more round to confirm a grand finals again for Colin and Swayu.
Yeah, a really good try in that clutch, and unfortunately, that's the kind of round that I think might keep you awake at night. You're just thinking, if only I had that one kill, it would be tied up.
Yeah, you're going to think the what if. What if I took an extra second waiting? What if, I just didn't go for that Pikachu? What if I had the AK instead of the Galil? Those are the things that can really eat you alive sometimes. Mayseps feeling the fire right now in his belly. He wants to go for these fights. Jester forced away from Pop Dog early.
I mean, I like this more than the other rounds. They've got great pacing. It feels like they actually are controlling the map on their terms again.
The problem is they need to kind of take a level-headed approach here. The bomb's still down towards T-spawn. Then they make sure someone is going to be on their way to grab it. W-Dog will be the one to do so.
I think these 8 players might be feeling a bit of pressure as well. Ivy got smoked for a lurk from Beast Cat, and right now they're looking to group towards A main again and maybe prod a little bit, see what they can find.
Slow approach up from T-Con. 3 players.
Jester. The sandwich smoke.
On the other side, he's going to boost up. Peek over the top, but Rack takes him down early. Top performer in the entire server goes down. And what will be the response here from Rain Above? They've got 3 players towards the A-bomb site now. Most of them towards camera or the back site.
And now they have no util.
Duke playing towards camera. Colin playing on the site, though. He could be the one to do it all. Gets one. Beast Cat trades. Sarah, though, from Hell. Hits to 1. It's a 3 versus 3, but Swayu is still taking bodies and Dupe with the no-scope. It's Sarah with the kill. And that is going to do it. 2-0 in favor of Rain Above. Even Swayu just wiping out his teammates to close that map. And that will be it. 13-10 there on Train. Swatstack, they did good, but once it pushed him to shove, they just couldn't hold it together on the T side to really close out those rounds.
Heartbreaking.
And there you go. That is a heartbreak there coming through from the side of Swatstack. They're going to end in a top 4 position here at Lacey Cup number 2.
The last thing that I'll add in is I think for the players on Sweatstack, at least they gave a really good performance. Like, it's frustrating to have a series like that you feel like maybe slipped out of your grasp, but
yeah,
they played really well. They had some great rounds, and I think most people would say they played great and overperformed. And we're ready to go to the analysts.
I think Sweatstack did a fantastic job overall. It's gonna be sad to see them go. They had some great performances just throughout the weekend here in Lacey, but we are going to send things over to the analyst desk here and let them break down what we just saw in that best of 3 and get ready for the next one.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Right here we have Swayu for the post-match interview as Rain Above does take a 2-0 victory after winning out on Train 13-10. But what a solid job from you guys. I mean, a pretty tough game, I would say, for the most part, considering that Sweatstack, especially being the lowest seeded team out of this tournament, they actually came with a little bit more of a fight back against you guys in this first semifinal. But how are you guys feeling after that win?
Definitely. We're feeling good. I say we definitely expected to win, but they were shooting definitely a little harder than we thought they would. I remember seeing like during the signups that they were like 30K. Like a lot of them are level 10 on Face It and just high elo. So I at least me personally, I expected them to be shooting hard, and that they did. And yeah, they definitely gave us a run for our money.
Absolutely.
Yeah, speaking on that a little bit, we kind of saw you guys in a different situation than we're used to seeing you in. You know, the first day we had a couple blowout matches on the side of you, and you know, you guys really closed it out. You made it very convincing, and today you posted 2 pretty impressive comebacks. And so I just wanted to know how does that feel going into it?
Definitely feels good. No, yeah, it definitely got a little scary. We just like, I don't know, we just made our adjustments and just started shooting back finally after not shooting back all first half on both maps. So yeah,
Usually that helps. Usually that helps when you shoot back.
Yeah,
And
definitely.
Especially when you do see bullets coming at you, you would expect that, you know, you got to come with some sort of retaliation. One of those people I do want to highlight as well, Dupe, especially on Dust 2, the 1v3 that he hit, and then also the jumping off that were hit. I felt like highlights galore all over the place on Dust 2. I mean, kind of tell me the impact that he had on you guys. I know because NBD on the other side was having a lot of impact there, kind of putting you guys, humbling you guys on the T side. But then once that CT side came in, a little bit of a change up. Kind of tell me what was the impact from Dupe there.
yeah. Dupe Ray is he's definitely one of the better players that I've played with when it comes to just being a good vocal opper. Like he doesn't make many mistakes, and honestly, that's just a really good trait to have. Not even just in an opera, but in all players. And he just knows when to take his fights and when not to. And yeah, he played really good as expected.
Well, obviously, at this point, you guys have earned your way into the grand final here at the Lacey Cup 2. And so moving forward, we're going to let you guys have a break here. I understand that maybe some of your players are looking forward to grabbing a little bit of food between matches. But we do have another match coming up here against Fuffy's Waifus and DMs for Sluggy. Between these two teams, is there one that you are more worried about potentially having to face in the grand final?
I'm definitely worried more about DM for Sluggy. That's just because I know all 5 of them, actually. I know they're both really good. All of them have ECA advanced experience, so I'm expecting them to come in, try and ball out because they're a mixed team. They're like a pug team, basically. So, yeah, it's going to be a fun game regardless.
Yeah, definitely going to be a fun series indeed. But for now, we do see ourselves seeing off Swayu here currently with the victory 2-0, setting themselves up for a grand final spot between the winner of that said game, DM for Sluggy, taking on Fuffy's Waifu. So we're going to take a quick break. When we come right back, it will be that series, DM for Sluggy taking on Fuffy's Waifus, coming up soon.
Oh gosh, it's close.
These cats set up in the clutch.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's our second series of the day, second semifinal here at the Lacey Cup 2, hosted at the Contender Esports Arena in Lacey, Washington. As we did see the first series go the way of Rain Above, a 2-0 victory for the grand finals. We need to see one more team make it there between DM for Sluggy and Fuffy's Waifu, and getting it started early has been who I think is the MVP of this tournament, Noah, but it's only the one and done as Zim puts him down, but a retake back in actually, and Lect able to get a double here, taking down the Waifus and making it a hard time for their T side. However, Exo still alive and kicking, able to dink down Lect down at 2 HP. I am joined here with my co-caster, Goober, as we are watching a good start so far to this round.
Absolutely. DM for Sluggy is going to be happy with the way this round has started for him. Just the old man left on the side of Fuffy's Waifus, and he is going to be spotted there deep banana. He will end up pushing towards this B site as another player rotates from that CT side. Is he going to get the opportunity to find this player who is tucked into the box? I don't think he checks it here, and he gets punished for it.
Yeah, unfortunate stuff, but either way, Lect will get a 3K on the round. And a good start for DM for Sluggy. And we mentioned already DM for Sluggy, their top player has been Noah, and he's the guy who I have my eye on for this CT side, because when he gets on the op, right now he's on the M4, but when he gets on the op, this man is unstoppable.
Absolutely. We've seen that before, and hopefully we get to see a little bit more of that today. Now, I do know going into this game that Fuffy's Waifus did spend a little bit of time last night reviewing some of these demos that we saw for DM for Sluggy, so they do kind of have some ideas going into this match, how they would like to deal with some of their setups that they saw, and also how they sort of rotated to these sites. So it's going to be interesting to see if that planning actually helps out here. But second round conversion is going the way of DM for Sluggy right now. Jenny
Good
finds
support.
2 with the MP9. Gert's helping clean up with
Oh,
the... goodness,
okay.
that's a team kill through the smoke. Noah finds Jenny.
Noah a bit KO hungry, but he'll then do the opposite and actually get the final kill onto Exoskeletal. But a big comedy here to start off this series. You know, get the jitters out of the way. Sometimes you need to hit the bad shots first before you can start hitting the good shots. So 2-0 start for DM for Sluggy here. A good start nonetheless. It was just an eco, though, for the T side. They'll be finding themselves on the guns just now.
Going to be excited to see how they take this first gun round. It looks like we are going to start with a bit of a regular default fanning out, sending 2 players up alt mid and 2 players towards that banana side, and some early aggression. And 2 players passing each other in the smoke. Actually, it gets awkward, but I think, yeah, it looks like Exoskeletal is aware of this. And, oh my goodness.
Swinging for the fences. Okay. Close, but no cigar. He gets a one and done. Toasty able to trade back just immediately. Able to stay alive with 29 HP and takes back that banana position, which is in favor of the CT side. But keep in mind, already one down out of the defense, so there is still one here to guard, but very low HP. They're going to try to see if they can get this CT out of position and get the kill there, and that should be an easy B route, but instead, not able to find that, so you're going to see C pushing over towards his boiler position, trying to spot to see if there's any bracket control, but none of as the yet, and keeping it still for now. Very slow round here.
Yeah, Chai taking slow control of that apps position, just creeping around, waiting for any of these CTs to maybe overextend. At this point, I do think that they anticipate that more of these players will be stacked towards the A side, but I don't think they're going to be ready for 3. Jenny does good to find the first one onto Chai as the rest of these players start to run up towards the lane. Wide swing coming out from... Oh my goodness, I think that was Jenny who was on the wide swing. Gert's cleaning it up from the balcony position, and that's going to be the 3rd round going to DM for Sluggy.
Util being the best assist man here. You see the Util being the best assist man. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the cast, our casters for the day, for this series, as well as the grand finals. But so far, so good. Pretty solid early start to that round overall. I feel like, if anything, you do see a lot of the proactivity from both sides, both taking the position early as well as trying to use the utility to take back the position for the CT side. So pretty good start. DM for Sluggy, though, 3 in a row, and now they're going to push. They're going to see this push coming in towards B, but stop it in its tracks. Select able to get 2 kills on Util, not even firing a bullet. Those are the best kind of kills you want to see.
Yeah, speaking of that, Util already coming out fast and hard for DM for Sluggy, finding those 2 early kills before you even see those players, and now just bullets getting traded through smoke. Zim finds one onto Toasty,
no sticking
but
around
look at
still.
the health on the players. It's not much, and they do get eventually cleaned up by the saved AKs on the CT side.
Yeah, make clean work of that quick eco there, but we will see the gun bite coming back for Fuffy's Waifus as they try to get back into this. I know that we're going to see a lot of eyes watching this game. After all, Fuffy's Waifus being a bit of a crowd favorite here in Washington, so That said, there's going to be a lot of eyes really wanting for Fuffy's Waifus to make what I would consider an upset, considering how DM for Sluggy played yesterday.
Absolutely, DM for Sluggy absolutely was throwing some elbows, I would say, hitting some of the other teams really hard. They posted some really fantastic comebacks yesterday against Sweatstack, and so I think that they are in a really good position here to go far in this tournament. But that being said, you did mention that Fuffy's Waifus are a local favorite here in Washington. A lot of these players actually come from ESCA teams or CSC teams, and so they do have a lot of team play experience, and it's going to be interesting to see how those players handle that in this LAN situation now in a semifinal. Congratulations to all the teams thus far who have made it to these semifinals. Let's keep in mind that all the top 4 teams will get part of that $5,000 prize pool that we have from Hellcase, and so these teams have done well to get this far, and so they are fighting for this chance to go into that grand final right now, and it looks like there's finally going to be some engagements happening over here in Banana. Toasty finding the head of Exoskeletal, but he'll get flashed and traded up by him immediately, which Lek will respond, and Fuffy finds him at car. It looks like we're going to be moving up towards B site here fast. Set pieces going out,
Quick
smoke on
race
CT
here.
and flashbangs, and it looks like that's going to be popped on the cross.
Oh! I thought he hit that, but instead Chai sets him into the stratosphere, leaves it to a 3v2 advantage in favor of the T side here. And now both players pretty much split up. So any of these 1v1s go awry for the CT side, this round is pretty much done. And just like that, Chai will make it certain on that, leaving it to Jenny in the 1v3, the IGL trying to take matters into his own hands. Great kill onto Zim, so 1 down, 2 more to go. Both playing on opposite sides. That flash should give away the new box is 1, and that molly should give away that CT is the other. And with this crossfire, it's so deadly, but the molly's going to make good to try to push 1 out. Fuffy, though, still able to stick to a covered angle, and Chai will clean things up on the 3K. Killing it there, and the Fuffy's Waifus finally take their 1.
Yeah, excellent crossfire being set up there on the side of Fuffy's
the overflick.
Waifus, and that is just such a funny kill for trying to get. Obviously, we thought Noah hit that shot. He played it very well by popping that smoke with the HE, but it just wasn't meant to be. And yeah, Fuffy's Waifus close out that round fairly convincingly, and they move into their second gun round.
Yeah, we do see Noah getting the op back once again. Missed the shot this time on that round, but maybe trying to get a little bit of the bad shots out of the way, and then he starts cooking. So let's see how it goes. Already starting it off early on the lane side, playing together with Jenny. A bit of a tag team here, looking to play on contact. It is going to be contact first for the op. Cam getting himself incredibly aggressive line here in mid, but Noah will punish indeed. So 5v4 start for DM for Sluggy, looking good as Noah gets on the board once again.
Yeah, notice how we have those 2 players down in Banana for Fuffies. They start accelerating towards B as soon as they hear that op shoot over at A, and you notice that those players sort of taking a little bit more space, and now they do well on the side of DM for Sluggy to try and keep that car space, but Fuffy finds Lek on the peak. The flashbang not quite connecting, but Toasty there still supporting as best he can, gets 2 and 3. Oh my goodness, he just keeps finding more and more impact with that M4A4, and he throws down a Molotov to try and prevent any additional peaks coming out from the T side right now. It is Chai in a 1v4, and he is going to get flashed from Noah. Just some really excellent T play coming out from the CTs there.
That is so unfortunate for Fuffy's Waifus. They were trying to peek together, but lining up 1 by 1 made it much tougher to take these engagements, and Toasty will make them pay. 4K on the round. Good util once again coming out from Noah. It seems like every single time we see him assisting, not by actually doing damage, but by using util. And sometimes that's going to be the case. The Opera is not going to be able to get these kills on the open. He was able to open up early, but, you know, in many cases, a support Opera is a man's best friend. And now this time he's going to look to try to entry, but misses the shot as the smoke blooms in his face. So he's going to play it back. A smoke has to be used by Lek as he was mollied in position, and just battles through the smoke, trying to see if they can cause these openings here, as it is getting a bit chaotic to start it off. Everyone trying to find their first kill here.
Yeah, a bit of a desperate buy-in from the side of Fuffy's Waifus, but they are getting some pretty decent damage down onto these CTs. 2 players down to essentially 50 health each now on Lek and Jenny. And it looks like another contact will come from Gertz, finding Fuffy in the boiler position, and he will start to take that space, but is he expecting Zim to be here? Oh, maybe not. He gets caught with a grenade out, and he spots another player arch side, and now things, I think, get a little bit awkward for the CTs. They do have 3 players over towards that A side, but it looks like a B lean coming in from Fuffy's Waifus right now.
Grenade being able to take down Zim to 30 HP, and Zim, honestly, let's just say from what we saw yesterday, especially when Connor and Expo were casting their game on Ancient, he was a menace for Fuffy's waifus, and I kind of want to see a bit of a similar performance, but this time having a little tough time, pretty much the entire team having a rough time so far to start, but we look to see some sort of improvements as they warm themselves up into the series, especially on a map like Inferno. They got Ancient to look forward to next, which is a pretty much from what we talked about a favorite. They've constantly played it over and over again in other competitions, so we expect to see this soon enough, but with only 25 seconds in this case, there's not a lot of time to be able to waste here. You're just going to have to go for this hit, and with all the members pretty much shown here, this Crossfire is going to have to make some magic happen here, and we're going to see, especially with that smoke, is going to make it a lot harder to watch from the top rope, but letting them pass, Lect allowing for a lot of room. A lot of room to be taken. Drake comes in just in time. Toasty able to take one to the grave before he goes down. Exo gets a kill through the smoke. It leaves Noah in no man's land. Why no time? Oh, I did not even keep track of the time. And DM for Sluggy get away with a big one. Maybe waiting for the bomb, considering how much time they wasted to make that exec happen. They pay the price.
Yeah, you're going to feel pretty disappointed at that point. You get into the site, you get those entries that you need. Exo goes huge there to find 2 kills, and you just don't have the time you need on the clock to get that bomb down, and the round unfortunately goes to DM for Sluggy. Let's keep in mind, though, while it looks pretty convincing right now for the CTs, it is on Inferno, and this has been known to be one of the heaviest CT-sided maps, and you can see right now exactly why that can be. They already are sending 2 players down Banana aggressively. They smoked that part of the map off. They effectively have just cut off all of the Ds from going any further into B at this moment, but that doesn't seem to matter very much because it looks like we're doing a slow lurk through the apartments right now.
Yeah, but everyone kind of buying at the bits. You see a double hero rifle purchased by Exo and Zim. But Gertz looking for this retake. Good pop flash. Gonna see a bunch of blind players.
Oh
my God! Holy! It's a 4K from Gertz. It's the eco, but no matter what, that's a huge play to grab. Toasty trying to finish off the 5th, keeping it alive. They want to have him get the ace. Gertz looking for it, but Jenny will take it away. But what a 4K! Let's be honest though. A bit of a role player is that flash there, landing in the faces, dabbing left, right like it's 2010, and Gertz will make him pay. And Puffy's still trying to throw the flash at it as if that's gonna help. But 7-1, and just again, let me just say, Brazilians look away. That scoreline is devious.
Yeah, Noah showing us more than just his skills on the op here. He has been incredibly effective with those flashbangs, helping his teammates get those picks. And yeah, that was just an incredible read from the side of the M for Sluggy for them to find all 4 of those players in the apps position. Incredible.
Noah continuing to find openers left, right, and center. This is the worry that I had for Puffy's waifus in this game, is that you're just going to keep falling at the bits. When this op starts to find these openings, it makes it a lot easier, and way more confidence starts to get built up for this side for DM for Sluggy. And you see Gertz now taking 2 as he is at 12-4, leading the way. It's not the opera leading, but this time the rifler is starting to make magic happen. A kill from Toasty as well, and 8-1. This score is starting to fall at the bits for Fuffy's waifus.
I agree completely. I think at this point they need to try and reevaluate what they're doing a little bit. I think we've seen a lot of these sort of slower default plays, obviously maybe a slight sight lean here and there, but I think what we really just want to see is a change of pace. I think if they try and sort of figure out where the reactions are coming from, because obviously we haven't seen ideal rotations on this CT half, I think, for DM for Sluggy. I think it has just come down to some lucky timings that they've caught, especially when you're talking about just running out of time in the round, right? Like, that was incredibly unfortunate. But here it looks like they are going to be trying to do something a little bit different. A lot of mid-presence here from these players. Not something we typically see. There's not anyone in apps or anyone up Banana right now. So it looks like we are going to be sending a bunch of players toward this arch side.
Running out of bullets.
It gets awkward.
No,
No, Jenny gets away with it.
Well, just one, though, and the trade will come in from Exo. Gertz trying to hold down the A side, but will go down to Cam. And the T's finally breaking through to the site. It's a 3v3, no, nonetheless. Lek, though, keep things at bay. Makes it a lot easier for this retake. But we always mention it every single time. 3v3 or 3v2, whatever it is, a retake on A site here on Inferno is rough.
Oh, my
But that's going
gosh.
to make things a lot easier when you hit no scopes like that. Cam feeling himself. Last one up is Chai to try to save things for Puffy's waifus. Able to get one, but a lot of damage done by Lect will allow Noah to complete the mission. It will be that 9th soon enough for DM for Sluggy.
Yeah, it almost feels fitting that I talk about Noah's utility and we immediately see him fumbling around with a Molotov before turning around
Jesus
and finding a
Christ.
no-scope. Just incredible stuff coming out from Noah. He
What
is
can't
currently
this
sitting
man
at
do?
8-2.
What
Yeah.
can't this man do? I feel like he's been doing this every single game that we've seen, whether it's off stream, on stream. This guy has been a killer.
Absolutely. I do think right now Fluffy's waifus, they are on the back foot of this game. There's no doubt about it. And right now, I think if they let Noah run away with it, I don't really see them getting back into this game on Inferno.
Look at number 5's gun. It's the Nova being purchased. At this point, they're really trying to make it hurt on the side of Fluffy's waifus, and he's setting himself straight into the perfect position. Apps. However, this time, a different tale. Zim able to find the opening, and now the Nova's noted of. Going to throw a nade just for good measure. Chai's going to back out just in time before he gets blown to bits, but now it's known that they're trolling a bit, I would say. Some may say it's skill, others may say it's troll. I will call it the latter, but aggression coming in from that Apps position, and Gertz wanted to find more, but not able to do so, leaving Noah on this island. He's able to take down Fluffy, but he's got plenty more to do with all the T's hurtling towards his position, and Cam sneaking through the back line. Noah's gonna have to be diligent of this, but not looking the right way. Cam will take the headshot. They were able to find the lurker towards B, and now Lect is known of. He's able to get one, but with so many players alive and the A site completely taken over, it's likely to be Fluffy Waifu's second.
Yeah, Fluffy's waifus do well there to find that Nova player in the apartments. Actually, him and Chai trading almost equal damage on that initial engagement, so the buckshot maybe not quite working out. But yeah, it is Lect in this 1v3. It looks like he's going to be trying to go for it, actually, throwing out some utility to maybe try and gain a little bit more space into this retake. Does have a gap in the smoke, though, and does get spotted out by Zim, so it's been sold at this point. They are all just spraying through the smoke, trying to find him. He's down to 17 HP, and Exoskeleton will find him, and that'll be the second round going the way of Fluffy's waifus.
Hey, it may come late, but at least it's here. Second round for Fluffy's waifus as they're trying to get back into this game little by little. Plenty of economy, though. After that loss from DM for Sluggy, they'll be okay to get this last round going with all the weapons and utility that they need. But, I mean, pretty much the moral of the story is that Fluffy's waifus haven't really had a round, haven't really had a, what I would say, a bit of a relaxing start to this game. Everything has been chaotic. Everything has just been taken away from them instantly. All these fights coming in. Toasty boasting out the second op, able to start it off early on 11-5 scoreline himself. And it's just this constant pressure coming in from the CT side. And we mentioned it a lot of times, Inferno, this could be one of the most claustrophobic maps for plenty of players who don't have a great T side.
Absolutely, and I think it's just not going to help when you don't get those opening picks. We saw last round Zim get that opening pick on the op for the side of Fluffy's waifus, and I think that is what helps him get that round win there. And we just see immediately going into this one, Toasty through the flashbang and through the smoke finding another pick, but we do see some action happening over at the A site. Cam finding Gertz and getting immediately traded out by the Opper and Noah, but that is good information for the side of Fluffy's waifus, as they know they can maybe start moving towards this B site with a little bit less opposition. They do know that there is an op spot here, but there's some damage down on Toasty, and he does get traded out by Chai. Now we have some extra players rotating in from the church position. Smokes are down on site. The last two remaining T players are in site holding. The bomb does not go down. He gets found out by the nade, and it's just Zim remaining with an op in an unlikely position, and he will get found out by Jenny, and it's 10-2 half DM for Sluggy.
Scoreboard says it all pretty much. It's just been everyone having a tear on the side of DM for Sluggy. No one really falling at the bits. No one at negative mark. The biggest person right now is Noah at 11-3. A very efficient half from the Opper, really cleaning house, making sure those openers come clean, efficient. He doesn't die. He continues to create impact. And on the side of Fluffy's waifus, no one's still on the positive mark. The only person closest to it is EXO, a 2-kill deficit to get to neutral. But right now, it's just been a Fluffy waifu nightmare currently, as DM for Sluggy are coming at the throat.
Yeah, DM for Slugly actually calling a tactical timeout right now, so maybe they're just kind of pre-gaming how they want to make sure this T half goes. It's not completely uncommon for teams to try and reevaluate after they win a half too, just because they know that going into it, that confidence, that over-ego can actually start to sell you some rounds. So I think that's actually a pretty good decision on the side of DM for Sluggy, especially being so far ahead. Also, you're just kind of buying yourself a little bit of a breather, right?
Yeah.
Like, up until this point, they've had some pretty close, intense rounds, a lot of fights happening through smokes, through flashes, through intense utility, and so I think now they just get that opportunity to relax. We do go back to a pistol, so things are going to slow down a bit. What I would like to note is that on the side of Fluffy's waifus, you don't have any dually buys, you don't have any 5.7s or anything, and so it looks like we're just going to go with the standard kit, and it looks like all these players except for Fluffy have bought in with some armor.
Oh my god, it's only Chai. It's only Chai by himself sitting at the pit, and they're making a lot of noise.
Rotate.
Oh, wow. And then you see that aggression coming in from Cam. But by himself, I have a lot of questions about that. But maybe maybe that is the diversion. Maybe he is meant to die because now you simulate the idea that they expected A and now they go towards B, which is the perfect stack here, actually. It's 3 players onto B. Toasty noted a Fuffy. Fuffy's, though, able to get the kill on the P250, and just like that, they run into their trap. They activated the Fuffy Waifu trap card here as they find themselves on the losing end here. DM for Sluggy, though, still got Gertz to try to keep things going, keep the momentum flowing, but right now having a tough time trying to find these USP headshots from Rage. Going to get flashed at the bit, but right now just having a tough time on this 1v3.
Yeah, trying to find Gertz there in CT. He is spotted out. Obviously, the bomb is in the control of the remaining 3 CTs on the B site here. I would like to point out how interesting of a setup that was as we start to see Gertz go in through the construction area, trying to peek out, being as quiet as he can, does finally get a contact, and he does get found by Fuffy. But yeah, I think it was super interesting. I would love to hear what the comms were for DMs for Sluggy there, why they rotated out of apps. They had 4 players in there, and they just turned away. I'm not sure what had caused them to do that, because Cam wasn't spotted until they were already moving their way back down mid.
Personally, for me, I think it was just kind of picking at the brains of both. Obviously, for me, I think that pistol was just meant to be this bit of a noisemaker for that A site. Oh my god, there's a bunch A. Let's rotate over to A. We need to defend. And then let's send it back to B, because chances are they're going to send B over. They saw that Cam pushed over, and that was just all a ruse there themselves, because now Cam sends the idea that B is nowhere to be found. Everyone is at A, but then they go back and sink in the trap there, and it's a perfect trap for Fuffy's waifus. And now we do have a bit of an eco by a couple upgraded pistols from the side of DM for Sluggy to try to make things happen, and they are making it happen. 2 deagle kills found so far. It's a 3v3. Advantage still in favor of Fuffy's waifus in the weapon department, but right now that's a bit of a rough start, and it's going to be a very costly, especially on that CT side.
Absolutely. On the side of Fuffy's waifus, getting a little more uncomfortable than they would probably like on this second round. The only saving grace being that these remaining T players don't have any type of armors, so these SMGs are going to be absolutely brutal at pretty much any distance. That tagging is going to cause a huge issue for those deagles trying to line up headshots, and it's not going to be a good time as long as Fuffy's are hitting their shots. But we do see one of these players actually lurking out of the balcony position. He's not going to be calling this A site is completely open. You can already see that bomb is coming down banana. But look at this position on Cam. He could actually make a huge play here if he just bides his time right. But this is so interesting.
This is a weird round entirely, especially you see one still kind of hurting at B, and there comes the aggression coming in from that B side. There is going to be that engagement, and Noah's still able to find one with the deagle, but now Cam is noted of. He's towards the apartments, but with that opening kill on the anchor of B, you do have a B side that is pretty much open. You know of the second player who is currently a rotator towards CT, so all you got to do is deal with that one rotator, and chances are you have a free site, but they do have a second person coming in. Clock is running down. 10 seconds left to try to get this plant, and the engagement will come towards CT, but not able to find the kill. Noah able to find the rotator. EXO down, and so it is the IGL Cam to try to save the day with the MP9, and he finds it. It's a team kill from Noah. Oh my gosh, the fortune just favors the waifus as they find themselves a 4th.
The man who was willing to give his life for the pistol round finds his way for 2 kills, one of them going the way of, I believe it was Noah killing Lect, actually. It's so very rough. Unfortunate in that situation, but I think that goes to just not having that armor. Those players are just having a tough time trying to get those shots to land, and, honestly, it could have just been the tagging from Cam that caused him to kill his teammate there.
Yeah.
But Fuffies are going to be very happy with that round. They get a lot of economy from those SMG kills, and they get to upgrade into some rifles and nice utility. It does get a little tight, but look at the T side as well. This round, it goes the way of either of these teams, and you're going to see the next team on the back foot.
Yeah, absolutely. One thing to note, though, was the fact that they lost a lot of bodies to that eco.
They sure did. Those
so
Deagles
a lot
were
of
doing
the util or the
work.
weapons are pretty much in dire straits for the side of Fuffy's waifus. Some are either using an MP9 such as Chai, or you just have little util onto EXO and Cam. So it's going to be a really rough exec coming in for the waifus, or I mean exec, they're the one defending, but they're going to have to hold off and make sure to use this util as efficiently as possible. Otherwise, you're going to see DM for Sluggy just pouncing at the opportunity here, and it looks like they will pounce over towards porch side. Fuffy now noted up with that jiggle, so he's going to back off, play a different position towards the A site, but backs up into this crossfire setup between him and Cam, and pretty much A good old stronghold here. However, Zim steps out into no man's land, and Noah will make him get punished there. Cam going for the re-swing, able to get it on the wide swing indeed, and a 4v4 here, but things get a lot more tense here on this A site as they can't really move too much because they're pretty much going from everywhere, and Toasty might just catch out Cam from the side, and that is so, and only one player to defend the site, but Toasty making good work of the AK. And with no CTs in sight, they might just go for the save. So DM4Sluggy will find that 11th.
Yeah, players like Toasty and Noah do really well to find some overextensions from the CTs, getting around them there, getting behind them, and just finding some easy kills in order to open up that site for the bomb to go down. And now you have these two players who are just going to be trying to hold on to whatever they can to save into this next round. Chai holding on to that MP9 and Exoskeletal holding on to that rifle.
One thing that's impressive, too, as well, is the patience that DM4Sluggy is doing. Like I said, Fuffy's waifus had a very big, frantic pace to the way that they were trying to manage their T side. This time, you see DM4Sluggy, who has been really the better team overall. You see a lot of the control of pace. They don't want to go fast. They don't need to go fast. They'll take their time to make sure that all the position is for them. Even if it's not meant to be, they'll still have it. Ooh, Chai able to get away with a double, making sure that it's a little bit costly on the T side. But like we mentioned, DM4Sluggy finally finding their first on the T side. It is going to come at a big cost there. You look at Jenny and you look at Toasty. They're not really in the best state as well. They're going to have to ask for a couple investments from their teammates, but that's going to hurt on the util on their end. You see Toasty not wielding the full belt, but it doesn't matter really, especially if Fuffy's waifus, after losing that round, they're actually going to go for a bit of a full buy from everybody. So a bit of a wonky variety of weaponry coming in from the CT side, getting burnt to bits is Cam, and both blinded at it. I don't know what was happening there. I don't know what was the call, but you would imagine Cam is slamming his desk just sitting in a fire like that.
Absolutely barbecued, burnt to a crisp. He is well done. Cam falling to that Molotov. I believe he got flashbanged and maybe just couldn't see where he was going. I think the sound cue in his ear just was too much for him, and so he burns. But we do see these players start to move up towards that A site. Noah finding Zim in the corner of that smoke. A bit of an awkward peek. Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's been kind of the story so far for the side of Fuffy's waifus. Just a couple of these players making a bit of an overextension in certain areas. And how has Jenny gotten into CT?
It doesn't matter because right now, Lex already able to take control of that B side. Jenny now playing a bit of a bodyguard of this B attack, and just like that, DM4Sluggy do find match point. This game, it's pretty much the complete opposite from what we saw Rain Above going against Sweat Stack. It's pretty much a one-sided affair where DM4Sluggy are just slugging at the bits at this waifu squad. And I mean, like I said, it hasn't really been a one-person show. You look at that scoreboard and everyone is doing their part as DM4Sluggy do call a timeout to talk some things over and make sure to get this done in one.
I am looking at the interesting choice that Toasty has made of buying a Nova on the T side. Oftentimes when you see a shotgun purchased in Counter-Strike, it won't be on the attacking side simply because you won't normally have an advantaged fight to take, and he's actually dropping one on the floor for his teammates.
They're trying to see who can one-up each other.
I think, yeah. I don't know if there's some banter going on in the chat right now or what's happening, but we're about to see something interesting.
Another timeout called.
Something we did see from the side of Fuffy's waifus yesterday on their Ancient match is they did actually do a 5 Zeus stack on one of their rounds, and that was something that we talked to them a little bit about yesterday. They actually have started incorporating using the Zeus more into their strat book, and I think that's kind of an interesting thing take. But if you think about it, right, it's a $200 investment. You have the opportunity to get a one-shot kill, multiple actually now because the Zeus recharges in CS2.
Yeah.
And I think it can actually be a pretty devastating tool if used correctly. And I think we have a lot of smart players who are capable of doing that.
That's the thing, though, using it correctly. A lot of times it tends to be the misnomer of like, where is the right distance, where is the right pressure point to shoot it. You know, it is one of those things, but when you get it off, chances are you're feeling good after that. So I would imagine that it might come as a bit of a BM back at to the Fluffy waifus, but let's see as we do get it started. It will be 4 Novas actually purchased, and Cam's gonna have a big surprise, and so will Toasty, because after Toasty gets a kill, he gets a big surprise from his teammate. Kills coming the way of the T side with the Novas, looking good with it. It doesn't matter whether it's an AK, a pistol, or a shotgun. They make sure to shoot slugs and shoot at the head tops of the waifus, and just like that, it's a 2v2 retake. Lek being the only one with the rifle here in this retake. Chai still with an M4A1S though.
And we do have Exo picking up one of those dropped Novas. I think this might be the one that fed Jenny some buckshot into the back of their head there.
He's probably so mad about it, too. He's probably like, why give me the Nova? Why are you giving me the shotgun? I want a rifle in this retake, especially when you're trying to salvage things. But it just might be over here and now. Smoke on the bomb, but one is already providing coverage. That's going to be Gertz with a Nova. He's going to pop at the smoke, know where the CTs are, and it will be the Nova to clean things up here. A big slug to the back of Chai to close things out. It's a 13-4 win for DM for Sluggy, and a very solid first map as they do get it started here in the semifinal.
Absolutely. A little bit of a disappointing performance, especially on their map pick for Fuffy's Waifus. I am excited to see what they bring to the table on Ancient, knowing them as a group from CSC that is a team that does have a lot of experience in what they would probably call Green Mirage. Yeah. And so I'm excited to see what that looks like. But yeah, moving out of that game, obviously, I think DM for Sluggy is a bit of a tougher opponent. And so I think there's going to be some nerves going into it at first. And I think if they can kind of reel those nerves in and really just focus on their mental going forward, they have a pretty good chance of taking this to a third map.
Yeah, but those slugs are definitely going to hurt from DM for Sluggy, and I imagine Fuffy's Waifu is going to have to really regain composure of this because that 13-4 looks so one-sided, and as much as the chaos was built in from that T side that was for Waifus, it just could not be able to gain any control. So we will see if Green Mirage will be able to favor them much better, but we're going to head over to the analysts to have a quick recap of that match, and then we will have Ancient right after.
All right, Expo, you and I, we have got ourselves a bit to talk about there after that first map. I mean, talk about a bit of a smackdown there. DM for Sluggy, you know, obviously they were coming into this as the favorites after taking that 2-0 in their group. You know, I mean, sure, last night had a bit of a struggle against Sweatstack, but today, at least on map number 1, I mean, this is kind of similar story to what we saw before. They look very good in this map number 1 here up against Fuffy's Waifus.
Yeah, and it was their map pick, and if you watch that game, it didn't necessarily feel like it. I mean, on their T side, I feel like they struggled with that banana fight. They couldn't quite get the pacing they needed. They kept losing that fight, going down a player, and they had to sacrifice a lot. The util was very good from the other side, from Sluggy.
Yes, DM for Sluggy definitely had a lot of good ideas in the right places there, especially on those banana holds. Those B holds were very good as well. And, you know, not to say that Fuffy's Waifus, they were able to get creative. They did find some good rounds where they're able to, you know, kind of outwit, outsmart, and, you know, just find a bit of a niche in there that they can actually get through and get in. But unfortunately there for them, I mean, we're talking about Toasty, Noah, and Gertz. All three of these players were over 15 kills throughout this first map, and that's a big number to have, you know, when you're talking across this whole squad. You know, 45 kills across 3 players, it's a pretty hefty number.
It is, and I will say for the side of Fuffy's Waifu, they had a couple of really good CT rounds, at least on, you know, the B side. They had a couple good. They had the one clutch from, I think it was Cam. He had a really impactful like lurk 1v2, I think it was.
Yeah, the 1v2 1B. Yeah, I mean, did go the way of a little bit of a team kill, but still gotta give respect to the clutch there. I think even if it wasn't for the team kill, he would have had that going his way either way, and so, you know, that does help things out a little bit.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting going into map 2. We have Ancient on the docket.
Yes, Ancient. So Ancient and Nuke are the next 2 maps in this series, and that's going to be kind of interesting. About, of course, Ancient kind of does play a similar role to Mirage in the map pool. Everyone just calls it Green Mirage, Green Dust 2. It's kind of a bit of a staple.
I can't remember. I know they lit it through the veto last time as the decider. I can't remember. Did we get to see that happen?
With Sluggy or with Fuffy's Waifus?
Yeah.
I want to say we did. It was either Nuke or something. My memory's not serving me very well on that one. But overall, you know, just considering the top to bottom, you know, if you were looking at some of the scoreboard there throughout that one, all the top players, all top 5 were just coming from the side of DM for Sluggy. This was a very strong performance in that map number 1. And we're going to a map that's also going to rely heavily on fundamentals. You're going to want to know your utility, your aim positions. You're going to want to know these just little things. And so for Fuffy's Waifus, they got a lot to try and look at as they get ready for this map too.
Yeah, and, you know, I was able to poke behind them a little bit in their game, and I was curious what their comms were, and I'll say Cam was doing his best to keep things very calm for the team. He was being a very good leader, in my opinion. He was kind of trying to reset the team when they were down, saying, okay, we're just going to try and focus on playing roles. Everyone try not to, you know, leave these roles. We're just going to try and have, you know, like, Chai, you're going to work apps, et cetera, et cetera. And unfortunately, they still weren't able to get into the groove off the back of it. But I think that was good leadership from Cam, and I think it means we're going to have a promising map too.
Yeah, I agree with that one. It's really going to come down to the pistol and how everything falls together with that one. But until then, we are going to throw things to a bit of a short break while we do get everything ready for that map to Eventure. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
And welcome back. We are on the second map of our second semifinal on the day, and that is going to bring us to beautiful, wet, soggy, green Ancient, and we see that our Fuffy's waifus are starting on the CT side here. Bit of an interesting buy, 2 sets of dual Berettas to start us off here, and it looks like we're going to see all those T players running immediately into that red smoke. This is a bit unorthodox, actually. They are going straight into CT spawn. It has been 20 seconds into this round, and there are 4 T players running through CT short right now in order to get to that A site, and Toasty does find the first onto Chai, and then Lek will find Fuffy in that connector position, donut position, and Jenny getting that kill on Zim on the rotate. Finally, Exoskeletal finds one onto Jenny, but is finally shut down, and the round will go to DM for Sluggy.
That was as fast as you. That round was just as fast as you. It just was done in an instant, just a straight red room pop. They had one goal in mind is take red and go to A, and it worked perfectly. Only 1 casualty suffered in the hands of Exoskeletal, but that's a great momentous start after winning the first map of Inferno 13-4. Some may say a stomp based on the way that it looked, and now looking to continue that said streak as they find their first year on Ancient. But like you mentioned, Ancient is a very beloved map by teams like Fuffy's waifus. Some cases could be hated as well, but we will see if things can change here as they are currently down a map and down in the series to try to save things.
So something I had mentioned, I think, before we move to the analyst desk is this 5 Zeus stack round. I think that is exactly what we were seeing here. Cam is tucked in the corner with the Zeus. I think he's going to get it. He does!
Oh, yeah! Cam will get the Zeus. That stings, but Toasty, that's all he's going to be allow him to get. Toasty's going to continue more on this ecos, try to see if he can get more, but Chai being a little bit of a sneaky beaky fella, but it's going to make it a lot harder, especially when Jenny already took out majority of his teammates. A Zeus back at you. Will they get it in time? Who's going to be the Zeus? Oh, not charged yet, though. Still got 28% left to go. He's got to wait for this to happen, and they're just waiting for the smoke to dissipate, and now it's charged, and he's going to push forward for one. He wants to get it. Chai, though, going to go back and go get it. Holy, Chai with the Zeus as well. So 2 Zeuses land for the waifus. And that round, as hype as it may not seem, that was hype.
Not very often that you get to see even a single Zeus kill in a match, to the fact that we have as many players. Yeah.
3? No,
was it
2?
3?
It was
2
2.
Zeus kills.
It was 2.
Even still, just exciting stuff to see. Unfortunately, you don't get to hear much of it, but I know in-game those Zeuses are loud too, and so everyone gets to wake up a bit when you hear it.
And
it's
so
just
was the
an exciting
crowd
time.
Yeah, so was the crowd there. But now we get back into the real game here as we do see a buyback in favor of the waifus, but it's going to be a bit hard to try to break through this A site with all the util being pointed towards them. And Cam making a big move here, but making a lot of noise, and Gertz now hears that info and is going to go and punish the IG. Okay, never mind. Toasty will say, "You stage left," and we'll take him out immediately. And it's just like that, without any casualties. I jinxed it there as Chai will find one on the board onto Jenny, but surely they should be able to clear him out easily. And it will be the jumping Mac 10 to do so. A bit of a cash disbursement there from the SMG, and 3 rounds in a row so far for Sluggy.
Sluggy has yet to slow down. Those first 3 rounds were all just fast, go, hit him hard, and hit him where it hurts. And so far, they've made the right call every single time. And you notice there, they do well to get behind that A main flank. Obviously, Toasty sort of clotheslines Cam before we can see Gertz get the kill on him. Yeah. But yeah, they just seem to be all over the map right now, maybe getting into the Fuffy's waifus' heads a bit. And so hopefully they can start cleaning up the CT side a bit. They don't have the best of buys right now with the pistols. Only one player has armor, and that's going to be Fuffy. Gertz finds the first of the smoke. Lek finding Fuffy on the B site. But Sai and Exoskeletal have something to say about that.
Chai will find the AK here and try to make something for it, but considering all of his teammates are down and they already took over a bomb site in A, it's going to be a really rough go at this to try to keep this alive, let alone get a kill. And they know of his position. His running was heard by Toasty, but they're currently playing Ring Around the Rosie with each other. Noah going to check back for this position, and the aim punch kind of hurts Chai there in that position. DM for Sluggy continue the streak, and Jesus, I mean, if this is really the way that it's going to go, will the Fuffy waifus have anything really to say in this series?
Yes, looking forward to this ancient game to see what they want to bring to the table. Obviously, we finally get to see what a regular gun round is going to look like. We have full utility. We even have an op on Zim, and so I think this is where they're going to start to try and make their best case for how they're going to try and bring this half back. Obviously, 4 rounds going the way of DM for Sluggy. Not ideal, but this is a slightly more even map, and Exo does well to find the first onto Jenny, but Toasty does end up trading out for Fuffy. Chai finding Toasty, and now one player up on the... From the top rope, Gertz finding Chai in the pool position and then finally traded out by Exoskeletal. So going a bit back and forth right now as one of these remaining T players goes up into red, and Lect is going to be late into mid on this shelf position.
Could have been more dangerous there with all the missed shots coming the way, and Exo and Fuffy could have really made that mid take hurt more, but they suffer a couple casualties here. They do know of Lect now, as a couple shots went in the way of Cam. And Cam going to gather that info, let him know that one is towards here. But one thing to note,
look at this lurk from Noah.
Yeah, that's what I was going to point out as well. He's gone all the way to the A site, and he's still looking. I mean, the person who's not giving himself up is Exoskeletal, who's already pushed himself towards A main, and a lot of info there. You're going to see the CT aggression coming in from Zim to clear things out.
I don't think he's looking.
Oh, spotted the barrel, and it's an easy kill there. A click and a tap for Noah there to find the 2v2. And got to be worried about this donut position. It's Zim crawling through, slowly creeping up here in this position. Pop Flash going to go in. It's going to go too far, but doesn't matter. Lect with a clean white swing, able to land on the head top of Zim and Cam in the 1v2. The IGL's got to do it on his own. Noted up by Lect, but keeping it in pace. Noah gets the knife through, and finally we get some more knives in here. We got Zeus's. It's all fun and games, but right now DM for Sluggy are coming out the victors.
We've seen 4 Novas on T side. We've seen Zeus stacks on the CTs, and now we get a 9th kill. This game just keeps on delivering some fantastic content all around. Now, obviously, bit of a disappointing round for Fuffy's waifus there. Zim missing a critical op shot in that retake. I think if he hits that shot there, they actually have a really good chance of getting that bomb defused. But we see a very quick A-pop coming out here, and some really on aggression from Chai is going to get rewarded with 2 quick kills on the MP9.
Okay, Chai, let him know that you're still hitting here. 2 kills found, a 5v3 found for the waifus as they try to keep things at bay, but Jenny still hurting with the AK, finds a double on the A side take. It's going to make it a lot harder for these MP9s to get active, and they now start to rethink their options with those 2 kills, expecting that the rotation will come in really, really quick on this A site, but right now they're just going to send 2 back, keep Noah here posted to make sure the line is covered here towards Temple.
Yeah, just starting to reach that minute mark on the round timer in this 3v3 situation. A lot of utility already gone. I think there's nothing left on the side of the CTs now, and so the power lies in the hands of DM for Sluggy here. They have the better weapons, they have the better utility, they even have the health advantage. Chai's down to 5, and he's going to get caught out by Noah, so he's down to 0 now, and it's just a 2v3, and the remaining 2 players are stacked up in donut, and they might not check Toasty.
They don't know. They don't know. Looking towards the front and not looking the back. Toasty will get the final kill. Noah will get one of his own as he lurks out, tries to get that pinch ready and active. And even though Chai had a great start to the round, it just does not lead to a round win here.
Yeah, unfortunately, they're not able to capitalize off of that double kill with the MP9. Obviously, the buy that round isn't exactly ideal for them, and so I think that puts them at a big disadvantage even when they go down to that 5v3, because a lot of these players just simply don't have the firepower to try and take down these DM for Sluggy players, especially when they're coming out with Ops, AKs, and SG553s. So we got to be really, really patient and wait and see what sort of impact they can find with these worse guns, especially if they're not going to be able to save any of these rifles or AKs into the remaining CT rounds.
Yeah, one thing to note, though, Zim and Fuffy pretty much matching the score line right now on this matchup in terms of their kill count and their death count. Fuffy's getting into the 7 mark. James Bond-esque. He could get joined by Zim if Zim doesn't get a kill here, but it's a rough go at it. They break through that B site already. This gun round not being able to favor them as they just have a hard time dealing with this sluggy squad constantly slugging at the bits against this CT side. Zim finally gets on the board, but that's all he'll be able to get away with as DM for Sluggy make it look easy.
They sure do, and they're just going to continue to steamroll with this huge economy. Just look at the side of DM for Sluggy. You have 2 players who are just over 10 grand at the start of this round, obviously buying in a little bit, re-getting some of that utility. It is now just Toasty sitting at a beautiful 10,450, but they are going to be happy with that. You pretty much are seeing essentially no need to really save on the T side. No matter how many rounds Fuffies get at this point, they should be able to buy into most of these rounds fairly convincingly. And so I think this is where it starts to get scary if you're Fuffies waifus. Jenny's going to find Exoskeletal down there in mid as they start to try and aggress here a little bit, but Gertz does well to find Fuffy in that smoke, and Jenny not letting that flake get to him. But there is one more player that goes unchecked, and that's Zim, but Noah finding him. It is just unbelievable the coverage that DM for Sluggy have on this map right now.
Oh, you see the sneak, you see the sniffings coming in, but then there comes the net from the animal control, just getting the dog and putting him in the collar, and it's just, this is how rough it's been. Fuffies, waifus, as much as they try to find these openings, as they try to create these opportunities, it just gets closed, shut. Like God pretty much just stopped you at the door and said, no, you're not going to heaven anymore. And right now, DM for Sluggy giving Fuffies hell.
Absolutely stuck in some kind of horrible limbo. No matter what they do, they have just been getting shut down left and right. They are trying to match the aggression of DM for Sluggy by getting aggressive in A main and towards ramp. They're ready for it. They're holding it. They have a player there who's expecting it. But even when DM for Sluggy, they hit him fast and they hit him hard. They just are not ready for that aggression. They're not ready for those utility, set piece, nades. And I think, you know, obviously we're having a couple of maybe not super stellar performances out of some of the Fuffies waifu players, but I mean, at this point in the tournament, you really just have to show up.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, one thing to note though, we do have our grand finalists on the other side, Rain Above, who are probably going to be looking at this game from DM for Sluggy and thinking, damn, they came to play today. They're making this team look like complete amateurs, as they're pretty much stomping at the bits here on Green Mirage, and already a trade back and forth, this time a little bit more favorable for the CT side. 4v2 within the first 20 seconds of the round. Noah can get caught off, I say that, but able to flick on to Fuffy, and Fuffy continues to have a struggling time here on Ancient. Zim will be able to finish it off though with the nade, but it's Jenny 1v3 with 1 down and 2 to go to try to clutch this up. A clean kill there, and we'll see if he can be able to find an opening. He does have to go get the bomb, though, from elbow, and then that's when the whole Where's Waldo game starts to be played against this waifu squad.
Yeah, Jenny does have plenty of time on the clock. There is a complete minute left, and so he is just going to try and bide his time as best he can. Try and put some worry, some confusion into the minds of these 2 CT players. I don't totally love this setup right now. We have one player off in red and the other player at the B site. They are separated. If one gets caught out, it's essentially a free site for this T side player.
Ooh,
and so creeping up, spots Exoskeletal, shots traded, he backs up, throws out the nades, and he goes towards the jump up position. I think he's just going to beeline it towards B. There's only 30 seconds remaining.
Cam's here, though, providing some defense, and he's going to hear a lot of the running, I would imagine. Yep, now he knows of it. Yeah, the sound cue pushes through, and so he's going to throw a smoke just for good measure, but I would doubt that it's going to hold Cam back. I say that, but it does actually hold him back just for the time being. Going to sneak through the smoke, gets away with a big one there, but here comes the double. But Jenny with the 1 tap. Is it enough, though, as Cam swings into it, and finally, after 8 rounds in a row, Fuffies waifus finally get one on the board.
Yeah, I would almost like to say it's off the back of Fuffy finally finding some impact and getting his first kill on the board there. Obviously, I think we see a little bit of a misplay with Cam trying to go for that early aggression, not waiting for his teammate, almost gets caught out, and then his teammate does get caught out by that filthy 1 tap from Jetty. It becomes very scary in that situation, but he keeps his cool and gets the clutch, and now they have a round on the board. So they're going to be able to breathe out a little bit. They know that they can make these people bleed. The god that they've been facing so far, they can go down, and so let's see if they can turn this CT side into maybe a little bit less of a absolute massacre.
Yeah, that wasn't even really blood. That was more like a splinter, if anything. Just annoying to deal with, but you're going to be able to go back at it once you take it out with some flyers. And so going at this A site, once again, they want to attack, but it's a 2-for-1 here for the defense. Chai will be able to stick it true
to DM for Sluggy as they instead go the other way. They head themselves over to Cave. A lot of position taken, but there is the response coming in from Fuffy and Zim to try to take back this position. They get into B main, and now it's all a matter of who plays the timing, who plays the angles, and ooh, I think Fuffy spotted that. That's info noted, but Jenny going to sneak out there, but not able to win the kill. Gertz, though, on the trade back, but not going to be suspecting that there's another player here playing this. He will plant on the opposite side of the pillar, which allows for Gertz to then get control, but as Zim reaches closer and closer, he's going to find out there's a gun right behind him. That's Cam to get the kill. Noah on the 1v3. We've seen the op doing marvelous things, but I would imagine this is a too much of a tall task to ask. He will get the one, but the diffuser already being stuck. They will take him down with 2 guns facing him, and Fuffy's waifus get it back-to-back.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want to see coming off that first round win. You just want to make sure that momentum keeps moving you forward. I think that's going to gain them a lot of confidence here in this matchup, getting those rounds starting to tick up on their side. I think what we see here on DM for Sluggy's side, though, is they, again, try that A aggression, but they get shut down, and they just immediately slow it down. And I think they found a lot of success doing that. But now Fuffy's waifus are getting used to how they are going to react to those situations, and they start getting more aggressive at B. They start taking extra space, and so they're able to catch off those Cave players, and I think it puts them in that winning position.
Here we go. Already early aggression coming in from the CT side, looking to take the space that they want best, but Chai goes down early to Gertz. Gertz hasn't really been having a good game, but that's going to be a confidence boost for him as he gets the opener here to start off round number 11. It's only the penultimate round before we get into the second half, but a good start so far, and a lot of damage done to Cam as well. He's on 18, but damage back and forth, actually. DM for Sluggy not in the best state either. Toasty, though, going to get the kill on the low HP Cam. They knew of his position towards red, and so they're just going to take care of that position. That's going to be good old Jenny to hold down the spot while they go to take this B site. But 2 defenders here is going to make it a very tough breakthrough.
Yeah, let's not understate the health that is remaining on those 2 low T players. It can be very quickly turned into a 3v3 situation, and Fuffy is going to do his best to try and make it happen. Only gets the one on to Gertz as the rest of these T players start to move towards this B site, but Noah trading out Zim at B long. Just brutal on that AWP, and finally Exoskeletal will get taken down by Jenny from that red flank.
Yeah, you're not getting away, said Noah. He said he'll hit the up flick if needed, and he does so accordingly, sitting at 12-4, right beside him as well as 13-4 Toasty, leading the way. And I mean, everyone's been having a stellar game. We mentioned about Gertz not really being the best, but he doesn't need his best at the very moment. He can sit back, he can chillax, he can sip a cold one, and, you know, just enjoy the fact that his team is carrying him to the victory here. And I would imagine, especially with the way that the buy has gone on the CT side, the way the momentum is building over towards that T side, it's likely going to be that 10th. But Exo getting it started early with the M4A1S, trying to see if they can cause some havoc here, and it's some good havoc as they do find a 2-for-1 now, and it only leaves a 4v3 on this, but the attack looking to aim towards the B site. They do have the bomb here. They have a lurk from Toasty, once again double-opping this time, looking to see if he can grab an opening, but doesn't seem to find anything.
Yeah, a bit of an interesting choice, actually. Double up on the T side, not something you see very often. Often ops don't even make their way onto T side on most maps. This is one where you actually can find quite a bit of impact with it. But yeah, these players for Fuffy's waifus do well to find some early openings, actually taking down Noah. That is a big name to remove from that DM for Sluggy side. And so as these players start to slowly try and creep up this ramp position, they will get spotted out by Chai, but Lect is just going to remove his head, and he doesn't have an opportunity. These Cave players now moving out to sight. Zim at the pillar. His head gets taken off as well, but Fuffy is there, and he gets that trade. Now Jenny, very, very low. 2 HP remaining, and Toasty trying to join him there in Cave with the op. Both of the oppers remaining on this T side, and now their locations are known. They're going to try and pin Fuffy here. Oh, he misses. That's awkward. It's very awkward.
What is going on? Either way, though, the teams get away with a big one. They're playing the timing against Fuffy, and it makes it a lot rougher. But the spam comes in for Exo. Able to get him off the bomb just for the time being. It's only the low HP Toasty, but he does have the gun for the job. The op is a 1-shot, 1-kill. Could clean it up here, walking into each other. Toasty missed the bull action a little too long to take, and Exo with a 1v2, the 3K, and Fuffy's waifus will manage a third.
Yeah, just this is so sick. He hears that tick go down, and he wastes no time going for that wall bang and just absolutely nails it. I think that he denies that bomb plant there. That wins him the round. Yeah, that was just incredibly close, and very good job from Exoskeletal there to clean up and get that third round for Fuffy's waifus.
Something much necessary in a game that has been one-sided for the entirety of it. Fluffy's waifu is able to get away with a bit of a lifeline here. Now, if they can get the pistol here, there's a lot more to be said about whether this does take it to a third map, or if DM for Sluggy would just make it look easy to finish off this series. But right now, it's been everyone taking over for DM for Sluggy. No one really in the negative mark except for Gertz. But that's okay, because right now we're having some solid Counter-Strike coming in from DM for Sluggy. If you're tuning in, this is the second map of the series, and DM for Sluggy are 4 rounds away from sending themselves into the grand finals, a meeting with Rain Above, who just took out Sweatstack in the previous matchup. And already we do see the Fluffy's waifus finally breaking through that B side on this pistol with ease. No casualties as of yet. And looking to fight for more. Take down Lek towards that K position. Leaves it to Toasty in the 1v5 here. He's been doing great work leading the way for this DM for Sluggy side. But this one just might be too much to ask for here.
Yeah, they do really well to make sure that they get this bomb down, and they do their best to make sure they secure this pistol round, and it looks like they will do that. Toasty just chilling behind that CT box, waiting for any of these T players to come around, maybe try and take off ahead and get $50 for himself going into that next round, but he will get taken down by Chai. And, you know, I'm not a superstitious person, but we've talked about this half-time score before. At least I've seen it be talked about before. That 9-3 scoreline can be very deceptive. It seems like you have a really big lead, but Fluffy's waifus, they take this pistol, they get the second round conversion. Now you're at a 9-5. That's a much closer scoreline, and if you get a couple of gun rounds going into it, you're going to keep that momentum going, and you have the potential to come all the way back here. On a map like Ancient, while the scoreline might be a bit deceptive, this isn't a super heavily CT-sided map. It is preferred, but it is quite a bit more even, as the Ts generally do get to control the pace of how the map is played. As we can see, Cam getting that early aggressive kill on that player in Donut, and he's not going to slow down. He is just going to try and stomp his way up through this smoke, just slowing down a bit now, trying to get some information on one of these players. He was spotted out, and I think he's going to continue to try and take this space here as his team starts to throw out some utility towards B, smoke going out towards long, and some site Molotovs to push out any of those site players. But look at this peek from Lect. Is he going to get anything?
Noah will. Noah will find one with the Deagle from long range. The Nova actually gets active as well. The CT's breaking through. But here comes Exoskeletal to save the day. Noah now on 3 HP with this Deagle can only do so much other than hit headshots, but the nade will close it out. Jenny now making it aware of his position, and Chai watching for it. Will spam through the smoke, misses the shots though. Jenny able to get the kill. Exo though on full HP and got plenty of time. He could play with this however way he wants it. But Jenny will land the Nova! And the defuse, it's a 10-seconder though.
Does he have the time? It's going to be close.
It's so close, ladies and gentlemen.
Just barely.
DM for Sluggy will take it back. The Nova does all the work necessary. Jenny, I think, picked it up from Toasty, but it proves vital in this clutch. A 10-4 scoreline, and DM for Sluggy, a sigh of relief.
Yeah, DM for Sluggy doing their best to reduce, reuse, recycle, and picking up that Nova from a dead teammate and using it not only to garner himself a little bit of extra cash at the end of that round, but also just taking the head of Exoskeleton off with a fury of buckshot. So
look at Gertz. He's like, you know what? I want to do that. Let me pick up a Nova myself. So we got double Novas. Oh,
Negev.
Nah. Let's PC check, please, or just conscious check. I see Toasty picking up the Negev right now. We're going to see if it does work. I'm really curious as to seeing where he goes. Yeah, let's get this POV really quickly. We want to see what this Negev is going to try to do. I would imagine, a very big close. Oh, yeah. Look at that. Look at that. What is that? What is that? We got the Negev on Toasty. Let's see if he can do some magic. He's going to set himself up towards B-Main. Shout out the Observer as well for popping that up. Goat Amy as well setting that up. But here we go. The aggression's going to come in from the M4. Get started. Lect will take down Exoskeletal. A good start to the 5v4. It is a bit of an eco, but the Negev started to kick it off. But shooting at Ghost right now at the moment, not able to find anything. But the Nova will find a bit of impact here. Takes down Cam. Chai able to trade back in. They know the position. Oh, the
Zim.
reload! Get deleted. Get put down. Zim takes down the Negev and takes down Noah as well from the side. A bit of a clothesline there. And that said, there is this avenue open for B that they could just take it off the rip and get the bomb plant. Lecto now arriving at the scene will take down the bomb planter. And so Zim in the 1v2 on the AK. The weapon for the job, but it's all a matter of can he find these kills. A dink lands for Lect before going down, and Jenny, the IGL, having to save the day for DM for Sluggy, will arrive just in time, and the bomb taken out. It's rough here for Waifus, and let him know, smile it out. But look at that, the reload paying the price there for the Negev. But sometimes that's karma. But DM for Sluggy, the karma is in favor of them in the round count.
Yeah, Zim finally starting to wake up here in the second half, but it feels like too little too late. DM for Sluggy at their 11th round now, and Fuffy's Wifey's only at 4, and we see Toasty with another buy that just cannot be understated.
I mean, it
and
makes
XM
sense.
going into cave. This is actually a very popular pugging spot with this weapon, actually, just because it's so close quarters.
Gertz is tired of being negative, and he wants to kick it off early with his
aggressive
M4.
with the XM
Toasty
too.
getting on one with the XM, able to do enough damage to make Gertz finish it with a pistol of 4v2, and they're just letting the Waifus know they want grand finals, and they want it now. Match point for DM for Sluggy with 8 chances to secure their spot to take on Rain Above.
They are just absolutely running it down right now. They have put all caution to the wind. They are just going in there with their guns blazing, and they are finding all 5 of Fuffy's Waifus, and they are just shutting them down round after round. No matter what they do, Fuffy's Waifus just can't seem to break this defense, and it is becoming an issue. They now have to win every round. They have to win 8 in a row in order to bring this to overtime, and it just seems so unlikely with how this game has gone so far. And Toasty with another interesting buy.
Let's get it going. Kick it off, please, for shall we? Misses the timing, though. There is a nade kill from Lect. Chai, though, able to find Gertz. It's just back and forth from both sides of the map. Then the Gev will get activated. Won't be finding anybody, shooting at the walls. And Lect sneaking through. Exoskeleton makes him pay on the aggression. Great aggression there. They sneak through mid, though. They're getting themselves into Donut, and the coverage is coming from Noah, but Noah not having a sight line just yet. But once he has it, takes down Fuffy early. 3v3 here on the cards, and right now just walking themselves into the hidden Jenny, who's been doing marvelous work to clutch things out. 18-8, might continue forward and does so accordingly. Takes down Cam, takes down Chai, Exoskeletal in the 1v3, but for the Waifus, it might just be the end of the show. Exo trying to keep it alive for the time being, but Noah watching this line, knows of it, tries to get the one tap, and just a flash, just make sure to let him know that it's done so. And even the nade? Oh wait, no. I think he's doing the COD.
No, he's hiding in the smoke. He's waiting for the plant, actually, as his teammate watches the cross.
No, Toasty, though,
just
keeping it
run
alive.
out of the smoke and go for the knife. We've seen this exact
Lands
position
it,
once before.
But got to be very careful about this. You can't die, but not knowing of it, the knife! The knife will land for Noah, and just like that, everything has just been straight up misfortune for the Waifus. And DM for Sluggy will close it out 13-4, pretty much matching the exact same scoreline they did on Inferno. This was straight up a one-sided affair from start to finish.
Exciting to see not only the first but the second knife kill coming out there as well. Like you said, absolute domination coming in from the side of DM for Sluggy, but it does sound like we will be moving over for a quick player interview to the analyst desk, and we will get to hear what the players have to say after that one.
So let's send it over, shall we?
To the analyst desk, and we will get to hear what the players have to say after that.
Oh boy, that was almost a bit of a formality of a semifinal, at least if you are the DM for Sluggy players, and we have got ourselves one of our now grand finalists here for a bit of post-game interview after DM for Sluggy took that one 2-0 up against Fuffy's Wifus. Toasty joining us here. How you doing, my man?
Doing good.
So this is obviously a bit of an interesting one. You top your group coming out after a bit of a really close game against Sweatstack last night, and you come in here swinging, take it 2-0. I mean, feel good to just kind of have the consistency and just take that one quick?
Yeah, I mean, yesterday we kind of stumbled a little bit on our T sides. We just didn't have like a unified voice or idea. So today we were just like, all right, just listen to the calls, lock in. We know we're good. We know what to do. So just, stay on the same page and get it done.
Absolutely.
I'm kind of curious. What do you think was maybe happening with the other side, from Fluffy Waifus? Like, what kind of mistakes do you feel like they were maybe making? What was going through your head?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times we could just kind of catch them in positions that they might not have wanted to be in. And then at that point, it's like we have 2 people ready to fight someone that's caught out alone. It's pretty hard to win that.
Yeah, I mean, coming off into this one, things were taking a little bit light, right? You guys are having some fun. We're seeing plenty of Zeus kills, knife there to end the whole series coming out. And I mean, overall, this was maybe a bit of fun, but now you kind of got to look forward to that grand final playing Rain Above, and you're effectively looking to stop the three-peat there for Colin, Swayu, and Dupe. I mean, think you guys are looking to put up a good fight in that one?
I mean, I'm not really afraid of them. Right? At the end of the day, it's Colin.
That's enough said, right? Is that enough said for you?
I don't know what else to say.
But but obviously now, because we actually did breeze through this one pretty quickly, I think it's safe to say that we are going to have a little bit of a format change for this grand final, at least as far as I'm aware. Is it safe to confirm that? Okay, yeah. So instead of it being a best of 3, we're going to be switching up. It's going to become a best of 5 grand finals between you guys and Rain Above. Add a little bit of heat for that one, or what you looking for in that one?
I mean, I think that's going to be good. Like,
I think it's going to be good. I think so.
Their map pool, like, we're going to get to test it.
Mm-hmm.
There's a few maps we might not want to play them on. End of the day, we go all 5 maps. They don't have the stamina.
All right. It's all about stamina and endurance with that one.
All right, Toasty. Do you have any message you want to send to them before you play them?
You're going down.
All right, that's the motions there. Thank you, Toasty, for dropping an interview, and good luck in the grand finals. But we're going to throw things to a short break while we get that best of 5 grand final ready. Don't go anywhere.
We have reached the end of the line here at Lacey Cup 2 here in Lacey, Washington, courtesy of Contender Esports Arena to provide the venue for such an amazing event, brought to you by Generation Nostalgia and sponsored by Hellcase and Face It. It's been a grand one, but we have come to the last two teams to try to win out this tournament. Who will become the Lacey Cup 2 champions? Let's get it going. We start here on Dust 2, and early aggression coming into the A long space. 2 for 1 in favor of Rain Above as they get the advantage here. They're going to take their time, throw a smoke for the cross, but Lect does not allow for them to cross. Gandalf trying to keep them back for the time being, trying to find these USP headshots. Got Mordor to help him out, try to keep them at bay. Gertz trying to find the headshots as well, but Dupe sneaking through the smoke, able to get an opening. Swayu also able to contribute. Jenny on the 1v3 from the dualies, trying to find the shots from long range, but 2 guns is going to make it harder to shoot headshots, but will do so anyways. 1v3 on the cards, 1 down, 2 to go. That Kush is going to land. It's going to make it a lot tougher for Jenny to try to back into this round, and especially that nade not going to be used, but either way, the dually will land from long range and short. Doesn't matter what. Swayu only needs a bullet, and he'll land it. It'll be Rain Above to take the first round of this best-of-5 grand final.
What an amazing way to get this one started here. Teams are not wasting any time getting us right into the action. You can see even players bunny hopping out backwards from long doors to start that round. So very exciting stuff happening in the first round. Will go the way of Rain Above, just slightly better positioning and getting more of those kills. But a very impressive attempt there from Jenny with those dual Berettas to try and get those long-distance kills.
Yeah, and now we're going to see that there is going to be this rebuy, and Noah from the wallbang headshot. You love to see it. Both teams are ready to brawl it out here in this best-of-5, and Noah getting it to start off early. And to me personally, Noah has really been the MVP of this tournament throughout. He's been that guy that I can only say positive things about. Once he's on the op, there is no stopping him when he's on that CT side.
Yeah, and he's going to be really easy to talk about here. He has been the one who's been showing his consistent lights-out performances. Colin getting taken down there by Lect in this round here. Bit of a force buy from the CTs, actually. So obviously Noah getting that one pick with the scout. They're now down to a 5v3 situation. They're going to be happy with that one as these Ts start to stack up towards this A bomb site. And yeah, just really looking over to the RA side, there hasn't been any sort of standout performances. All of their players have been showing up when they've needed to. I think the 2 players we're keeping our eye on right now are probably going to be Colin, Sorcera, and maybe even Swayu, just because those are the returning core that did win the last Lacey Cup. And so all eyes are going to be on them as they continue to go through this round. 2 players actually dropping down into CT, finding Lect, and 1 other player spotted out towards long. So now we have a bit of an interesting B hit actually coming in from mid. There's already a CT player deep in tons. Does he go unchecked here? He has a potential to take down one of these low HP players, Swayu, but he doesn't check all the way. The half clear, it's going to be punishing to that health, and now he is just down to 21 HP. Swayu not far behind him at 44.
This is definitely doable for DM for Sluggy as they have the health advantage in this case. But, of course, B site, a monster of its own. Some may compare it to retakes on Inferno. It's really hard to break through once you're on the T side getting the bomb planted. But looking to find these long-range shots, Noah will land the headshot and will find the second. The clutch goes the way as DM for Sluggy get on the board early.
The first 4 kills Noah finds, of course, are going to translate into that first round 1 for DM for Sluggy, and that is going to be on that second round conversion. Not typically around you see those force buys doing too well on, but they're going to be super happy because they just made Rain Above go on the back foot now, and so they have a decision to make. It looks like they're going to try and force buy into this one, some upgraded pistols, some armor, maybe a little bit of light util, and actually the hero rifle coming out on Swayu. Bit of an interesting choice. We see this a lot more in professional play, but I guess they're feeling pretty confident right now. Swayu is currently the highest fragger on their team, going 5-1. Let's see if he can go toe-to-toe with Noah.
Going to be a big impact to make with that AK, especially with trying to be able to get some opening kills. We've seen a lot of openers from the AKs many times, but Gertz making it even much tougher for this attack to try to hit through, but runs out of bullets on the MP9, and Sorcera will punish. Colin was able to also to get the support trying to rotate over, so big pickup on the T side. They even got 1 plane towards that mid space, but it's just a scout to fight with, so they'll make clean work of it, leaving it to a 3v3 here with Bomb Planet as the 4th teammate, trying to make sure that they can close things out, get themselves around on the board, and hurt the economy of DM.
Yeah, I would also like to point out that I think this is a bit of an interesting map pick coming out
from the side of RA here. We've seen DM for Sluggy be very successful on Dust 2, and I don't know if we've seen much of RAs yet on Dust 2, but now down to this 3 teams, we do finally have some CTs creeping in, Swayu finding Toasty from the tunnels, and it looks like these remaining 2 players are just going to try and back out and save these rifles.
Yeah, big pick up there from RA. Like I said, like we were mentioning, the economy pretty much going down in the dumps for DM for Sluggy. It was going to be very vital for RA to get this round, because if they didn't, they were going to see themselves on a 3-round swing going the way of DM, especially with the way that they had to fully invest to it and lose to the eco. So this time they do get their win. They do get 2 rounds on the board, and you could see DM for Sluggy, even though they get away with those 2 weapons, the money is not in the best state.
Yeah, and now Noah does well to actually save one of those AKs, and bringing it into this gun round is going to be a huge benefit to them. I do believe we have a bit of a pause going on right now in the game, so we can talk a little bit about what we expect moving forward. I think the big thing is going to be trying to put that op into the hands of Noah for DM for Sluggy right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's been one of the most impactful players in this tournament with that op on the CT side in particular. Every single time we kind of say his name, it's always on an opening, as I'm just hearing a bunch of ticks. Keep in mind, I feel like when we were listening out there before this game started, there was a lot of chatter between the two. Obviously, both teams pretty fond of each other. They know who each other are. So trying to get into the mind games, it's not only a physical game in the server, it's also a mental game out of it.
Absolutely. Some really fantastic banter between the 2 teams. Obviously, a little bit of history, maybe some bit of a grudge match going on right now, Obviously, I think DM for Sluggy has something to prove going up against their #1 seed right now, and so far they haven't really disappointed. Obviously, it's pretty early on in RA's map pick, and we have quite a few more maps to go through. I want to say, actually, what surprised me the most, I think, is just the way that they've chosen the maps. If you were there, I don't know if we streamed this part or not, but when they were going through the map selection, there were some interesting choices. I think a lot of these were sort of counter picks, as much as, instead of like picking a map that you feel confident on, I think you're picking a map that you don't feel that your opponent can play as well.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of what happened here, and I think it's going to be interesting to see how these 2 teams play that way.
One thing to note as well, those 2 maps that will not show up in this BO5 will be Train and Overpass, which has been pretty much majority of people's early bans in this series, so we haven't really been seeing much. I feel like Overpass, though, on occasion we have, but from these 2 teams, we've only seen it the one for DM for Sluggy. They made that huge comeback against Jackpot, but this time they don't opt for it, neither do RA. Early aggression coming in towards that long position. They will try to take space, but Noah still sticking to his guns. It doesn't matter with the op. AK as well, he'll do it all, and right now doing pretty well, but running out of HP, running out of about time to work with, and Swayu will punish Toasty. Lecto able to get one back to try to make things a little bit easier. Sarah, though, on the lurk, is probably going to catch out Jenny here from the back.
Oh, this shuts down this retake.
Yeah, surely this should finish it off. This should make it a lot harder for...
Oh my God!
Big win! Jenny with a big one on the re-swing, able to expect it, gets another one as well, looking to find more impact with the MP9. A lot of damage done there, leaving it to Swayu in the 1v3. Okay, close but no cigar. Gert saves the day. DM for Sluggy, get away with a big one, but what a huge miss from Sarah. Thought he had an open one there, but Jenny closed the door there.
Jenny just getting away with absolute robbery here. I mean, it's unfortunate for Sarah, but the fact that Jenny not only turns around to get that kill, but then finds Jester here too, that is just unbelievable. Swayu does his best to try and prevent the remaining CTs from getting to that site, but it's just too much. It's just too much, and they can't get it. And so now we get back to a tied scoreline, and that's only been 4 rounds.
Yeah, it's only been 4 rounds. We got plenty more to go, not only in this map, but in this series. And that's just going to give you a sign of what's to come here, especially with RA being one of the top-ranked teams, not only in this tournament, obviously, top-ranked in this tournament, but also one of the best teams in the world, currently ranked at 228. So you do see a lot of that team cohesion and a lot of the firepower going to be hitting. But right now, DM for Sluggy matching that power, and they're wanting to continue to put this rain above side down as much as possible on the CT side, able to keep them at bay on mid just for the time being, and they're going to reroute themselves over to Cat, which they're going to run into Toasty.
Yeah, already taken some pretty heavy utility damage. Noah comes back in to clean up as best he can, finds both of the low players, does well to get them there. Jenny coming in for the backup, finding Swayu, shutting down that AK, but Jester finding finding one on the Deagle, Sway picking up one of his own, actually in a not unwinnable situation for him here.
Yeah, if he could find a couple easy and early headshots with that Deagle, there could be something happening. But Lek just closes the door on that one. So DM for Sluggy will take the lead here, 3-2 to start off this game. And man, it's been so far electric, even on the ecos, I will say. I feel like there's still a lot happening on the server.
Absolutely, you would be correct there, and I think that I'm really loving just the energy coming from both of these teams right now. Both sides are not afraid to take some risks here, try and go for some ballsy plays maybe, and they're just trying to do whatever they can in order to get that advantage on these teams. You know, when we look at a best of 5, you have to consider how mentally draining it is to maybe go 1 or 2 games, and then you lose that third map, right?
Yeah.
Say you go 2-1, and now it's like, okay, you're on the back foot mentally because you've had all that momentum and now you've been shut down, and that gives that other team an opportunity to come in. That being said, it's also much more difficult to be in a losing situation on these maps in a best of 5. As soon as you go 1-0 and then you go 2-0, it just becomes harder and harder mentally for you to recenter yourself in this game. And so I think that both these sides fighting hard right now, or they're just trying to get that extra edge on their opponent as best they can.
Yeah, and looking to do so, especially on a map like Dust 2, pretty much an even battlefield, I would say, for both, considering this is a very puggy map. DM for Sluggy known to be a very puggy map, and Rain Above, well, we've already sang their praises. Let's see if they can continue to find answers here, though. But a good flash, once again, from Noah, able to land onto Sway Yu, blinded and dead. But Sorcera was there for the trade, so 4v4, and a lot of time has been gone from the clock. But CT sticking to their guns, sticking their ground, making sure that they stand on business right now. Sorcera, though, gonna push the pace, look to see if he could finally find the bomb site for his team. But right now, having a rough time getting Noah out of position. But now Noah will peek on a flash. It won't be successful. Goes down to Jester. Clean headshot there. A 3v3 on the cards. A lot of low health on the side of Rain Above with great position, especially that cat control. There's definitely potential for Rain Above to take this.
Yeah, so with that remaining CT utility finally raining into the site, bringing these players down even lower than they already are. Sorcera and Jester down to well, and now just Jester down to 27 HP. Dupe on the op does find Gertz, but he's going to finally be taken down, and Jenny and Lect clean up house, and they will be taking that 4th round for themselves. What an incredible retake.
Yeah, simultaneous deaths from both, and it's just clean work from DM for Sluggy there to keep things going on the CT side. And I mean, right now we kind of mentioned Noah, who's really having a great game to start so far, but Lect as well, making sure to keep things on the low for the side of the long position in pit, and he keeps it very sneaky. He plays his angles right, and when he needs to peek, it's the perfect timing for it, and he makes impact happen. And I would say he has been a very big catalyst for the way that DM for Sluggy have been able to get this far alongside Gertz and Noah. They've been really making magic happen, and I feel like Jenny and Toasty have just been more of those closers. Right now, Gert's going to have to try for this small side defense, but not able to succeed. However, teammates able to clean house, and Noah even a wallbang headshot just for good measure. Jenny going to continue forward, and we'll get the 3K on that eco, so 5 will be found for Sluggy.
Yeah, well read from the side of DM for Sluggy there. They have the B stack ready for that pop, and unfortunately Gertz only gets the 1, but he does have his team there ready to back him up, and even Noah chiming in when he doesn't even have to. He just wants to make sure that he shuts them down, and obviously I think that's the first round we see him with that AWP. I believe that was the one stolen from Dupe on that last retake they won. So now starting off this round, good tag actually. Yeah, you're correct, coming in from Dupe there, but he does find Noah on the re-aggression. Maybe a bit of an overswing there.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's going to be a big pickup there for Dupe as they get an early advantage here in this round. It's only been like 15 seconds and they already find themselves in a 5v4. So Sarah, though, a little too wide. Jenny able to take out his teammate from behind. That was Colin actually behind him. Colin probably wondering, why do I die when he's behind his teammate? But either way, that's the way the world goes sometimes. Yeah, we've all been there. Sway Yu trying to clear this area, but he is the sole bomb carrier, which is the biggest of the issues. And Lect is going to reconvene with his teammate, try to make sure to keep things at bay. Gert's going to use the entire utility belt to keep a hold of Rain Above here, trying to retake the bomb. Util's going to go back their way, though. A lot of good Util burning out Gertz, so much so they spam him through the smoke. It's Sorcera to clean house, and Lect last alive. Once again, we sang his praises last round, and this time he's going to need to get a big one for this. It's a 1v3. He's holding the bomb. He's holding it hostage, but we are playing Search and Destroy in this one. Try to hit the shots. Misses it, but Lect with a 2K there makes him punish, and now it's up to Jester to try to save things. Going to smoke out the bomb. Stick around for the time being. Jester's going to have to take this head-to-head fight, and it's great for Jester to save things for Rain Above. They do take a third even after losing the bomb.
Yeah, Lect trying his best to elect to win that 1v3 there. Gets this insane spray down on the two players. Maybe a little bit of a miscall on that double peek. But yeah, he does well to do as much impact as he can. But unfortunately, Jester shutting him down last minute. That bomb going down is a big issue for Rain Above, though. I really hope they can start cleaning up some of this T-side play. And I think that's what mostly DM for Sluggy has been able to take advantage of, is some of these missed positions on these players. You see a lot of these picks coming out mid-round, and I think that really impacts these rotations as these players are deciding what site they're going to hit. But as this round starts here, we see a lot of that utility going down in that lower con, and actually the player is not taking that catfight. They're backing off. I wonder what the call is here.
They're going to go full 3 long here, and they're going to try to recombat for this long position. There is one player here, and he's hiding towards that dumpster position, so not peeking out just yet. He's going to hear the noise. He's going to give the calls over to his teammate, give him the idea of what is in store.
I don't think they anticipate this player out blue.
No, they don't, and I would imagine that Lex is going to get caught with his pants down if Cercera wants to go for the swing, but actually sticking around, just keeping it.
He might be suspicious.
Oh, yeah, he is. Both of them are, but Cercera comes out on top. Lect down for the count, but this hit's going towards mid, actually, and I think they spotted it. Noah finally able to deal with that lurk, but here comes the hit towards B. It's going to have to be Jenny and Gertz to hold it down for the time being. They're getting bombarded through Rain Above tees all over the place. Window, door, tunnel, you name it. They're going that way.
Yeah, RA is just all over the map right now. They find that pick long, and they just accelerate their players in the middle. That focus immediately shifts to the 2B defenders trying to keep that site from falling, and then you just have another T player coming in from the tunnels to help shut it down and get that pinch to work. And now it just comes down to Toasty and Noah. Noah did well to try and find one through the gap in the smoke in middle, but it's just not going to be enough as these CTs look to save their weapons into the next one.
Yeah, it's going to have to be hoping for the next one, and especially keeping that op on Noah is really vital considering the impact he's had. He hasn't really found that many openings, I will say, as far as the TT side to start, but you can only imagine that it's going to start to ramp up, especially in a BO5 series such as this, so we will see if that goes. But in the meantime, we do see Rain Above win this round in convincing fashion. I will say, especially with that lurk working well from Cercera, even though they put it down, that's enough to push their eyes away from where the attack is actually happening in mid, and that pays off just enough to break through that B side.
Absolutely, and I think Rain Above does a great job to try and make sure that that scoreline doesn't get away from them. Obviously, they've had some pretty strong performances, but we did see earlier today they were on the back foot, and they did have to fight for a comeback. They did eventually get the 2-0 in the series, but we do know that RA can bleed, and we've talked about how they are the favorites to win this one. They are the #1 seed. Across the board, they are the ones whose name is at the top, and so right now, DM for Sluggy, with this advantage, they're going to try and make sure that they can keep holding on to it, and Cercera will get traded out. He does find Jenny. Lect isn't there with the P250 to try and support. He does run away with the rifle. Yep. This could get weird for Colin because he's out here on his own.
Oh, the support flash came just in time, but it wasn't enough to keep Colin from getting a kill there, and now the last two players are Gertz and Noah pushing for this B main position, but it's all for naught considering they're already taking that A side. They have full freedom of it, full control, and surely the bomb plan will come down, and I would imagine all the importance is going to be in saving that op and maybe recovering their second gun considering they did lose it towards that long position. Maybe recover that, maybe get another one considering Cercera also died as well. Try to see if they can find some weapons to go into the next round, but this is pretty much Rain Above's 5th.
Yeah, I just want to see them get these weapons out. Gertz right now trying to find any rifle he can, maybe checking out these long doors where he knows some of these trades happened, but it doesn't look like he's going to elect to go in there. Actually, hearing these T players come back out, he might not get checked. He does, but he gets actually the head of Colin here, low HP, and finds Jester with the P2000. That should not happen, ever. Gertz finding 2 with a P2K, picking up the AK. They're actually going to feel pretty good about this as long as they can hold on to these rifles.
Emotional damage damage, I will say. If that was some solid stuff from Gertz on the P250. Now upgrades to the better AK on the opposite side of the CT side, which is going to be a win and a loss, I will say. Rain Above getting their 5th, now tying it up.
Yeah, but that's huge there because now Gertz, he can buy extra utility or even drop a rifle to one of his teammates because they did have the lost bow here. Yeah, that's just so clean there. I don't know how you find 2 with a P2000 ever, especially with no armor. But he does well there to find it. And yeah, now look at the economy. You do see that we have extra utility because of that saved rifle.
Ooh, aggression from Long already coming early, fast. And you can see number 6, that's Colin, able to get himself into blue bin early. And they're suspecting of this, especially with the amount of util disposed to make this attack happen. Sway you, even while Blind will take down Toasty. And they know of Lex, so now they're just going to filter him out. But they got to make sure to push that support trying to come from Long. That's Jenny and Noah. Push them away from the view of trying to take out this one player. And you would imagine there is Dupe even watching for the potential swing. But they're going to go clear out this one TN. In the meantime, Cercera going to contact through the smoke.
This is a dirty
Might be able
lurk.
to find a big one. And
Gertz!
Gertz with the swing back says, nuh-uh, you're not going to get away with that. Give him the little Dikembe Mutombo finger wag on that one. No, also able to take down Swayu. They're going to molly him out. They're tired of this op getting so much impact, getting whittled down from the molly, but still will find one after death. Post-mortem, Colin, though, finally able to filter out that one ramp player. Leaves it to a 2v2. 2 players on either side, both on low HP. The other ones are maxing. The op, though, still found on Rain Above. They're going to creep slowly and surely through this, and that's going to be Colin taking first contact as the low HP.
Oh,
so
just misses
going to have to make a move, but Gertz is already watching the smoke, so now it is Dupe, who already got a 1v3 on this map in the previous game. Can he get a 1v2?
Well, we can't put it past him, that's for sure. We know exactly what he has done with this op in his hands before. He will finally swing out. Contact is taken. Gertz spotted him. The information is there, but look at the time. He doesn't have it. As long as one of these players live, that's the round going the way of DM for Sluggy. Yeah. Now, what I'd like to point out there is you see that long aggression coming out from the Ts. I think they make a bit of a misplay by just waiting too long. You allow the CTs to get into position and hold those angles. Noah sets up with the op and finds 2. And now, obviously, Gertz and Jenny both showing us their spider senses. They just had some sort of sixth sense in the back of their mind to turn around and get those kills.
Oh my gosh, yeah, that was crazy. Seeing that they were able to clear out Gertz's kill was insane.
Yeah, he had no information. He didn't get shot at. He just had a feeling, and it was the right one.
I got a feeling. No kidding. All right, here we go. It seems that for this last round of the half, you do see a bit of a whittled buy coming in from Rain Above. You see that Tech 9 on Jester. You see very little util actually popping up. Even Cercera's on a Deagle as well. So it's going to be a lot rough to try to make a tie game happen for this first half. But
we know exactly how deadly these players can be with the worst kit. You already see that Deagle on Cercera. That you do have 3 AKs. So if you get a couple of these CTs, those 2 pistol players get to upgrade into rifles. I do like this aggression here from Lek to hold this close angle, but he has no support here. The rest of his team is far, far away. So if he gets picked, I think it's going to sell what this setup is.
A lot of contact here in mid. They're going aggressive with the util as well. It looks like it's going to be the pistols taking first contact, but Noah doesn't miss those. So 5v4 early on for DM for Sluggy. Lek didn't get out there. Pop flash was perfect from Dupe. Colin just had to re-clear and then re-clear again to get that kill there. So it's still even regardless. And you do see that most of the CTs are actually out of the A site. So there is potential to just go into A and plant the bomb. And with 30 seconds, that is going to be the plan of attack. They'll make it all the way through Cat, and they wonder where they're at. They're pretty much everywhere else but the A site. So got to be very vigilant about the outer regions, but it's a 4v4 for the retake.
Exactly, and that was exactly my point when I said Lect gets found out there. You see that player holding that long corner, and there's no re-peek. Okay, that means that there's no other players holding long. You already know that op is mid. The chances are he's not going to be able to. Oh my goodness, yeah, Dupe finding 2 on the long push here. But these players are still creeping up. They're still going for this. It is the final round in regulation, so they don't have a choice. Noah does well to find 1, gets shut down by Colin, and Dupe finds 3 in the round, taking out Jenny. And that is going to be one of the first, if only even halves, I think we've seen in this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. I think everything has either been one-sided or it's been close enough that there could be a comeback, but never an even half. But as you can see, based on the scoreboard, Sway, you leading the way, tied with Noah, pretty much at even apiece, and then but you see the majority of the team for the side of DM for Sluggy kicking it off real well. Rain Above still trying to have their players get warmed up. I mean, they did take a break. They were the first matchup of the day going against Sweat Stack, and they looked pretty sweaty in that first game. Sweat Stack actually making them sweat a bit. So that said, DM for Sluggy coming in warm. They have a lot of the warm-up ready to go. They know how they can feel. They're pretty fresh off this. So right now, you see the first contact coming in. Jenny able to take out Colin, but they're not suspecting of the second. Pop Flash is great, but the bullets are not. Sir Sarah could only find one, and it's back and forth coming in for both sides as they're just dueling it out here for this first pistol, and they're able to break it to the side. Swayu trying to keep things at bay, but the cap position also trying to bombard him, and Toasty Sway You, and it leaves it to Jester in the 1v3 with the duelie, but Noah on the jumping P250 lets him know we got the pistol.
Yeah, those Glocks at range, not always the most accurate, but DM for Sluggy absolutely finding heads there with them, and they get that first pistol round, and so hopefully we get to see them turning this second round conversion into their 8th round. We did see RA fail that second round conversion on this first half, and so now they have the ball in their court. They do elect to upgrade into some rifles. The only player with a MAC-10 is going to be Jenny, and let's see how they decide to play with that. They are sending one out towards the B halls looking for, it looks like a push, but we have 3 CT players already up mid, and it looks like they're suspecting this, but maybe not. They just keep accelerating towards long here. They throw out their set piece utilities. Yeah, I think at this point they kind of understand this read. They're going to have the call that no one's been pushing through B tunnels yet, and these players are just starting to get suspicious of A. They see that utility come out now.
At this point, what do we question at this point? Like, I think there's no like info, it's just feelings, and I think that's just the vibes right now for DM for Sluggy. They just have feelings that everything is going to go well. So far, doing well in this round. Toasty even able to toast up 2 with some good old butter with that one. Gertz and Noah also get on the board for that eco. Keep in mind, it was just an eco, so guns will come out for the CT side, but DM for Sluggy getting it started early in the second half.
Yeah, I do really prefer the call to go for some pistols there because you can see how they're able to buy into this round a little bit better. Obviously, no head armor except for on Dupe there, who's elected to go with the scout. But yeah, you'll notice that because all these players, they pretty much have AKs, you get to, disregard that helmet for now, maybe get an extra smoke or an extra flash, and you get to set yourself up nicely for some site defense. And we do start off with some fast, long aggression. Jenny coming out with that MAC-10, finding those helmets, those heads on the CTs, and that's going to be nice cast injection, $1,200 his way, and 2 dead bodies for the CT side as they continue to accelerate towards this A site here.
Now, keep in mind, they're on the losing end of these last 2 rounds, so as much as the cash injection is going to be nice, you still got to win the round, especially considering that you completely dried up your economy here to try to win this round. So now you just got to make sure to put it in at this point. Otherwise, DM for Sluggy will just take it back. It's already 2 kills in favor for Sluggy as they get themselves all the way in wrap unnoticed, except when Dupe spots with the scout. He is the scout of the squad. He's able to know one, and they actually catch out Gertz out in no man's land, and Gertz just having to try to back up, but Sway You will sweep him under the rug, and so it's up to these 2 Ts to try to save things here. It's Toasty and Lect in the 2v3.
Yeah, and it gets a bit awkward, I think, actually. DM for Sluggy wasting some utility on the Gandalf or elbow position as these players start to come out long. One is spotted, and Dupe with that scout still finding impact. He does get taken out by Toasty. Toasty finds 2. It is now down to just a 1v1. It's Jester. He does have a kit, but there is no smoke. There is nothing to help him get this bomb plant. Once he hears that tap, he's going to go for the peek. He's going. He's sticking it.
Wow.
And he gets it. That is completely unfortunate from the side of DM for Sluggy. Yeah, getting that final kill too, just putting the nail in the coffin, that's going to hurt a little bit, I think.
Yeah, no, I mean, there will be still enough money after DM for Sluggy did win the last 2 rounds with pretty much no casualties, so they'll have a lot of money to go into this. But a big round to pick up there to get started on the second half on the CT side. And, especially when it comes to the T side, we mentioned a lot of times when we were casting Dust 2, it could be a lot of this pace change, a lot of these crazy starts where it either gets started within the first 10 seconds or it gets started within the first minute. So, we do see a lot of that push and pull, but the CT side, when you get on this deficit, you need to get yourselves a lot more warmed up, get yourselves more accumulated to how you want your rotations to be set. Right now, it seems that they're really set on this 3-1-1 setup.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think I like that you mentioned that RA, they did have a break between their semifinal and the last one. And so coming into this game, they do have to warm up just a little bit. And I think they've done that very well through that first half, keeping that scoreline even. But obviously, DM for Sluggy, they're going to be the ones who are not only just a little bit more warm going into it, but they're also going to be warmed up on this map. They've actually already played Dust 2 several times throughout their time here at the Lacey Cup 2. And so they've shown us just exactly how well they can perform. And Dupe spots out those players and falls off quickly. He does not want to risk taking this engagement, especially when he doesn't have anyone else to help him on that A site. But calling it long does well to find Lect on that peak.
Yeah, now it's starting to get scary. The CT side starting to feel themselves little by little, finding these kills to no avail. Colin only sitting at 45, but that's okay. He's already getting himself on the board. So Sarah also to get one before getting traded out by Jenny. But Jester currently having this 1v1 battle between Toasty. Sway Yu, though, in for the task, but that's a big pickup there, and they understand that the B site might be compromised, so they're going to send themselves there. Toasty able to keep the door locked on the side of Rain above, and now Jenny in the 1v2 as he is taken down there. He's trying to find it, but it's a lot rougher with a lot of tag damage. However, low HP for the side of Rain above as well in this round. Jenny, 1v1. Definitely doable, especially with the AK at hand. Gonna play it safe, Jester, but now gonna swing out. Has the shadow advantage, 5 HP. It's only one bullet for either side to try to clutch it up, and it'll land towards Jester. Jester will clutch it up with the USP, needed to break out the silencer, and gets the tie game.
Just about time, RA. They are doing their best to make sure that they don't let that scoreline slip away, bringing it back up to an even scoreline here at 8-8 as they go into their next gun round, and that puts DM for Sluggy on the back foot. That last round could go the way of either side. Like you mentioned, it was just one bullet to decide it, and luckily it goes towards Jester. But yeah, Jenny maybe hitting himself a little bit because he had the read, he had the play, and he is already sick of it, telling Dupe exactly how he feels about that last one.
Jesus, eat your heart out, Dupe. You pretty much ate that scalp bullet to the dome, and Sway Yu puts it back in the side of DM for Sluggy as he finds one. Sarah also making sure to get one of his own. 4v3 to start it off. Like I said, it could start within 15 seconds, and already we have a 3v2, and kills just come in the way of both sides, but it's in favor of Rain above, so now they think better of it. They let the time pass. They make sure that they just turtle up here on the sides, play the defense as hard as possible. Noah will take the one lick of damage. Look away, you OCDers, if you have that issue with seeing an uneven number. But but that said, it looks like they're going to reroute themselves all the way over towards long and take that effect. And let's see if they could take out the sole defender of Colin here on A.
Yeah, it's not too often that you get to see a 3v2 where the two remaining T players both have scouts. This is definitely sort of a unique situation for them to be in. And so let's see if they can hit some heads. Colin with the good close position there at the blue container does find the head of Noah. Last player alive is Toasty, and he will just walk right into it.
Yeah, clean stuff there from Colin to make sure to not let them have an opportunity here. But let's
this
take
is
a look
such
at
a sick shot.
Yeah, Jenny just said, you know what, I'm taking my first chance, first opportunity.
And actually, what's funny is Jenny gets the kill, and then the other player with the scout gets the tag on Sway Yu as well. So a lot of damage going through that mid door early round. Just a little unfortunate that they're not able to capitalize off that.
Yeah, they really needed that one. It would have been a big boost as well, considering that Rain above are kind of they're twiddling through this kind of economy tightrope that they're currently dealing with, that they're going down to, and a lot of the casualties coming their way, whether it's been really just getting that advantage in the very beginning or even just having to fight it to the last breath. Everything has come with so many casualties for Rain above that the economy is going to start to hurt a lot more. It's not going to be easy for the CT side, and we already know the economy on the CT side is expensive enough. For early contact coming in from Jenny, but support provided by Sarah, able to take care of that. A duel on Cat leaves it to a 4v3 now, and they're going to aggress through this. They're going to push through this. Molly, and Gertz hits a banger onto Jester, and the only defender here is Colin playing towards that long position. That flash is going to make it known to be careful for that, so they decide against it. They'll go towards Cat, retake that position, and they'll get that position. But two players already arriving at the scene. That's going to be Sway Yu and Sarah to battle this duo.
Yeah, I really love this aggression. Actually, even going over the smoke here. And one player tries to creep through the smoke. It gets a bit awkward. I think that's a big misplay. Swayu somehow finds
Noah with
Lectin,
the
and then
kill.
Cicera finds Gertz. Now it's just down to Noah, but we've seen him do this before, but it's not meant to be. Cicera finds his head, and the defuse will come in for the side of RA.
Let me just say this. The AKs are hitting some nut shots this game. I mean, this is kind of what we expect from these two teams that have all the reputation, skill, and everything on the line. You're going to see a lot of these very close margins where you do not have a lot of room for error when it comes to these aim duels on any point of the map. You got to hit your shots, otherwise you're going down for the count.
No, and you can see there, I think that round you sort of see a little bit of a lateness
Tag
or a
again.
hesitation. Yeah, and another great tag here coming in from Noah, finding Swayu on the cross.
He wants more.
He does want more. He is not slowing down at all. But yeah, some missed double peaks, and Jenny does find Colin. Jester taking down Lect, and Jenny finding Jester as well with that Desert Eagle. Again, these pistols really showing up when they need to every single time. And so now we get up to this A-site cross. Two players spotted out. It gets a bit awkward catching him with a nade out. What are these T's going to do? They do seem to be trying to go for this A take, but
a lot of util
yeah,
being
tons
used.
of util being used from the CTs. I think they know.
They have an inkling about this, but pretty much wasting all the flashes that they have on their body. The only one that really has one is Swayu, but got to make it count. Either way,
It's Jenny!
continuing to find magic with the Deagle, and Cicera now on the back foot finds himself a lineup there. Gertz will trade back. It leaves it to Swayu on a 1v2, a doable one with one at low HP, but got to be very careful with Noah playing from the car position. This angle is very devious for a lot of T retakes, and you got to be very careful to be ready for this position. Noah looking at the other way, Swayu creeping up slowly but surely, and surely they have an idea that this player is towards elevator, but not just yet. Swayu still sticking to the gun, hoping to play the timing. Will creep up on a Noah, find that, and Gertz is low HP like I mentioned, but he's picked up the op, so one bullet will do the trick, and it will be Gertz finding that. Sluggy get one round closer to a tie game.
Absolutely great job there from DM for Sluggy off the back of a 3K from Jenny, getting those two players out long on the trade and then finding that one absolutely nasty headshot.
The room for error on that was really tight. He was at 19 HP on that, had a flick to it, and it was just precise enough to get that kill.
Absolutely. Jenny doing everything that they can to open the door to that A site. And yeah, they just have the read and the retake there. They're very careful. Their positions are correct. A little bit of an awkward crossfire situation. The CT does get the kill. But yeah, now we're down to a CT-sided eco. As you can see, the best gun on that side is going to be the Scout on Dupe. The rest of the team on upgraded pistols. And Jester actually electing to go with just a USP. Nothing on his side. No armor, no utility. And these T players just are stomping up to the A site. There's no resistance here at all.
Yeah, they had a feeling, especially with that aggression coming in from B apps. But as you can see, Lect is kind of finding his own demons over towards that T-spawn area as they bombard his position. And he's fighting all these pistols as much as he can. Gandalf trying to not let them pass, but this time Gandalf is not the hero in this story. Either way, though, it seems that the round will go for DM for Sluggy as they are far away. The most important thing that Rain Above want to do is save that AK and keep that alive for the CT side. So likely going to be seeing a tie game within a matter's time.
Absolutely. I think right now you just see them setting up for these exit kills, trying to leave with as many of these T-sided rifles as they can, try and get some economic damage down, because you know if these Ts start getting away with some rounds, it doesn't really matter if you win any back because they're just going to rebuy into it and take you down. But Toasty absolutely taking the head off of Jester there in long doors. Unfortunately does go down to the bomb, but like I had mentioned, winning that round there, they should be able to buy into this one no problem. Noah actually boasting $7,000 with that op still, and I think this is starting to shape up to be a very good T-half for DM for Sluggy if they can continue this momentum going.
I think I want to kind of mention the board right now because it's pretty kind of mixed, but it's such a good mix in that you have your heroes, you have your people falling short, and you know it's just this even game of Counter-Strike between these two teams just battling it out to try to get this first of 5 potential maps in this series. And already after this tie so far, Colin gets it started with the early kill here within the first 15 seconds, leaves it to a 5v4 to start it off, and Swayu getting pressured by these Ts, but they decide against it as they don't really have the position for it, and Swayu wants to aggress further. He wants to look for the answer necessary for Rain Above, and this is getting very tense ladies and gentlemen. It's really tight in terms of how this game has been just going back and forth, and it really could be anybody's game. It all is a matter of 1 or 2 kills.
Absolutely, you are correct. And even in some of the earlier series, we had watched a couple of those rounds. If you get an extra kill or two, maybe that goes the way of a different team. But in this case here, DM for Sluggy and RA both are just being super disciplined about every decision they're making after they lose a player.
Pop flash.
DM for Sluggy slowing down, and yeah, they catch that pop flash onto Cercera, but they don't peek off of it. And so now I think this bit gets a bit confusing for the side of DM for Sluggy. They are running down that clock. Only 40 seconds remaining. They are limiting their options here. They're going to start stacking up towards this cat and a site here as these CTs start to trickle in. They are getting the read. They hear the utility. Now the players are going to be heard running up cat. Cercera is going to take first contact here. Jester peeking up, finding the head of Noah, finding the head of Toasty.
My gosh.
Does well to find 2 there, and Cercera going on the boost up to take down Lek. Last player coming in from long is going to be Gertz, and he gets 2 here, actually. So now trying to find himself a chance, but there's only 15 seconds left on the clock, and that bomb is down on cat. I don't see a world in which he makes this happen.
Yeah, and Cercera making sure with the op kill there. So Rain above retain the lead here, and some great defense work right there
shots
from
here
Jester.
from Jester.
Yeah, Jester hasn't been really the guy that we've been kind of highlighting during this entire tournament, but I feel like from that last game we did see him do a performance on map number 2 against Sweatstack, and then this is when he was needed most. He decides to hold down the A side as much as possible, gets them their 11th, and now you kind of see this force buy coming in for DM for Sluggy. It does result into a P250 buy coming in from Lect. Gonna have to be shorthanded on that one, but rifles and an op the rest around. And Noah, we've been singing the praises of him the entire tournament. This time, still having a decent game, but not the game that we so hope from such a high-end star caliber opera like him. So we need to pick it up a little bit more to get them over the line. Otherwise, Rain Above will reign over their parade.
Yeah, Jenny doing their best to try and pick up that extra impact that we're not seeing from Noah right now. Again, he is playing still a very great game, currently at a 17-13 scoreline. But Jenny, again, finding that impact, that opening kill that we oftentimes see go the way of Noah. Goes the way of Jenny this time with that AK, rifling and getting headshots out of their mind.
Already on A site.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, we have a T player in sight already.
Wait, I think, and then he spotted one towards Gandalf. The barrel also showing. They do take out the cap player, and now the CT is running amok trying to see if they can regain this game. Noah finds one through the smoke. I think that was on top of the perch of the A site, but we'll call it through the smoke. And it will be Swayu in the 1v4 here. And I would imagine this is a done deal for Rain Above. There's not really much that Swayu is going to be able to do, as the DM for Sluggy side have complete control of this retake. So it looks so as they pull it back, and you hear the spamming coming in. You know that it's really starting to get tense between these two. Like we said, both these teams kind of know each other. They were chirping at it before this matchup, and you can imagine that, especially in this very tense situation where it's 11-11, we need full regulation to determine whether we go further or we have a winner. You can imagine every single piece of try to get into the heads of your opponents is going to come very vital when needed.
No, you're absolutely right there. And yeah, I think it's going to be a big sigh of relief for DM for Sluggy here. They did have that force buy round last round. Obviously, electing to go with the P250. He does get out of it with a rifle. It looks like he actually doesn't live at the end of that round to save it. I think he does get taken out by Swayu there. But now he will go back to an AK. And it looks like the economy is going to be slightly better here for DM for Sluggy, even if they lose this one. But obviously, they're going to try and be the first one to get to map point. And I would like to point out, again, we talked about how close this game has been so far, and up into the 11-11 mark. It really hasn't felt like either team is going to be the one to run away with it.
No, absolutely not. Right now, it's just been back and forth for both sides. And keep in mind, this is a marathon. This ain't a sprint. Yeah, you're trying to sprint to the finish line here, but you still got potentially 4 more races to go after this. So that said, you got to make sure to have all the gas in the tank. Otherwise, you're going to come out just short of the finish line here. Noah trying to get started on this T side. We'll get a tag onto Dupe. Was hoping for the kill, but won't be able to get it. And so instead throws a util trying to force back the cat play. But instead, the cat has already kind of arrived ahead of time. But Jenny ready to fight that fight when needed most. And so there you go, 5v4 already for DM for Sluggy within the early end of this round. but you could still see it doesn't feel like DM for Sluggy have position. You see them kind of backed up all the way towards top mid. You see the tunnel player just barely starting to make room, and you see Cercera all the way towards lower, has a lot of control here. Really all a matter of this engagement. Timing goes away from Cercera. Gert's not able to spot just yet, but you would imagine at a moment's time, he's going to see the back of a CT head, has info now. There is aggression coming in from the backside, but there you go. Gert's now going to make it known that he is lurking towards that mid space. And now going to back up completely, entirely, especially because Gertz has that mid space, going to throw all the utility necessary to hold them at bay, and they're going to send that bomb over to B.
Yeah, kind of an interesting play coming out here from DM for Sluggy. I think they just mid-round this one really, really well and get that read that the remaining CT players are on that A site. Obviously, that flank coming in from Gertz in the lower tunnels is huge there, and now they get to cut off this rotation and get the bomb all the way to B uncontested. And this is a 4v2 situation. This is not going to be a retake. I think we see from the side of RA here, they only have $300 and $100 remaining on their 2 alive players, and the dead players, Cercera, $0 in his bank, Colin, $550, Swayu, again, $100. And so they're going to try and get out with these rifles best they can, and so they're electing to go into overtime if they want to continue this map.
Yeah, DM for Sluggy, one opportunity to send it to Ancient with a 1-0 series lead, or we will have to take it to overtime if necessary, as you mentioned, partner. And right now, they are really hunting for these remaining rifles. Currently sitting at the blue bin, shoulder spotted, but not able to get the kill. Jester able to get one for the road. Toasty, though, trying to see if he can grab a bit of fortune on his side, try to see if he can find some of the spam, see if he can get a kill. Right now, the bullet's not landing as of yet. Still swinging in, but it looks like the rifles will be retained from Rain Above. And so, like I said, it's match point for DM for Sluggy with only one opportunity here to close it out in regulation. Otherwise, OT will be necessary.
Yeah, this has just been a grueling brawl of these two teams. It kind of feels like phone booth boxing, just toe-to-toe, fist-to-face all the time. There has been no side that has really started running away with any rounds. It's just been immediately swept back by the other team, and so definitely a very competitive match on our hands, and I'm excited to see if DM for Sluggy can close this one out here. I would love to see what they can do on Ancient, but let's keep in mind this is RA's map pick, and so the fact that they might be dropping this right now...
No, the mislook. He had the idea that he's got to peek back towards B, but it pays the price as Jester finds him from long range towards A ramp, and already an early deficit for DM for Sluggy to try to complete this match here, and it's going to be a lot better for Rain Above as they can just turtle down into that A site, that B site. They're leaving mid completely open, but I can kind of see the call. You know, you were able to take out one towards mid, letting them know that, hey, mid's not for free, so keeping it at bay for the time being. Gertz, though, throwing a smoke on the cross. You're going to see a couple spams coming in. I think you see Jester. Yeah, that's going to be Jester trying to spam through, see if he can cause damage, but Gertz just barely peeking in. However, Colin, though, able to open it up onto Lex, but trade back in. Noah able to keep things defensive for the time being. It's still an advantage for Rain Above here in this round. Really good looking to get to that overtime. Good flash from Jester, able to catch out Noah. Gonna be another pop flash to try to catch out the T, but Dupe is killing it here. Leaving it to Gertz on the 1v4, but no go. Jester takes him down, and we will require overtime for this first map.
You couldn't write it any better than this. The first map of the grand final going into overtime, and it has been hard fought. Yeah, Dupe here with these flashbangs. The first one coming from his teammate helps him get that initial pick, and then he just starts fighting to the death, throwing out those flashbangs, getting the repeak around the corner. Excellent job from him there to find 2, and I think that helps bring him into overtime here. And now look at the economy. This is what's so great about getting to OT is everyone gets a flat reset. There is no one who is at an economic advantage or disadvantage here, and so you will see the ops, you will see the full rifles, all of the utility, and now we get to see some very real, very intense Counter-Strike action.
Ooh, I just noticed something big. I think that was a missed smoke for door, and it actually goes a little bit further ahead.
Oh, yeah, sort of on the corner there in CT middle.
And so Cercera, though, either way, still has this aggression coming in, and it's kind of a two-prong approach on this defense. As the op holding the line, they're going to throw a molly to try to hold them here for the time being. A lot of players here towards this Tun's position. Cercera getting flashed out into the open. and Jester able to get one, get two from the cat, and now the op starts to activate, and just like that, 4 kills go the way of Rain Above to start off this overtime.
Yeah, RA starting out with a very heavy mid-aggression. It actually kind of looks like DM for Sluggy has the read on the B site there, only one defender, but it just gets caught off guard by that mid-push, that mid-aggression, and then they just immediately try and go in for the re-swing, but that cat setup is so punishing. Those players in lower tons don't stand a chance. Jester chimes in with 2, Dupe chimes in with 2, and now we're just down to Toasty, who has taken space up at long. The bomb is down, and so he does have a 1v5 up in front of him, and it is looking very, very unlikely here. But oh my goodness, if he can hit shots like that, it might be more likely. I might be starting to believe here. Toasty has had not the greatest game so far on Dust 2. We did see him a little bit earlier putting up some graded numbers, so we do know that he is capable of some amazing things, but it is, again, this is the first round of OT. It's looking unlikely. Yeah, he will get shut down by Swayu as all 4 CTs are just waiting for him to swing.
Someone in post put the Toasty sound from Mortal Kombat. I'll kind of do it, but Toasty! Oh, no, that was awful. That was awful. Cut that production. But yeah,
we'll hit that in post. Don't worry.
Yeah, you said it best though. 13-12. Rain Above get the first round here of OT number 1. Keep in mind it is 6 rounds. If we do tie it up at 3-3, we will need another one to go. Otherwise, if one finds 4 before both find 3, then we will see a winner of this map. And so already Rain Above feeling good after coming back into this game. They can feel confident to then just get themselves nice and straightforward. After all, we do talk about this team as pretty much a pro team in the NA scene, and they have what it takes to really show for it. Keep in mind, a couple of their players not available to arrive to LAN, so they have to field a couple players that are not on their official roster in these pro competitions that they usually go to, but either way, still doing great, tremendous work so far, and they're really meeting toe-to-toe for DM for Sluggy, who has been on a tear as of lately in this tournament and continue to do so.
Yeah, absolutely. The team play coming out from Rain Above has been absolutely stellar, even with a couple of pickups not on their regular roster, but the same can be said for DM for Sluggy. I do think that they've had a few more missteps here and there that have been taken advantage of, but obviously, you know, they've had some really great action of their own, finding some unbelievable kills on those turnarounds that we had earlier from Jenny and Gertz. I'm still thinking about those, and as we move further into this round with only 40 seconds remaining, there is not a single dead player on either team.
Yeah, it's a slow draw from both sides here. They do not want to push any further from what is necessary here, but you're going to see a bit of that attack come in, and they actually send it back into the CT side, so Sarah going to have to be tasked to dealing with the CT player and able to do so.
Rotate. All these CT players coming in right now towards this B site. Colin doing his best to hold strong. Swayu and Dupe now chiming in as well, taking down the remaining T players, only Jester being lost that round. And I would like to point out, RA, they have yet to drop a map in this tournament, and they have shown us in OT exactly how powerful they can be.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's heavily necessary, especially at this point when you have those OT reps that you are ready for the task. You're here and ready to go. And, you know, a lot of teams in overtime, they don't really meet those expectations of being able to handle themselves in terms of being able to get these wins cleanly and done efficiently. We did see that 16-12 OT at one point, and so looking to continue further, looking to make another one happen on their board here. They do get the early kill, but Toasty able to trade back efficiently. It's a 1v, or it was one for one here, 4v4 now on the cards. A lot of response Yuto coming in, but a double triple.
Sarah.
Okay, don't even need to see them. Instead, you'll just shoot through these smokes, and they get away with a big one. Now Noah in the 1v3 here to try to salvage a round here in this first half of overtime number 1 for DM for Sluggy, and it's going to be a rough one on this AK, but we've seen him do it with it all. Pretty much who I would consider the MVP of the tournament so far, but right now there's a lot of hands on the side of Rain Above that are really punching.
Absolutely. I think that Noah here, we can't count him out of this one yet in this final round of the first half of the first overtime of the first map of our grand final.
Jesus, that was a mouthful.
But he does just try and slow it down, waiting for any of these CT players just to come out and take a peek. It seems like they are just super confident in his position. He has no way of getting out. Does have the bomb in tow, so it's not like he has to go trying to find this bomb. He just has to try and get up to sight.
keeping that smoke open with both nades, and they're trying to make sure that no one has crossed yet. But
Oh,
Noah,
look at this creep.
Yes, Noah sneaking
The timing.
through. Good headshot there. Now leaves it to the 1v1, and he knows that one is defending here on this A site as the smoke was dropped by Dupe, and he's just going to go for the stick, or actually the fake, and going to creep through the smoke. Yeah, Dupe is going to go really ballsy with this, but the read there,
He
able to
sees
get a
it.
couple
He sees
tags, and finally gets the kill, but no time left. He's got to go for the plant, and Sway Yu jumping out of the way, and they're going to have to go for the plant. No time! Sway Yu wins the round on time alone, and Rain Above have a flawless CT/OT half.
You just almost wanted to be given to Noah there. He does so well to get those first 2 kills. I mean,
That
reading
last
that
bullet.
player's in the smoke. And yeah, obviously that 2 sprayed out from Cercera. They're absolutely filthy. Getting that kill with that last bullet of the spray, you just got to feel great about that. But DM for Sluggy now at a major disadvantage, losing all 3 of those first half rounds on their T side. And so now moving over to CT, maybe a side they're a little bit more comfortable on. I don't think they have as many chances as they would have wanted going into this to try and bring it back.
No, especially if you're pretty much got 3 chances for Rain Above to just finish this out, and already Dupe able to start it off with the op. Noah does have an op of his own, and we've seen magic happen there, but I think this might be too difficult to go through as well. And right now, it looks like Rain Above have this energy, this vibe that just feels so overpowering in this overtime. It's like they hit another gear, and now they're going way faster than DM for Sluggy. They pretty much have started to just pace away in this drag race, and if they continue forward, Lecto trying to put a little bit more of that push for DM for Sluggy, trying to keep them still alive, but Dupe with a double now.
Injecting on the swing.
Yep, and misses out there. Sway Yu able to do it, leaves a bullet on the head just for good measure, and Noah and Toasty having to clutch things up. 4v2. Dupe, though, gonna get himself a third, an easy third. We'll pick up the AK, and Noah on low HP. They know of it. They're gonna swing it, spam it, do whatever they can, and we'll put him down. Rain Above, once again, another 16-12 scoreline here. It comes in map number 1 of this grand final.
Yeah, absolutely. Rain Above, they hit overtime and they go into overdrive. They just have absolutely no breaks going into that T half. Getting all 3 rounds in a sweep is absolutely fantastic, and they just clean up on that first CT round. You can't ask for a better overtime. Obviously, I think they would have liked to try and finish that one there in regulation, but it has to be said that DM for Sluggy, they did put up an amazing fight. They did not slow down once until they got to that overtime bracket, and it does become more difficult because, again, you don't have sort of that economic advantage you can garner. You don't really have the opportunity to get as many of those conversions, and so I think what we need to see moving forward is just a little bit better team play, a little bit less of those overextensions on those players, and maybe a little bit more team play. You kind of see how the Rain Above side, they're doing a lot of really fantastic team flashes, and they're doing a lot of great double peaks. I just want to see a little bit more of that for DM for Sluggy.
Yeah, we can't expect any more in terms of this Dust 2. We can't even expect more from this first map of this grand final, which has been solid to start so far. And
Absolutely.
There's still potentially plenty more. Keep in mind, this is a best of 5, so one needs 3 to become the champions of Lacey Cup 2. But we're going to go to map number 2 soon enough. But before we get there, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to be back with Lazy 2, map number 2.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, looks like we have got ourselves a series already on our hands here. I mean, map 1 of a best of 5, and it goes to overtime on Dust 2. And we still have 4 more maps to go here. Goodness gracious.
4 more possible
possible.
maps.
This
Yeah,
is true.
possible.
This is true. I have a feeling, given what we saw in map 1, it's likely.
Yeah,
we might
but
go.
it was
the
also
distance.
it was the expected result. It was the favorite, so it makes sense. It got a little scrappy. So now this is the point where either they lock in, or we see that we're going the distance. And I mean, we'll just have to see on map 2 as we keep going.
Yeah, I mean, map number 2 is going to be quite the interesting one there. I mean, overall, there's a lot to kind of like when it comes to those maps overall that we do have in this pool.
Yeah, let's
and
see. Do we have the
do we
full
have the
veto
vetoes? Do we have
down
the full
here?
veto? It doesn't look like. Oh, here we
hey,
go.
we got the full veto.
So second up, we have Ancient, the pick of DM for Sluggy, and overall, very down to the basics
I
map,
mean,
kind of like Dust 2.
I'll tell you what it's like to play against them on Ancient.
Oh yeah,
Pain and suffering. Okay, we didn't have a great time playing against them.
No, you didn't. You did not have a good time
They-
playing against.
They knew what they were doing. They were aggressing, but I'll tell you what it's like to play against Rain Above on Ancient.
Oh, yeah.
Pain and suffering.
Pain and suffering.
It was, oh gosh, was it? It was Colin or Sway who just peeked bottom elbow. I got insta headshot, and I go, oh, I have 2 teammates. They'll trade. 3
Isn't
people
that-
dead.
3 people.
All of us just dead instantly. So like, there's a certain point where if you make any mistake, if you give them an inch, both these teams can take a mile.
Absolutely.
And I mean, Ancient, I said it before, it's Green Mirage of a new generation.
I think a
And
lot
so
of people agree
all
with
these
that,
guys
yeah.
know the map. So
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, these are all players that are familiar with it. We're talking about Lect and Jenny and all these players and Colin and These are players that are deeply going to be familiar with the map. And if you said playing as both of them was pain and suffering,
oh yeah,
pain and suffering plus pain and suffering means misery and agony for both teams as they are going to have
fun
to try
for
and beat each other.
us.
Yeah,
I
fun
get
for
to
the
watch
viewer.
this time.
Yeah, we get to watch it and see it all go down. I mean, that's a treat in of itself. And I mean, I think it's going to be really exciting as we get down to map 2. I mean, Swayu, Colin, they had really big performances map number 1, Jester as well. And I think as we get ready for an Ancient, this is spicy.
Yeah, it'll be a fun one. Hopefully, both teams come out swinging, come out shooting, and we have some more action, just like on Dust 2. But it looks like we saw the players walking back in. Maybe
listen, might be
quick
getting ready.
bathroom break, wash
Oh,
the
yeah.
hands, get ready for game 2, and then we'll see you guys there.
I'll see you guys there. We'll take a short break though. Be right back.
Wow.
Counter-Strike! It's a best of 5, and we're getting ready for a map number 2. A little bit of a switch up here. We're going to be kind of jumping back and forth in between the maps here. I'm Curtis Sandals, joined here by Expo. It is map 2.
Hello.
Rain above. Overtime in map 1, 16-12 on Dust. They continue to do it. Those Dust 2s, they are down but never out on those ones, and now they find themselves here on Ancient, where they're getting ready for a rip-roaring fun time. It's Toasty and Jester.
Oh, the body
back
block.
and forth, but, ooh, body block means Jenny and Toasty both go down, but Noah on the double. It's a 3v2 as we get towards the A site.
Yeah. Jester and Colin playing together into CT in this retake. Colin with the dualies.
Oh, Colin does get one.
Them dogs are barking.
Them dogs are barking indeed. Lect, Noah still trying to survive as best they can, but Noah under the pressure. Colin gets it with the dual Berettas, but there is no kit. That's something to consider. And Lect has moved to the big box. Still being considered towards the A main. Lect has been spotted. There's the kill. And with 20 seconds left, there's still plenty of time after Colin mops up the third and final. Those dual Berettas do come out, and they succeed in their job. It's going to be a pistol run going the way of Rain Above.
Dually enjoyers eating well.
Dually enjoyers are always eating well in pistols lately. It is such a happy thing to see that the dual Berettas have become the kings of the pistol round.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, is that what I think it is, Expo?
Yeah.
I think we got some Force by Wars coming our way.
You know,
and you know what? I am excited for it.
To be honest, I feel like we haven't seen a whole lot of Force buys, just overall in this event. So I'm happy to see more.
I mean, we saw how it went in that map number 1 of the Rain Above series, just up against Sweatstack. That was a close game, especially to kind of kick things off on that train. You know, we just had things super back and forth. It was never a dull moment in the early round. Colin does take some early damage from the side of Gertz, but overall, things will just kind of stay a little bit cooled off. No real damage coming through just yet. We're going to keep all 5 alive here for the moment.
Yeah, right now, Sluggy just respecting the util a little bit. It seems like they want to go for a B split, but with the smokes up, they can't really do a whole lot.
Yeah, smokes up will make things just a little bit more challenging, but
the
double
boost
stack
setup
there, yeah. Double stack, one playing on top of the box, one playing below it. It's just a near impossible fight to win. And with that, it's going to give Rain Above their first kill of the round to go in the way of Colin. 5 versus 4. DM for Sluggy, though, they're starting to get a little bit curious towards that A-bomb site. Noah is looking alone, but it's a 1-for-1. Jenny and Sir Sarah.
They have a small window here to just get into site for free. Temple's going to be contested by Cersera, but let's see. Oh, take the plant.
I'm looking down, but DM for Sluggy, they know they don't have the Temple control. Collins rotated in, M4A1 in hand. Got a triple in the first round. So Sarah's getting a double, though. It's all left to Lect. Mac 10, 1 versus 4. It's going to be a tall task of a round to win. Collins just sticking that defuse, and yeah, it's just going to be a round done and dusted. Rain Above, a 2-0 to start.
Yeah,
and even Lect does at least get 1 on the fadeaway before the round switch, but unfortunately can't upgrade that into a meaningful rifle upgrade. It's just going to be stuck on the Mac 10, and I think for DM for Sluggy, this is going to be a save.
Yeah. It was just a really claustrophobic post plant. They couldn't really fight Temple. They didn't have anybody main. It's just like you're on site and you have Donut. That's it. Good luck.
Yeah, and I think that is ultimately kind of the crux of just a perfect play from Cersera, right?
Yeah.
He knows he's lost the A-bomb site. There's no point in trying to charge through CT and fight for it. Oh my goodness, you're right. Sway was not ready. Cersera rotating in, but ultimately again just backs off to Donut. Don't give up too much here, especially when you're a man down. Bomb plant yet to be committed, especially with the Molotovs burning. We do see Jenny crossing over to the site. Cersera trying to deny, but it's a fake tap. Cersera nearly goes down, but it's a 5 versus 4 for DM. For Sluggy,
no
the
way.
bomb is denied. Jenny goes down. A minute and 16 on the clock. Will there be a second attempt? Oh, Cersera.
Okay.
Goes down. That's an opportunity to leave this A-bomb site and head to B.
Wait, no way. Are they actually doing this rotate? This is wild. Toasty gets 1 at Temple. They seem like they're contemplating. Dupe's running over. I think Dupe's going to be ahead of them.
Yeah, Dupe's going to be ahead of them, but he could have been in such a much better position if he had been able to rotate just a bit faster. Oh, Dupe.
You can't go down like this.
Dupe picks up 2. This is a pistol play, so they are missing some head armor. They're missing some crucial pieces. It's Noah in a 1-on-2. He doesn't have the bomb either. Has to recover it. And before he does, it's going to be Dupe.
Yeah.
Quick shot on the M4A1. Great rotation.
Definitely a... I mean, it's hard to say it's a complete misplay for Sluggy. I mean, there was that window of opportunity where they definitely could have made the B play work, but yeah, I mean, the rotate was really fast and proactive from the side of Rain Above. Definitely a kind of tough round to be so close, even if it was just on, you know, poor eco. Smoke miss.
Yeah.
Don't know how they managed that.
Yeah, I don't know how they did that. That's
all the way up in the rafters.
That's quite an interesting looking smoke right there, but it is just going to be mostly just kind of avoided here by DM for Sluggy, and they're just going to work that mid control here. They have forced Sorcera away for now. Lacta's going to go on a bit of a mission towards the B bomb site, try to find whatever he can. But as this kind of, you know, gets through the early round, we start moving to the mid round. It's going to be Toasty. The creep up to mid house, it pays off. Gets an early kill to Dupe, but a re-smoke. Rain Above can actually hold on to that control. Sorcera tries to spam through smoke, but Noah gets a 1-kill advantage, but it's quickly traded back. DM for Sluggy. They're finding the fights they need to, and now they've got themselves a foothold towards B, making a 1 versus 4 for Swayu. Looking to make a miracle happen.
Yeah, this round seems to be a certainty for Sluggy. It would take a pretty exceptional round out of Swayu to get this 1v4.
Flashbang from Jenny. Swayu scopes up.
Yeah, if Swayu's not careful, even just saving this op might be a challenge.
I think for DM for Sluggy, you know, while they did have Jenny going to kind of hunt a little bit for that fight, I think ultimately was kind of called away from the hunt as the bomb's ticking out, especially given the fact that the money is not looking great here for the side of DM for Sluggy. They're all sitting at kind of less than $2,000. Some are, it's a bit of a tough time, and so for and above, main goal is to save the AWP. Loss bonus will help a little more, but overall, this is going to be a tough one, especially given the fact that the most they can realistically have are going to be MP9s.
Yeah, I mean, something I've liked about Sluggy's T side so far is I feel like they've already done a lot of prodding around the entire map, so they really know how Rain Above are kind of playing out their A hold, their B hold, mid. They already have a good idea for all that, and they're only 5 rounds into the half, so hopefully they can start to exploit that a little more now. But the util's great.
Oh my goodness. Colin on the run out gets the opener. Playing a bit of disrespect there towards B and main, but I'm interested to see how Swayu does. Only 1 kill so far in the first few rounds. Not that big of a deal, but it's going to be about this one here. Does at least get 1 before going down. That buys time for Dupe on the rotation. AWP in hand. It's almost even numbers here. Rain Above. 1 more player to the good compared to DM for Sluggy, and Toasty baits out the shot, takes down 2. Sorcera. Missed opportunity there, and that will be DM for Sluggy. Taking a 1-player advantage here. Colin and Jester. They've got an MP9 and Deagle to try and pull this off and make it just the Deagle. Jester. It's left all alone.
Chance for a kill on left here. Ooh, but a miss.
A bit of a miss on the Deagle and DM for Sluggy. I mean, despite going down by a player, I think Toasty was the main man who really powered them through it. And you know what? He was the one in the post-game interview in that semifinal that we talked to him. He's just like, at the end of the day, it's just Colin. And so will Toasty be just balling his way throughout this one and trying to get himself to those 3 maps that he needs to win this series for DM for Sluggy? And to, again, we're talking about a Rain Above that's looking for the 3-peat. Colin, Dupe, Swayu. These players have won twice. They're looking for a 3rd. Jester's looking for his 2nd. And then on the other side, Jenny was playing with this Rain Above roster in the 2nd Lacey Cup and got a win there as well. So, you know, we've got multiple players looking to take another win here in Lacey, Washington. As we do kind of make things get a little bit interesting. Got to think about the context here.
Okay. I think they're trying to fish for another pick for Zay to start, and they're going to get it.
Yeah, that is a good opener to kick things off. Colin, he wants to push forward, but he knows he shouldn't. He might just do it anyways. He's teasing the idea. He's kind of doing a little shoulder peeking. Oh, the timing. That's a little awkward. Colin will meet his maker eventually. That's going to be Elect. Taking him down, sending him off to the afterlife for a moment. And Jenny with the headshot to Jester. I don't imagine there's going to be too much trouble, although as I'm saying it, it's Sorcera at least with one. And Sorcera is feeling the confidence here on the Desert Eagle. Wants to pop a few heads.
Yeah, Dupe even low now. It's going to be challenging, but they could certainly try to deprive some more guns from Sluggy, but luckily they've been able to build up that eco a little bit, so I don't think they're too worried about anything.
Noah's going to get a bomb plant down.
Are going to be able to recover the dropped rifle, I believe. But Sluggy, I wonder if they're going to be hunting for this. Not really anything to take away from them, but...
Oh, Dupe. He's walking into it there, and there it is.
Always feels good for the
Jenny does
confidence
take
just
one.
to get those extra stat pads in.
Yeah, if I catch someone looking the wrong way, gives you a little something to say in terms of the banter, in terms of the trash talking as well. So you gotta respect that effort at least. And Jenny, there you go, triple kill in the round. GM for Slugging, they do tie it up at 3 apiece, but now Rain Above, they'll have their chance to get to play here. It is going to be a full buy around, although Sorcera has the full buy. Dupe doesn't have enough money for an AWP. 3750. Gonna have to drop to a rifle unless someone like Jester can drop over a weapon here. And it does look like we have a bit of a brief technical pause as we do just kind of keep things going.
As a side note, I think the observer might not have got it, but I think they threw that dropped AK out of the map.
Yeah, I mean, it's a smart way to just kind of play keep away, especially with some of those rifles. And, you know, it works really well to just keep the economy in check, especially in Counter-Strike. It's an economical game. You need to make sure that you're winning rounds, not only in the round count, in the money as well, and that is going to help.
Yeah, it's always about all those little small details. They add up and make the game a lot more interesting, I think.
Yeah, it is often the little things that count, like dropping those AKs out of the map, like just, you know, making sure you're hunting down some of those rifles and stuff like that. And so for Rain Above, the fact that they did lose on that kind of eco force buy that they did have with the AWP, the fact that, you know, they got to the 4 versus 3, then it was the recovery, just kind of makes things a bit difficult in the early game.
Who was it that they played earlier on Ancient? I can't remember. They played it earlier, right?
Rain Above?
Yeah.
Oh gosh, I'm not.
Was that against Fluffy's Waifus?
I want to say, I believe so. Yeah, I believe it was Ancient.
For some reason in my head, I feel like
he was
that
saying
happened.
in the analyst desk, he played against them, and he said it was, quote, pain and suffering. So, pain and suffering plus pain and suffering does equal absolute misery. You got to remember that one, ladies and gentlemen.
Not a fun equation.
Not a fun equation. Just remember, do your math. Stay in school, kids.
We're casters, so we dropped out.
Yeah, we're casters. We're total flunkies and dropouts. No. Oh, goodness. But overall, map 2 starting off good. I mean, we're 6 rounds in, and it's tied 3 apiece, and one of these teams is going to have to walk away with their heads hung low. And, I mean, overall, I think Rain Above, they've shown good stuff in terms of like some of the tactics and some of the team play, but I feel like DM for Sluggy has been able to show off a little bit more in terms of the individual talent that they do have here on their roster.
Yeah, I mean, I think, at least for myself, I've definitely felt very impressed with the level of these other teams. You know, DM for Sluggy, even Fluffy's Waifus, you know. I think they've gone a bit above and beyond, honestly. Like, other than... I mean, I know some of these players have played together for a long time, but they're not really on a team in the same way that Rain Above are on a team.
Yeah. Whereas Rain Above, they're playing with 3 of their own core players. You know, I mean, sure, Jester, they played with him previously under the B-Hop win in the Seattle Open and everything like that. But like you said, so there's familiarity in the roster, and you know, I think in terms of just overall the event, I feel like a team that I was most surprised by throughout had to have been Sweatstack. I think Sweatstack, they really kind of went toe-to-toe with the tougher teams in this event. I mean, they went toe-to-toe with DM First Sluggy. They went toe-to-toe with Rain Above. And so, like, there's a world where this could have been a DM First Sluggy versus Rain Above, or not Rain Above, Sweatstack, you know, grand final. I think there was a real world where that was a possibility.
And I find it really interesting that in these series, it's come down to, like, not even necessarily mechanics or anything. Like, they've been so close overtime where it's like it's just a mental game at that point.
Yeah, it really just comes down to Stratbuck and mental game and that is where things do tend to just kind of get the most interesting when it comes to that. And while we do have this bit of a break here, Expo, I think it is a good time to mention and just give some thanks again once again to some of the sponsors that we do have here for this event. Contender Esports, Face It, and Nostalgia have been great partners and Hellcase, I'm sorry, have been just great partners to work with. I mean, Nostalgia, this event wouldn't be possible without all of their support. I mean, you know, Hellcase contributing to the prize pool and everything like that. Contender Esports with this amazing venue to be able to just play out of, to cast out
of. Caster box.
Yeah, and we even, with our the caster cube, and even, you know, just letting us use their front desk for an analyst desk. I mean, come on.
Yeah, that's
that is sick. Like, you got to give the big props to them for just kind of making this all happen and, you know, really just doing a lot to help us out.
Well,
I mean, yeah, I mean that's kind of the gist of it here. I mean,
what's the vibe?
You know, we're 6 rounds deep. Obviously, we still have some more game to go in this first half. But I mean, like, what do you think that for the side of Random Up, do you think they need to really lock out and show up here and just kind of push this to the next 6 rounds in a row before you start to think that maybe they've got some control in this one? Or because, like, what do you think how many more rounds do you think they need to get before you think they've got control?
I mean, honestly, I think they are in control, and I think they kind of know that. Even if the score line is kind of close or toe-to-toe, I mean, they are just in control, and this 3-0 is theirs to have. And I think the pressure is more so on Sluggy to kind of continue punching up.
Right.
And I think that's part of why in these kind of close mental games, the overtime they lost, where it's just like you start to feel it.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
You get that idea in your head of, like, maybe we don't necessarily belong here. You get that doubt. And the tech issue is resolved, so we'll be back in game shortly.
Yeah, so it looks like we should be getting back in here in just a couple of minutes. Please do bear with us. It was a bit of a TeamSpeak crash as we are just kind of working through that one. It happens. Sometimes software is just software. But, you know, Rain Above, I think they definitely do have a bit of that control in the series. And like you said, it is up to Sluggy, to DM for Sluggy, for punching up. I think Lect is going to be a big piece of that. I think we're talking, you know, Lect is going to be a big piece of that. And Gertz is going to be a big piece of that. You know, there's a lot of different pieces for both these squads that I feel like when they're at their best, it's going to be quite the interesting showdown.
Absolutely. And hopefully we're going to be in game soon.
Hopefully
I heard some players.
I'm hearing some shouting. I think in a minute or two we'll be back underway. But, I mean, like, you know, something to think about, too, is that if my memory does shoot me, when we go back to the Seattle LAN, this was B-Hop took that 2-0. That was, you know, Collins way you dupe, you know, winning that one with Control and Supa as well. You know, they win that in a 2-0. At least I think that was, I don't know, maybe they had a different fifth. I'm not quite sure. I don't know. I'm trying to remember, man. It's a lot to try and remember at once. But, like, and then second time around, they show up again. They win that, and I believe it was also just a 2-0. So, like, this could be the first time that we're seeing this kind of Collins sway you.
I know maybe Cerzera was a player we're forgetting, because I know Cerzera's played here before.
Yeah, no, it was Fezera. It was Fezera that was playing last time with them. Yeah, it was Fez.
Something Zera. It's one of the Zeras.
I know. It definitely does get a little bit confusing. But, ladies and gentlemen, the technical pause has ended, and you can not listen to us at least yap random stuff now. Now you can just talk about actual Counter-Strike playing right now in Lacey, Washington. And we've got a Molotov going down immediately outside the B-bomb site. Gertz will just try and push up, but look at the nades coming out from Rain Above. And this has been a consistently great piece for them. It's been the utility end.
What on
We're
earth?
20 seconds in. They're already 2 dead. Oh, Noah, what the? Quick scope. All right, Lect does get one, but it's stupid in that. And we're not even 30 seconds in, and Rain Above,
They
decimate
decided
that round.
just get it the hell over with. We're just
Rip the
swinging.
Band-Aid. Rip that Band-Aid straight off. It's technical pause over. It's no longer time to just sit around and do whatever. It's sit around and play some Counter-Strike.
I kind of love this timeout, though. This is like a diabolical time to use it. It's like, yeah, you're going to destroy us in the first 30 seconds. We're just going to call a timeout and make you sit here longer now.
I honestly think this timeout might last longer than that last round did. I think it might have. Like, that was an incredibly speedy round coming out from Rain Above. I think the pace that they did put up on the outside of B and just the flashes, the pushes went super well for them. And, I mean, just those nades to start things off. Gertz, he wanted to go for that fight up against Jaguar, calling it Jaguar, but by the time he was even going to get there, he was already down like half of his HP.
Yeah.
Makes a world of difference.
They keep throwing the good molly into lane and then layering the nades on top.
Lect. Checking up on mid. Ooh, checking up on B. Spots at one. Jester. Good shot to Lect. Jenny goes down as well. Jester under the pressure, but here comes the swing back. How is Jester still alive after all the fighting? He's even going to stay alive to the very end. It's going to be Dupe finding Gertz and Rain Above. Once again, come out on top, and they keep 4 alive to boot.
Yeah. They might start to run away with it pretty soon. I mean, Sluggy, they had, I think, a good timing initially, but unfortunately, all the players there basically just hit their shots.
Mm-hmm. That was kind of the crux of it, right? I mean, Jester was flashed, blinded in the corner, but it was the fact that he was just able to stay tucked in that one because there's so many question marks about this play. And Jester, okay,
Yeah,
Jester,
okay.
3-piece on the AK-47. Colin picks up 2 as well. And in that break we were just talking about, it's like, do Rain Above need to just run away with this the rest of this half in order for us to feel like this isn't they've got the control in this one and that they're going to take this game away? I mean, so far they've gotten 3 out of the 6.
Yeah, this is
3 more and that would be 9-3. I mean, that's a pretty strong half already.
Yeah, and I think they're trying for some mid-control util here, and oh, wait a minute. Sway you.
No way. No way. They left him unchecked.
One in the
Sway you
ding.
gets 1. Toasty the follow-up, but Sarah, he's able to just stay alive in mid, and we've already got Toasty down to 12 HP. Lect does find Dupe, though. How in the world does that happen? Lect, playing all the way over towards the A-bomb site, does find an opener, and Colin, Sarah, they're on the rotations, but look at this flank from mid. Gertz takes down Colin. Double kill to Sarah. And that is Noah putting down the bomb. Jester's left on a 1 versus 4. And it's a tall task that Noah will put a quick, swift end to. 6-4 now, as it's DM for Slug. You're answering back with 1. I mean, look at this pivot from Gertz on the mid play. Lurking through the smoke.
Yeah, super impactful lurks we've seen.
Yeah, super impactful play. And as we look at this kind of top to bottom here, Colin leading the charge here for Rain Above at 10-6. Lect is sitting at 8-5. So these are the 2 that have been definitely putting in some of the strongest work, at least in terms of those KDs. But, you got to give some props to the rest of the squad that we have being seen here. It looks like, unfortunately, Expo got another bit of a technical pass.
Yeah, and I can't help but feel like it's going to be more than just running away with the game. I feel like we're maybe getting into the territory where, even though Sluggy just won the round, I feel like Rain, they're going to start sprinting away with the game.
It feels like despite that round win, it felt like Rain Above had the initial better idea, and it was just came down to a bit of a pocket play just kind of out towards the A-bomb site. Dupe getting caught out. Yeah, Dupe kind of got caught by a bit of that and just push out from Lect, and that Lect shot was great. Did allow the opener there out towards the A-bomb site. Gosh, I don't know why I get them mixed up. But it does get them that bomb site, and then, smart move for Rain Above. Start the rotations. You're going to have 1 wraparound aim in. You're going to have 1 plate donut. And you got at least a 3-pronged attack to try and push for that site retake. But it was Gertz just walking through the smoke. And then that was the end of it.
the whole problem is, I think, for Sluggy, essentially, it's really hard to consistently recreate moments like that. So even though Gertz can get a really impactful moment like that, how are you going to try and ensure that that can happen again? Because they're going to need that if they want to win this. I don't think it's a question. They need it.
Yeah, they need to be able to find a way to consistently keep the side of Rain Above on their toes and keep them at this sort of disadvantage where they're having to make the moves against DM for Sluggy, or else DM for Sluggy, they're just going to continue to just have to play against them and, you know, having to play against the strats that they're coming up with, and that is where things are just going to get hairy. So for Rain Above, they have shown a lot of resiliency just even throughout a lot of the series that they have played, and just in being able to make those mid-game adjustments. I mean, I think that's the reason why, despite going down in some of these dusters, they've still managed to just keep things competitive, find overtimes, find their way back in, and even take dust too in overtimes.
I still think one of the more memorable maps we've seen from them this event that I kind of keep going back to mentally is that kind of initial Mirage that we watched and casted. There was just something about the pacing of it. They just really took control that game, and I feel like that is the best kind of encapsulation of what makes them the #1 seed at this event.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Rain Above, definitely. I mean, sure, you know, they get a bit of that kind of legacy, at least in terms of like nostalgia legacy. I mean, sure, it's a short one, it's a brief legacy of nostalgia, but I mean, two events, 2 wins for Colin and Sway. I'm gonna say that until the end of time, until there've been like enough different champions. But who knows? Maybe after tonight, it's still gonna just be the same 2 players as champions.
If we glaze them enough, they'll fist bump us.
If we glaze them enough, they're just gonna give us a little boom, you know, and as we're walking out. But I mean, you know, we've seen good stuff, and I mean, but we can't discredit Lacked and Gertz and Jenny and the rest of that squad. Noah. You know, Toasty. This is a 5 that they've been around the block. They've been playing different lands for quite some time and everything like that. And, you know, even Lacked, you know, someone that's just kind of coming back into the swing of things here in terms of Counter-Strike. I mean, like you said last night, you can kind of put it down, but you can never truly put it away. And it is going to be getting us back into it here. Picking the game back up.
Yeah. And I could be wrong, but is this the first time they've had an op on the Sluggy side for this map? I think so.
No. Noah did have one earlier. It was literally after the last technical pause. And that round that ended super quickly. Noah did swing around.
It was over
mid.
so fast I didn't even notice the op.
Noah got like one quick scope out mid and then was quickly
just as quickly
clothesline
dead. Shot.
Yeah, he had the clothesline shot that just was an absolute banger, and then he was just dead as quickly as that. So that's kind of how things worked out overall.
Oh, this is interesting. Okay, Jenny is totally playing this on the correct timing. Very good space gained here, and Sway's going to have to essentially retake this already. And, oh, yeah, playing a bit careful. I think Sway knows the danger going on here today. But Jenny still catches the op.
Yeah, Dupe going down. It's the Temple player under pressure. Swayu does get one, but it's going to be Sorcera walking down mid. Toasty and Noah each finding kills. It's a 2 versus 2 now. Colin and Jester. 2 strong performers here for Rain Above, and we are seeing Colin kind of walking his way towards Donut here.
But the util hasn't shut out.
Yeah, util isn't blocked off, and Noah is a known variable now towards the big box.
As long as Noah can hit some good shots here, I think there's nothing to worry about for Sluggy, but...
After the smoke from Toasty.
Okay,
Colin trying to find the bomb. He's going to try and stick on it. Noah.
I'm starting
for
to
it.
get
Colin
worried.
tapping it. Colin trying to stick, but it's just going to be Noah on both kills. AWP and then the Glock there afterwards. It will be a 5th round for DM for Sluggy, and, you know, that 3-round blitz that we kind of did see looked so good for them. But then it's just DM for Sluggy.
Yeah.
Rubber band right back into it. And, I mean, they just continue to keep Rain Above in an uncomfortable position. Now, this is DM for Sluggy's pick.
Yes.
And so, of the 7 maps that we have in the pool, Overpass and Train are the 2 that we're not seeing, which a little sad to not see them in this pool. But, like, just all things considered, this is a fantastic set. And it's
Sluggy, you're already up.
so many of these just kind of defaulty maps. And Toasty running it up on the AK-47 finds 2 kills.
Yeah.
Get them a 5 versus 3 man advantage.
Toasty running through the molly to get those kills as well. Oh, what?
15 damage, Toasty. We'll take the kill after Sarah takes a bunch of damage. Dupe and Swayu now. Make it just Swayu. 1 versus 2. He's got the AK-47. Noah and Gertz playing together. Swayu. Oh, missed shot from Noah and Swayu. Is he just going to try and stick it 10 seconds? There's no way. There's no way he gets through that. And there it is. Noah is going to tie things up at the half. Yeah. Second round with a Glock through the smoke to take the kill. And, man, I kind of feel bad for Cersera going down there. That's a bit of a tough one. And seeing some of the damage that we are seeing, I mean, Toasty right at the top there for the squad. 13 kills, or 8 or 9 kills or something like that. It was a good game. 13 and 9, yeah, for Toasty. Strong performance in that first half. And over on the other side, Colin. I feel like having stalled out a little bit there towards the end of the first half.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
Hi.
Gang.
Oh, I need to wave on this side.
Oh, we got another tech timeout. All right, here we go. So we're just we're chilling again. Once again, you know what? We've talked about a lot of stuff this weekend about different stickers. What's our favorite major stickers? Everything like that. You know, let's talk about the skins here. You know, we're here to we're doing the Kerner and Expo casting talking hour about random stuff Counter-Strike now. Favorite AK skin? Let's hear it.
Ooh, okay.
A lot to choose from.
I mean, I'm a fan of the Neon Rider. I like the Neon Rider a lot.
Love it.
I don't know if I'd say it's my all-time favorite, though. If I had to pick a favorite, I'm going to say... Oh, why am I blanking on the name of it? Is it the Wild Lotus, the green one?
The one in the St. Mark collection?
Yeah.
The red? The flowers on it? Yeah, that's Wild Lotus. Yeah, that's the one.
Such a pretty skin.
It is such a good one. You gotta respect to that. I mean, to be fair, I'm kind of a bit of a I love the classics. Although I think if we're talking more recent, the Inheritance is like easily jumped to like one of my favorites in terms of more recents. But all time, it's probably the Case Harden for me. Just gotta get one that looks kind of nice. But Jenny, looking for a bit of an opening kill. It's a bomb plant going down to the B bomb site. Rain above, keeping all 5 alive. Lacked dead. Jenny nearly. Cersera, I love this lurk. Gertz is looking for it, but not for long enough. Cersera, do you get a knife kill or maybe 2? No, you're just going to take it with the bullets. Toasty on the dualies. He's already gotten 1, but we need 4 more kills to make it happen. And in a 1 versus 4, it's going to mainly be the kills that come to him. And only getting 2 out of 5 for that one. Cersera gets the trade back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the dualies not quite as successful as the last time we saw, just the 1 kill. On the pistol rounds, on B site, whenever you lose that long control, it's always a bad sign. I feel like keeping cave is a bit of a trap sometimes. It'll feel like the safer position, but it's so hard to get movement from there if the T's manage to get long.
Yeah, this one didn't play. I love this from Cersera, just fighting with the dual Berettas that were lost by the CT side in the first round. And we are going to see Gertz at least pick them up, but it's just so much information gained for Rain Above. They're just going to take that one and roll with it. And overall, Rain Above, full B site control. DM for Sluggy. They're going to be the ones that have got to make the moves. And I think they're just going to be mainly playing for exits here.
The jumping back 10 kill.
Jester. Yeah, picking up some kills back and forth. Gertz.
Do they know?
1v4. Doesn't have a kit, though. That's the problem.
Wait.
Oh, Gertz was spotted. Dude's just going to take it for free.
Okay. Yeah, I wonder if Rain Above are going to slow it down now that it's a bit more of a standard round, or if they're just going to try and force it again. Personally, I think it's beautiful to watch them play the fast rounds. They coordinate very well together.
Smokes out, flashes to follow Rain Above. This is where they can really flex their muscles here, is this T-side coordination. The utility was great in the CT side. They can do it again here on
Getting ready for the
side.
spam.
Jenny's ready for it. And Jester will plant as far left as possible, but Jenny right there with the M4A4. Swayu's going to go for the second attempt. But Molotovs are down to block things off, and it will be a 5 versus 4 retake. But DM for Sluggy, they've got the advantage. But positioning kind of favors Rain above, at least you'd think so. Colin and Dupe. Last two standing in 2v5. Dupe gets the first. It's going to be Colin on 1. Lex trades. It's up to Dupe.
Yeah. Alone in that ROPS position, unable to get more than 1. Bit of a bonus, so I mean, you're not going to be too unhappy getting the plant and getting some good damage. But Sluggy, with only the 1 round difference, I'm sure they're very happy to get around like that. The spam from Donut worked great from Jenny, and the other picks just lined up.
Tough round to lose there for Rain above. This was a bit of a bonus, though. You got to keep that in mind. They did win the first 2. That was them just kind of trying to flex with the Mac 10s and everything and make something fast. And hey, love the initiative, right? They went for the execute. They got the stuff that they needed to down. But here they are again, and ooh, Jester gets a little bit toasty. And I mean that both figuratively and literally. Toasty is the one that gets it with the Molotov on that kill.
Yeah, and
Toasty
another as
finds
well.
the follow-up to Sir Sarah. That's 2 dead here for Rain above, and they're pushing out towards the A bomb site, but now they've got so little to work with here in terms of positioning, in terms of the space, especially that DM for Sluggy. They're rotating over. Colin's going to at least get into a temple. But Noah is here watching, and Colin doesn't want to dare try and cross over too soon and try and commit to the fight. Molotovs will go down. That'll buy space for the bomb plant here. Dupe, gotta go for it. There it is. 3 versus 5. Can Rain above pull it off? Smokes are fading. Here comes Swayu with 1. Crosses over towards CT now. There's still 1 player here. It's Lect on the M4A1. Gertz finds 1. Swayu goes down. Dupe on the follow-up to Jenny. And now it's a 3 versus 2. The numbers are thinning out. And Dupe is dominating. It's 2 kills on the AWP. Could he make it a quad kill? Or maybe even a triple? Something more to keep this going for Rain above. The bomb is still ticking down. Getting close to that 10-second mark. There is a kid on Lect. He needs to stay alive, but it's going to be Dupe on a 3rd and Colin with the follow-up. Rain above will stand tall. In a 3 versus 5, they convert.
Yeah, beautiful play from Dupe on the op. Working very, very well. Incredibly smart, taking the duels, deciding which duels to take, kind of not over-peaking. Like, Rain above can be really good about that, I've noticed. You know, it's tough because when you're down a player, you really want to get the initiative back, but you can't over-peak anything, or else you're just making a mistake.
Colin and Swayu take the openers. This is a bit of eco here. Gertz. B2000 tried, but Swayu just picking up the frags, and that's going to be Noah left. 1v5. Yep.
Go
He's
next.
got the deagle. GG go next, at least in terms of the round. Not the game. Hold on. Still got a few rounds to go on that one. But with this round ready to go the way of Rain above, that is them in the perfect position to put this to double digits. They'll be finding themselves on 10 rounds and just 3 away from taking a 2-0 lead in this best of 5.
Mm-hmm. Colin doesn't walk into the trap.
Yeah, Dupe doesn't want to commit to it. He's got too much to live for in this one. Swayu,
this
though, he's got to get way the heck out of there, and Swayu's certainly as good as dead. No, that was a messy fight. I heard those deagle shots from over here. That was nearly not good, but Swayu only had 1 HP to really work with, so it makes sense. He was just on the Mac 10 running around looking for it. Money. Fairly close between the two teams, despite the rounds that Rain above have won. The money stayed fairly even at the start. I mean, obviously, DM for Sluggy, they have to invest more. And there's going to be a quick tactical timeout. What do you think is going to be DM for Sluggy's way back in?
Well, I mean, certainly this is, I'd say, their last real chance in this game. It's going to be very hard for them if they don't win this round. And, I mean, obviously they're getting the op out on Noah. I mean, I think a good bet we haven't seen from Sluggy yet is trying to play more aggressively towards lane, kind of like Rain above had some success with. If they can get, you know, good damage on their util, get that smoke into door early maybe, I think that could be great. I think they could also play harder for mid control, but I think in this case that might be a bit more risky.
Yeah, playing harder for the mid control is a bit of a riskier move, especially given the fact that if you fight for that bot at mid control and you lose out on it, you're potentially risking the entire map.
Oh, they're just, yeah, they're just speed running this. What is going on?
This is a fast play. They've got the Galil up, they've got the Max 10 and Lacked and Gertz finding kills. Toasty even finds one as well, and the B rush, well intentioned, but I feel like they tried to go for something a bit too fast. And DM for Sluggy, they've been strong against these fast plays. They haven't been buckling in the way that you would think, and they've just been able to just, even despite all the confusion and everything going around, they find their footing, and they're able to just pick up the kills they need to, and that leaves Dupe in such an awkward scenario, because there's hardly any lost bonus to really think of here for him, and he's got to try and keep this AWP alive for a minute, and he's getting boxed in. Unless he can escape towards mid, that's a task.
Yeah, and I think it's just a testament to how easy it is for some of these rounds to go wrong. It's like, if your trades are just a little bit too far apart, then that's all it takes. If you know, whiff 15 bullets of your spray, like, that's gonna do it. We're hearing lots of hype.
There is some trash talk being thrown. Oh my goodness, what are we about to witness here in this round? Because, ladies and gentlemen, we're on a bit of a 2-minute delay compared to that live screaming that we're hearing right now, and clearly something's gonna happen here that's gonna get some players hyped up. Let's see if it's Rain Above, or let's see if it's DM for Sluggy. That's what we're about to be confirming here. And already Left attempting with the AWP on the first, but so far, minimal damage exchanged both ways.
Oh, Gertz is going to get flashed.
Flashbang forward. Spotted by Sorcera, though. That's information, and that's going to allow for the fight to effectively go his way, but Gertz. Oh, my. Lect trying to get away. Lect tries to scurry out of there. To peek back. Dupe does find Toasty. That's an op. No, that's the op finding one. Lect and Noah still have their ops in hand, though. Minute and 5 on the clock. Here comes the utility. It's going to be a B push, but Colin, the lurk in mid. Noah, does he check it? He seems to have an idea. He's walking forward, walking it out. The AWP connects. It's tied up. Noah and Lect both connecting with the op. Dupe and Swayu now left. Try and pick up the pieces.
Yeah, and with that molly backside, there's not many options.
Swayu, 1 versus 3. He's on the swing. He's gone 2. Swayu, could he do it? It's the no-scope versus the no-scope. Back to the AWP, but Noah shuts it down. He tries for the no-scope to end it twice, but it's Noah on the USP that brings it back within 1. DM for Sluggy. They've got a 9th round in the game, and they're still hunting to steal this map in their favor.
Yeah, that was beautiful. At first, the Lect op was kind of struggling a little bit, you know? Missed, the first 2 or 3, but then connected the important shots when it mattered and got the retake. And yeah, what a crazy 1v1.
Sway, I'm sure, maybe feeling a little bit rough after that one. You know, he got the double kill with the AK-47, dropped to the AWP for the ammo, and just could not find it. Lek finds 2. The pistols, it's everyone's blind now. Flashbang's flying in. Lek still fighting. Sway does get 1, but Jenny on the trades. Bomb plant will at least be attempted, but it's going to be left to Jester. 1 versus 4, and Noah hits it with the AWP. We are tied up here. DM for Sluggy. They can get themselves into a lead here. Rain Above, they're looking like they're running out of steam here on Ancient.
Yeah, it would be huge for Sluggy to get this. They have a big chance to actually get a lead. Fingers crossed. They do just have the 1 op on Noah. No double ops or anything like that. I wonder if perhaps they're going to fight for mid a bit more. I'm kind of... Yeah.
And here it is, you're right, the mid-fight. Gertz finds Colin on the first, but here comes Weak over top. Jester with 1. Gertz goes down as well, but Toasty sprays it through the wall. That was crazy. Even numbers, and Toasty commits to 3! Toasty! cooking up something nice. And it's a grand final, and he's delivering in a big way. 23-14, make it 24. Toasty on a quad kill to get DM for Sluggy into the lead.
That was incredible. Yeah. I mean, I was kind of shocked that Jester actually got both the mid players, but Toasty was so fast with the trade and just zero hesitation, killing all those players towards lane.
And that's where it matters, right? The follow through. And Toasty has a big way to deliver it. And that was with that M4A4. Now upgraded to an AK-47. He's nearly posted a 2KD, 24-14.
Yeah.
4 more kills, and he'd be double positive there right now. And it is effectively carrying this squad through all of their successes so far. On the other side, Colin, 16 kills. And that's going to be the highest for the side of Rain Above. That is an 8-kill difference between these two. And so for Rain Above, they need to find something to scrap themselves through these next few rounds.
Yep. Got the deco saying, hey, we're going to hunt for frags. Everybody, do your best to get your one.
They're looking for whatever they can. Gertz on mid, gets one. Swayu spotted and down. Jester at least attempting for the kill, but overall, things do chill out. Dupe does find Gertz.
One down.
That's something.
Grouping to test this A hold from Noah. In position with the op. Able to get Colin early.
Good one from the AWP. Flick attempted to Cercera, but it's not going to connect. 4 players alive for DM for Sluggy. Make it 3. Dupe goes down after 1, and that's just left to Jester. 1 versus 3. Spots out 1, but it's going to be left with the kill. It's 12-10 in favor of DM for Sluggy.
Yeah, this has been incredible.
And we're in map 2 of this best of 5, and it is going nearly the distance. 23 rounds here.
They have absolutely knocked the wind out of Rain's sails.
$12-10 map point here in map number 2 to tie the series at 1-1, and DM for Sluggy. It didn't look like they were going to be able to do it. It looked like Rain Above were just going to run away with this one, put themselves in a 2-0. They needed something to build confidence, to get themselves going in this series and get them to that lead so they can just try and put this one to bed early. But Rain Above, it looks like they will need a bit more than that if they want to be able to do it. Toasty gets one. It's quickly traded back by Jester, though. The star player for DM for Sluggy does go down.
Is that okay? They have a resmoke for elbow, and they resmoked ramp. And it looks like off the back of this, Rain are going to start to group towards B.
Slow approach here. Rain Above. They've not really considered anything
Wait,
on the B-bombs at DM for Sluggy. They're reading right into it.
Are they
They've
actually
got
gonna
3
push
players
this?
set up. They're considering a peek down ramp here. It's a
Oh,
walk.
this seems crazy.
Oh, this is insane. It's insane. And Lect! Double kill, making a third to close the map. 13-10.
Lect wasn't even cleared. What a map. What a way to finish.
What a way to finish there in DM for Sluggy. They tie the series at 1 apiece. And when I heard this was going best of 5, I had a feeling this would go the distance. And oh boy,
was
it's already
beautiful.
going to guarantee us 4 maps here tonight.
Mm-hmm. And so I can't remember. Which map is it up next?
Oh
Over?
gosh. So, gosh, so it was, oh my gosh, why am I blanking? I don't remember quite. I believe it was Mirage. I think it's Mirage.
Mirage?
If I remember correctly, Mirage is third map. So third map is going to be Mirage, and it's, oh man, we're going to these maps that are just, it's maps that everyone should be knowing the basics of, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, we're talking about just maps that have been around for some time. Dust 2, been around for as long as Diffuse. We're talking about Ancient, sure, newer map, but you know, it's just something where it's been around and popular for in such a short amount of time that people have just latched onto it. It's become one of the favorites. And now we're going to Mirage next, and Goodness, man, that's an exciting series already.
Mm-hmm.
Ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we do have an analyst desk ready to go to talk about that, break that one down. So let's send it on over to them and see what they think about that one.
Thank you for joining us here at the analyst desk. What an exciting second match, this time going the way of DM for Sluggy. Another hard-fought battle there on Ancient, an exciting one, some definite noteworthy plays there. What do you have to say about that one, Regent?
I mean, to be honest, it was just a barn burner from start to finish. We already casted the Dust 2. That was already close. It went to OT. That was a 16-12. This time, the exact same thing. It pretty much was an even scoreline by the first half. And then from there, it was just a matter of margins as to what will occur. And especially you saw during that 10-10 round, it was just a matter of who hits the no-scope. Neither do, but the USP coming up for Noah, I think that kind of turned the tide in favor for DM for Sluggy.
Absolutely. I think at that moment in the game, you know, both teams are tired. You've had this long back and forth up to that point, and I think that's just the straw that breaks the camel's back there and allows DM for Sluggy to run away with that one. And now we talk about Ancient being that green Mirage. It sounds like the next one we're going to is the regular Mirage, the yellow Mirage, if you will, the beautiful, dusty, sunny place that we all know and love.
Yeah.
What are you hoping to see out of this next match?
Hopefully not again because we see too much of it, but here we are having it anyways. But yeah, Mirage, I think it's going to be a bit more of a brawl. I mean, we pretty much touched upon the arguably the most puggiest of maps so far in this series, and Dust 2 and Ancient. It's going to get much puggier. It's going to get much more brawly. And I think the biggest importance that I do want to see is that one thing in particular, when we did cast DM for Sweaty on Mirage, a lot of their big potential as to getting winning rounds is using the utility to their advantage to re-peek into the mid aggression. And so if Rain Above is looking to try to find those openings towards mid, I would imagine that we're going to see a lot of DM for Sluggy using that util to their advantage to try to take it out. But I would imagine that Rain Above, considering how they've looked on Mirage, they look very stellar. This is their map pick. Surely they should feel comfortable on it, but I'm looking forward to this map.
Absolutely. I think it's going to be another showstopper, this one here. It's going to be an exciting match on Mirage. I really do hope we get to see some exciting plays happen here. And I think we will be moving on to a quick break. Before we do that, I just want to give another quick shout out to our sponsors here, Hellcase, Generation Nostalgia. Thank you for putting this together. And of course, Contender Esports and Lacey for providing us with the facilities to host these players and host this fantastic event. We will see you for the third map right after this break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This series has started to heat up after both teams have now taken a map in this series. We're tied at ones, and we take it to the good old classic Mirage, the sandy one indeed, to determine who's going to take the lead in this series and who will be one chance away from securing the title as we get it started early on this A side aggression. It's a classic default onto A for the T side. They're going to push themselves all the way towards CT, push Select all the way back into where he spawned in the beginning of this game. Gertz, though, opens it up, so the CTs now fight back, and the T's decide to run away from this aggression. They go to take Khan, and the smoke is also going to provide coverage to get into the position. But the smoke currently down for the defuse. It's a 5-seconder as well. No one's got eyes, and a big misplay from Rain Above to start off this map.
Yeah, a bit of a confusing pistol there. DM for Sluggy, they really do well on this A retake setup that they have, and what they do is they run back CT and they send all 5 of their players there, and I think RA does their best to try and cut off any rotations coming in from jungle or connector, but they just don't anticipate all of those CT players coming in from their spawn, and the round goes the way of DM for Sluggy. Definitely not how RA wants to start this out on their other map pick.
I'm so confused too, because you see the bomb planted over towards for CT or for Firebox, but then they trail over to stairs and jungle where they're not planted for. I would imagine the communication wasn't right. There had to be something in the protocol as to where to plant had to be, and they just completely missed the mark. And so there you go. We do see the CTs now getting themselves on the gun buy. It is a force buy from Rain Above here as they try to get something, try to get fortunate on these weapons, but right now just getting bombarded with util is Jester.
Jester, though, best to make this interesting right now.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 kills already found, only on 12 HP, though, so it's going to make it a lot tougher to try to make this 1v4 happen. Going to reroute over to Palace to try to make this clutch.
Some clean movement coming out of Jester there, that backwards jump into the Palace position, just trying to play his time. He knows that these remaining 2 players were at A site, and so he's going to burn down this clock. However, I really do like seeing some of this aggression come out from, it looks like Noah taking some ramp space, and yeah, it looks like he's just going to be trying to get some extra information, find this last T player. Unfortunately, Jester at 12 HP, I don't really see him walking away from this one, but as of right now, he has 2 kills in the round. Who's to say he doesn't find 2 more?
Yeah, I mean, if they give him the opportunity and he kind of sneaks into it, I mean, you see Noah. Noah's giving no remorse to this flank, actually, so he's pretty much trailing.
I think he goes straight into B halls here. He doesn't check mid.
Yeah, surely so. I mean, you got to be sure that he's got to be at some point on a site, so Jester's still taking his time. 15 seconds off on the clock. He's got to run if he wants to make a round happen. He's going to start running. That's a lot of info for Noah, so now knows of taking care of this defense, and Toasty going to be rotating just in time. Bomb plant, though, in, so a bit of a cash injection, but you would imagine with the low HP on the side of Jester for this round, and now just starting to herald into their position. They will do so. Noah able to get the clutch, and DM for Sluggy able to get a second.
Yeah, Noah with that late round flank there doesn't quite catch the player off guard like he was looking to do, I think, in that apps flank, but he does actually get a better position for that retake there. I don't think that Jester ever checks apartments in that situation, especially after spotting both those players already over at A. So definitely well played there from the side of DM for Sluggy, and I think Rain Above now, they're going to be set back after that failed force buy, and they're down to just some upgraded pistol and maybe some armor again.
Yeah, the only person that really has the money in their pockets right now is Jester, who was able to buy himself a decent amount of util and a deagle and some armor. So it looks like it is going to be the upgraded pistol armor buy for the side of Rain Above to try to see if they can find some sort of approach here into this T side. But like we mentioned on the desk, DM for Sluggy, one of their best attributes is using utility to their advantage. They don't take these fights dry, only if they're feeling lucky. But for the most part, they're always fighting off the back of a flash or a back of a nade to try to hurt a little bit more of the T side. So we're kind of seeing that proactiveness to take these fights. It's a 1-for-1 from Jenny and Dupe, and so it leaves it to a 4v4, and still trying to make space here as Rain Above as they try to work up this composition.
Yeah, and you can definitely see, I think, the experience for both sides here showing on this map of Mirage on the 3rd round here. Just a lot of discipline from both sides. They're both very careful about taking the space and taking these engagements. Toasty finding Colin, getting traded out by Jester, actually. He has been quite the menace on the Deagle so far in this game. Lect finding Cercera in the meantime here. Jester finally taking some engagements on stairs, but low HP remaining on him. Likely not going to find much more as his teammate starts to back him up in that connector position.
Yeah.
And these CTs are slowly starting to figure out what's going on here.
Just one bullet is all it takes really to take down this Jester in the offense here. There will be an engagement from Swayu, and now they know of one player who's kind of panicking at the bits in terms of these Deagles aiming towards his position. We'll take a tag, we'll take two, but Lect now puts down Swayu, leaves it all up to the lone Jester at 13 HP, and Noah would just do the job with the op. Now gets on his big green there as well. 3 in a row for DM for Sluggy. They started off well, and this is a good note for DM for Sluggy considering that they won that map towards the very latter end. We talked about that one chaotic 10-10 round and then just getting over the hump, sending 3 in a row to then complete that Ancient, and now they're on a 3 streak right now.
Absolutely, and this ties back into how we're talking about this best-of-5 series, right? What you really want to try and do is just get that 3-0 sweep. Obviously, that's your main goal, but as soon as you start trading maps back and forth, you're letting that momentum shift the way the other team, and you don't want to let that happen, especially if you're RA right now, because you are the favorites, right? You are the ones who are expected to go very deep in this tournament, and that's not to say that DM for Sluggy doesn't have the talent, but definitely don't want to be getting shut down right now, and they are doing their absolute best to make sure that this T side does not get off on the right foot for RA.
Very confident indeed for DM for Sluggy. They find themselves a couple openings, 2 for 1, and a lot of damage done onto Colin. Colin pretty much out of the round. All it takes is one nade to the brain, and he will be out for the count, and it would be a 4v2 in that case, but he still stays alive. That man count is going to be a bit of a illusion for the side of Rain Above, that they still got manpower, that they still can be able to make a attack happen, but of course falling short. There is a lot of util though from Rain Above, and still sticking around trying to see if they can catch one slipping. Not ready for any sort of potential aggression from the T side, but keeping it pulled back are Lect and Jenny here on this A side, playing it passive. They don't need to push their cards, especially when you have Gertz already pushed up into Abs. He has a great spot here, but Lect is going to see a lot of that util come out and going to respond with a molly of his own, going to keep them bay, even though, like I said, Colin was low HP at 5.
Oh, dupe!
But Dupe with a double kill on the lurk from Palace. Noah able to see the head, but misses the flick. Gotta have for some pot shots. Did land that onto Dupe, now at 15 HP. So low HP from the both side of Rain Above. The rifle should do the trick, but back and forth right now. Leaves it to the 1v1. Gertz could clutch it up, but Swayu with the swing. Clean work from the rifler, able to get the first round on the board for Rain Above.
Yeah, Swing You should be a better name for him right there, especially after that confidence. What an amazing comeback for the side of RA. They were down out of that round before it had even started, and they were capable of just bringing that back. Colin going down to that Molotov, and Dupe, and I believe it was it Jester? Or no, sorry, it was Dupe and Swayu, excuse me. Yeah. Getting that double swing, killing those players on site. They used that utility belt that they had well there, getting that smoke down and crossing or blocking that crossfire. Really excellently done, and that's going to be a big demotivator, I think, if you're DM for Sluggy, because you just threw away a huge advantage in that round.
Yeah, and look at the side of CT. They're pretty much full buy into this MP9 Deagle, pretty much on the side of the CT. So if they lose this, we could see a 3-round swing going back the way of Rain Above. But the aggression continues for the CT side. Relentless pressure coming in to Rain Above, but they match it with a little bit of their own on the SMGs. The MAC-10 able to find one. That's Cercera able to get on the board here so far. And it's a 4v3 in favor of the T side. Right now, it's been tough, but everyone just brawling it out. It's just these head-to-heads, fighting with horns, locking them in, and looking to see who comes out on top. Right now, I would say, with Toasty's position, able to take a lot of the B space, this is going to be a lot easier for DM for Sluggy. Jenny even able to catch out Swayu, trying to lurk, trying to see if he can find an opening for this T side. But as the smoke lands over towards stairs and a lot of running coming in from Cercera, it's going to make it more obvious. Noah misses the shot, and it's going to allow for a lot more opening, but Cercera cleans up on Jenny. Dupe also able to take out Noah, so from a 3v2 turns the other way into a 2v1, and it's Toasty to clutch.
Yeah, taking that huge investment out of the round for DM for Sluggy. No, the only player with really any real weaponry with the AWP. Huge investments. This is going to be a major hit to that economy. But Toasty slipping by the first off shot. This actually gives him a little extra space, and this might be a little awkward here as he gets damage down on the Dupe. Oh my goodness.
Okay.
Wow.
That was scary for a second, but Dupe able to save the day, able to avoid the flash and takes his peek. He'll clean it up. And Rain Above, like we mentioned, they needed that round. Otherwise, they were going to see themselves deeper in the dumps. But now they put DM for Sluggy on their butts. Right now, with no money to really fight into this, they're going to be stuck to pistols for this one if they want to make another round happen.
Yeah, we are definitely being fed another pay-per-view match here, and this has just been fantastic back and forth from these teams. Not one side is willing to give up an inch if they have to. And so it's interesting now. You see that first 3-round lead coming away from DM for Sluggy. They're now down to pistols after losing those two first initial gun rounds. And I think the T's are going to try and do their best to run away with this. But like we said, it's just been back and forth for these teams. And so I imagine we're going to see some more of that here as Lect tries to find some space into mid. He knows these players are coming up into con. That information has to be coming out, but that is an empty A site.
Wow.
And he is going to get found out by Colin. So at this point, it's going to be the retake coming in with these pistols. You see the rotate starting to come in now as the T starts spreading around all of this B site. Colin fighting 3 in the round right now. Switching to the Mac 10, trying to pump some money.
Man.
Almost gets the ace, but it's going to be denied by Jester, and RA will tie it up 3-3.
Colin, the weapon expert for the side of Rain Above. It doesn't matter what weapon he does it with. He'll get kills with all of them, and so gets the third there. And again, we mentioned that was just the eco for DM for Sluggy, so they have enough economy to be able to get back into this. They're going to get the rifles in. It's a little bit frivolous, though, I will say, because not everyone's going to have their full util belt, and it's going to be a little bit more tough. Like I said, DM for Sluggy, their util on the defense has been stellar. It's been really tough to combat, especially on the T side, when every single time you're just going to be seeing a smoke break, you're going to see flashes, you're going to see triple swings coming in, and it makes it a lot rougher to get your T side in check. But this time, with no util, is going to make it a lot harder. It's just going to have to be the strongholds on each side. Lect getting bombarded right now by the T's, already getting themselves up to Tetris within the first 30 seconds of the round. That's Sway Yu able to take position, and they're fighting this. They want to go for this. Only worry is that there's no jungle smoke, so there's a big gap through this, and Lect is going to get started off early with a kill through CT. They're going to keep trying to push him and try to take that pressure away from him. Make sure to be able to keep that CT side open as well, so that way they can cause a defense for this retake. Barely getting the bomb plant in, pop flash in, but Toasty able to push through, take down the bomb planter. Jester able to trade, but that's going to waste a lot more time for this bomb plant, but eventually it will come in for the 4v3.
Yeah, you might be a little bit upset here if you're on the side of RA, losing 2 of your players here and now make it 3 of your players 4 as Jester goes down. This is not what you want to have happen at all. Sir Sarah finds himself dead at the hands of Lect. This round should not have gone the way of DM for Sluggy. You can see at the beginning they threw out those set pieces, that fake mid utility, and the CTs buy it. They have 3 people fighting for that mid control, but you already see Sway Yu scaling up into Tetris before the utility is even out, and the A side is pretty much free. I'm not sure how RA lets that one get away from him.
No, absolutely not, but you could tell that DM for Sluggy is here to do business, and the business is to win this game, to win this series. Every single time they've been at combating Rain Above head on, and they've been able to match what kind of energy they've been able to provide on the server, and it's good to see this, especially when we're talking about Rain Above, as we've been constantly talking about, not only in this series but in the entire tournament, as the top ranked team of this tournament and a top ranked team in North America and the world. And right now, DM for Sluggy is showing them that they're not backing down. They want this win. They really want it badly.
Yeah, in the studio here, we've had a lot of really great banter happening, and I think maybe DM for Sluggy is starting to get into the heads of the Rain Above members as they do get out here on Mirage. And I think it's to be noted here that obviously these players do have a bit of history. And Sir Sarah, what a disgusting shot on the Lect there. And oh my goodness, here comes the cavalry. All these T players starting to flood into the A site. Sir Sarah getting a very forward position, but gets found out by Jenny. Jenny finding 2. He is not giving up any space here, but Sway Yu gets 2 of his own, and they make sure that the A site stays open. These 2 remaining CT players in this 2v2 situation are here, and look at that rotate from the T players. They aren't wasting any time. They know they're calling the bluff here on these CTs.
Yeah, plenty of time still on the clock, so they could hit the B site, and no one's currently occupying it, so they find themselves in a good position. The only issue is that Sway Yu is currently at 12 HP. He had a lot of kills in this round, so he's already had his impact, whether they do win this round or not, but obviously you do want to have a more full health member, so that way it makes the clutch a lot better on this retake defense, but slowly inching themselves over towards this B apps, and Noah starting to get himself back in a position. And we always say that Noah on the op is one of the most dangerous things we've seen so far here in Lacey, Washington, and it might just continue to be so if they're not prepared for it. Diligently clearing, but only 10 seconds left on the clock. You got to go for this plant, and I don't think you have time to clear any angles.
Yeah,
you just have to hope for the plant, and you got to go for it. But Noah now shows his cards, continues further, misses the no-scope, but it does not matter because the round has been won for DM for Sluggy.
Absolutely fantastic play. I really love that DM for Sluggy does make that rotate over there. They look at the clock, they look at the time, they say, hey, we haven't had any extra aggression over here. I think this is about high time we split up. And Noah finds a great position there behind the empty corner and takes out the bomb planter. He's very patient. As soon as he gets that sound cue as well, you can tell he doesn't overplay his position. He waits still. He just tries to get any information he can from these players, and it works out well for him. He may have lost the op, but he won them the round, and I think that's definitely a worthwhile trade.
One thing to know as well for this game so far, no heroes in terms of who is individually playing the lights out right now.
Absolutely.
Everyone is pretty much an even spiel in terms of the rounds, in terms of the round count, and in just the individual stats. Everyone is kind of meeting their form. Some people a little bit less, some people a little bit more. One person to coin on that part is Sway Yu, currently sitting at 8-4, but it's not the craziest of things. But, ooh, what a big kill there from Colin. Wow, Flash able to get the kill on Jenny, and they actually get 2 for 1 here with the eco. So great advantage to gain here in this economic round here for Rain Above, looking to see if they can cause some sort of havoc and make it much more expensive for this already expensive CT side.
Yeah, they're going to be happy with those first initial picks, although Sway Yu, he just finds himself down to 2 HP and now down to 0 as he gets found out by Gertz. Unfortunate as the T's try and stack up. It looks like they wanted to go for that B hit, but that was quickly shut down. So now it maybe looks like we're going to rotate to more of a cat attack here on this B site, or maybe even just a sprint up connector as they try and find some extra information. I actually love this aggression here. Late round mid take, or window take, excuse me. And now Colin's going to watch this murder hole cross. This could actually get really bad here because he has the power to cut off any rotations from these CTs.
This is the pin in the defense where they really can't move themselves through. However, getting off the line though, and now going towards A. Little time, by the way, only 20 seconds left on the clock. They still don't know about Noah, who they expect to be in CT, but now shoots his gun over towards A main. Great kill there, and the shot through the smoke. Indeed, little time left, and Colin's gonna have to go for the bomb, and I would imagine Noah would just save it, but instead he peeks into it. He feels confident in his op, but it doesn't work out. Colin makes him pay, and it's Rain Above taking 5.
Noah should have just walked away with the round there. Obviously, there was time left for Colin to get in there and plant the bomb. That is such a sick shot for him to hit there. But yeah, unfortunately, Colin, he makes the right choice to try and aggress there, thinking that Noah is just holding for the bomb defuse, and it was a great call. Noah did have only 1 HP, so it didn't take much to take him down. It could have been a flashbang hitting him in the toe. That does it. So bit unfortunate there, but it's just how it's going to go here in this game. This is, again, the 3rd map of our grand final today. They have been making it exciting. Just want to give another quick shout out to our sponsors for this event. Thank you again to Face It and Hellcase for making this possible, as well as Generation Nostalgia and, of course, Contender Esports here in Lacey for providing us with these facilities.
Yeah, no, it's been an absolute blast to have everyone come together into this live environment and just hear not only the cheers, but also the banter that's been going back and forth. No remorse for any of these teams. Any sort of strategy they can use, they're looking to use it to their advantage. And whether that is yelling at the other opponents, letting them know that, hey, I am here, I'm looking to win, that's really what counts. And so making the best out of it. One thing to note, look at the scoreboard. The disparity between the top fragger and the bottom fragger is 4, and we're already at round number 10. That's how close this game has been so far, and it's been like that the entirety of this series. Every single first half has always been like at a 6-6 mark. So pretty much this team, it's all a matter of, at this point, it doesn't matter who is better. It just matters about who makes the least amount of mistakes. And right now, it could be anybody's game.
And I think that's the name of the game. You know, one of the things we talked about on that first map at Dust 2 is DM for Sluggy overextending here. But look at these trades that are happening now with these SMGs. Gertz finding Sarah after that first initial trade on the Max 10. But look at this aggression here in B apps. Excuse me. There's 2 CT players here.
How do you get out of that? I guess the molly doesn't reach that far, but he's able to stick around for the time being. But instead, instead, Rain Above just go the other way. Jenny, though, could be the
This is
killer
a great
here. And, they are ready for him anyways. Sway you, very diligent about the potential, letting him know to sit down and shut the hell up. And so that said, they're going to start taking this A site. There are 2 defenders here to arrive just in time. That's Lect and Toasty, but low HP on Lect is going to push them back just a slight bit. Bomb's going to go down, a 4v3 retake. Swayu wants to put the pressure even further. You would imagine he's feeling confident about this. Stacker Flash coming in. Lect, though, gets a double, opens it back up for business for DM for Sluggy. Duke playing from stairs and Colin going for the back flank as well. It's going to be a lot of time before they get this defuse in. Even a fake just for a good measure. Duke knows of one, gets the kill onto Lect, but eventually they're going to have to get on the bomb. They don't know about Colin, though. It's going to blow the smoke. Is there enough time for this? Misses the mark, but gets the kill. Holy moly, Colin with the double save, 1v2. I thought the nade was just not enough, but it doesn't matter because the bullet lands perfectly on the head top, and it's the clutch for Colin.
That is just absolutely ridiculous. That replay doesn't even help clear it up. I still think that was an accident. I don't think he had intended to kill that bomb planting player, but it's so incredible that he gets that
again,
kill.
Brod. Yeah, let us know. Look at it's the first bullet too. The first bullet makes contact with the head.
Do you think he sees maybe the shadow there or like the silhouette?
I think it's just a blind shot, and he just comes out
just nails it.
Fortune favors the brave, says Coinbase, and I will agree on that note because, man, you are brave to then make that shot count when it needed most, and sometimes that's all it takes. And now, seeing themselves on a better foot, they're going to send themselves into B, hoping to take back this lead on the half, and already breaking through that B site is just the eco coming in from DM for Sluggy. They're hoping to tie the game up at the last round of the half, but in this penultimate round, it's just cleanup work right now for Rain Above. No casualties caused here as well, and right now, Rain Above starting to feel themselves. Let's see if we can finally get a lead into the second half.
Yeah, last round of this first half in regulation here, and we see that our CT side DM for Sluggy, they're down to a not preferable buy here. They're really struggling to get any utility on the board. Their Opper and Gertz do not have any utility other than a flashbang and a smoke, and so this is going to really be sort of a test of their efficiency with the resources that they have here in order to try and tie this up to a 6-6 half, which if they do, that would be all 3 maps in this series going to a 6-6 half. These
crazy.
teams are not willing to give up anything.
Yeah.
Not willing to give up anything at all.
Not at all, indeed. And so it's really a battle of attrition and war and stamina, really, in this game. And, I mean, if you want a series that basically, like, exemplifies what having stamina in a BO5 series is, this might just be it. It might just be that every single map goes all the way through the distance, and all these teams need to have as much energy in the tank to make it happen. So let's get this last round underway. Jenny with an early contact play takes down Sarah. Great info there, able to get the 5v4 for the CT side, but as you can see, they start to encroach on that one MP9, but MP9 is no match when it keeps swinging like that. Noah gonna find a big opportunity, but misses the opportunity there. And Jenny now having to provide support from the default position, gets another one on the 3K. Noah can make it a full house here with the kill, but it will be Jenny on the 4K AK. And once again, we have a tied half.
Both of these teams just showing us some absolutely stellar Counter-Strike right now, some fantastic team play. The read there from DM for Sluggy, Noah there sitting in that jungle position, baiting out the shots, baiting out the tees in order for his teammate Jenny to help him out, get those picks, and Jenny going absolutely huge on that MP9 to find 2 picks and upgrade into that AK late round just to make sure that they can close out that half and make sure that this doesn't go the way of RA.
It felt like only 3 rounds ago that I was talking about that the kill disparity was about like 3 to 4 kills, and now Colin has decided to step it up. 14-8, leading the way for this Rain Above side, looking to take over for this Mirage. Their map pick, keep in mind, we still got 2 more potential, 1 for sure and 1 more to go potentially. But Swayu getting it started early on the pistol, 5v4 for the CT side. They spot the lower play as well, and Swayu actually makes good work of that B-Apps lurk. So that said, 5v3 to start off. A good start for Rain Above as they look to close it out. Colin, though, another one to make it even certain here on this pistol, and even spotted from long range. It's no issues, no mistakes from Rain Above on this pistol, and they get the first.
Yeah, seems almost like a little bit of a misread there, or misplay, excuse me, from DM for Sluggy. A lot of 1v1s happening all across the map. These T players are all over the board, even jumping up into window. There's players on cat. It just seemed a little bit disconnected, so hopefully that doesn't spell out what the rest of this T side is going to look like for DM for Sluggy, because we know that these players are absolute shooters, and they played a pretty dang good CT side. So I hope that they can do the same thing here on T, but it looks like we're going to start off with some early A aggression, just accelerating straight through that ramp, but Jester is going to find the first head of Jenny. Colin chipping in with 2 onto Noah and Gertz, Cicera finding Lex, and now it's just down to Toasty, spotted out in that palace position as these CT players start to swarm on him, and that bomb is nowhere to be seen. It is under heavy CT control at the base of stairs there, and yeah, this one is not looking great for the side of DM for Sluggy.
You could imagine Rain Above is just letting him know, hey, come out, Toasty. We're trying to find you here. We're trying to finish this up already. Let us get to map 4 already. Let's make it fast and quick. And already Swayu, tired of this, wanted to get it done. 14-7 as well on Swayu. He started to pick it up as well. And, you know, let me just mention as well, this is something that no one has been able to see on the stream because we do have vision from the players and such. Swayu was very distressed when that Ancient finished. He was the first one out of the venue, and you could tell that that frustration was building because of such a close game, and that you would imagine, especially as a player, whether pro or amateur, you do feel a lot of that tension. You do feel a lot of that pressure coming in, especially when things are so close, and sometimes things just take over your body and the emotion starts to let it go. But this time, he's using that rage as energy, as passion, and as motivation to pick it the hell up. 14-7 now, and looking to continue on this reign of terror is his squad of Rain Above. They find themselves an early 2 advantage, make it 3 as the molly lands on the feet of Noah, getting singed out of the round, leaves it on a 5v2, and it's a very dominant start. It looks like the pistol, except this time they have weapons.
Yeah, definitely a very disadvantaged situation here, only getting worse for DM for Sluggy. It's now just Gert stuck in a 1v5, only low health on one of these CT players, and that is Jester, but it looks like RA is setting up a fantastic CT side half here. With keeping all these players alive too, this is giving them a lot of economic resources as these fights come out, and they finally do take him down. But yeah, like you said, I do like that you mentioned the sort of mental game that these players are going through right now. Swayu exiting the venue fairly quickly after that last match, but they do a great job of rallying and making sure that that mental doesn't affect their next map going forward.
Yeah.
And I think right now DM for Sluggy might be struggling with that a bit.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that, you know, even though that DM for Sluggy did get that win, you have to remember that it's not over just yet. You can't just say that everything is great after winning a map. You got to be ready for the next. And right now, Rain Above is now starting to show a different level on their CT side. You look at the board, leading the way are 4 of their players, Colin, Swayu, Dupe, Jester, Sorcera just in the middle of the mix, but you could tell that now they're starting to feel themselves. They're starting to have this energy that is just now starting to put them much more ahead. And this is what happens when you have the experience. Rain Above is going to be that team that has the most experience out of any of the teams, even DM for Sluggy in this case. And so you could tell that now these longer series, these longer dreadful nights where you're pretty much trying to become the victor, you put that Rain Above side way ahead because of that experience, because of these hard, grueling matches that take every single ounce of sweat to get through. And right now, they're running away with Mirage.
Absolutely. I think you're 100% correct there. RA just has the experience. They have the know-how. They have the talent in order to make this a very difficult time for DM for Sluggy, especially on this CT side of Mirage. I think oftentimes, especially at, you know, once you start getting higher in level, you'll start to notice that maybe players start to rotate to more of a T-sided style of play, and that's just because in that sort of, that rank, that area, that's what works well for them. But as you start to get up to the level where RA is at, you'll start to notice that these CT halves get very, very strong, and that's just because these players are going for these sort of aggressive team picks. You're noticing a lot of these team flashes coming out. They're able to get these early kills and pick the heads off of these T-sided players, so they can't really mount an attack anywhere. And it's a type of CS that when you see it at this high of level, it's just very, very brutal, and you can see just how oppressive it can be. And I think Colin leading this team right now is doing a fantastic job.
Yeah, no, I think oppressive might be the perfect word to say about how this T-side has felt since the beginning. Right now, Rain Above is choking them at this very moment in this CT side. It's been grueling, it's been brutal, and right now they're looking to find answers, but every single time they're meeting 2 AKs at the face, and it's just been rough go. Toasty might have an opportunity to find a kill on this lurk, and will do so as Swayu, as
Bit of
much
a nasty
as he's done
spray
great,
there.
yeah, the
Spray
spray
you not.
got to work on that. But either way, he will be able to get the bomb plan in. Toasty able to get that little cash injection needed. But either way, Colin will come in to save the day, and Rain above do get double digits.
I think this is likely the largest score deficit we've seen in this series today. 4 rounds ahead for RA. They are just doing their best to run away with this CT side. And look at that economy. You have all 5 players nearing 10,000. Swayu actually just over before he buys into his utility for this round. So they are going to be feeling great. If they even get just one more round here, you have so many opportunities for buys. You could just start giving up rounds and you still have opportunities. So they're going to be feeling really great right now. And Steam for Sluggy is on the back foot, but look at the rifles coming out now with the utility belts. This is shaping up to be a very exciting round as our mid utility starts to come out here. And look at these 2 players here in window. I wonder what they're doing. We actually just had a boost into ladder room. Look at this aggression from Dupe. This is fantastic, but he's not going to find anyone off of this just yet.
A bit of a relocation from Duke, trying to play a different angle and trying to see if he could find someone catched off guard on a wide swing or so. But right now, that's not really the avenue as of yet. Still taking their time. They want to whittle down the clock as much as possible. Give a sign of discomfort for Rain above, as there's no info yet on the map. However, info will come the way of Jester, and Jester will actually find the kill. So once again, another advantage gained by this defense, and it just continues to be such a problem for DM for Sluggy. They have not been able to find an answer on this T side, and like we said, oppressive was the right word, because when it comes to the CT side hitting on all marks, it tends to feel so claustrophobic. It tends to feel like Inferno in some cases, and that's not a good start.
Yeah, Noah again here actually finding a pick and going for a second aggressive peek, and look at these team flashes coming in now for DM for Sluggy. Toasty finding Dupe, that's the big name. Opper down, and Swayu does find Toasty, but these T players are starting to storm into this B site. Noah just killing Swayu from the smoke. He says, I just need the scope, I don't need to see you. I'm going to feel it out. I'm going to go just based on vibes. And now it's down to a 3v2. Make that a 2v2 as Colin finds Noah. Jenny finding Colin in the market, and Lex cleaning up Sir Sarah. An unlikely round for DM for Sluggy to win there, I think, but definitely a round that they want and a round that they needed.
Finally, they figured out that their strategy, their winning strategy, is feelings and vibes, and it actually pays off for them this time. I would imagine that after trying to hold down the B side, Swayu just kind of does a slight jiggle, and that was just the price it paid, as it gets the shot right through the smoke. And so DM for Sluggy finally finding their first round on the board here in this second half. Got to be some bit of confidence and momentum on their side, but instantly putting it down is Dupe as he finds Jenny through the smoke here on top mid. And so already a 5v4, something that we've been consistently saying every single round in the second half, and it's always got to be an uphill battle for DM for Sluggy in their attack.
Yeah, but that being said, I think both of these teams, they have lost some of these advantages in pretty, unlikely fashions. I think a lot of what we've been seeing so far are some really great retakes coming in, and just now we do start to see some more of these engagements happening. Now bringing this down to a 5v3, make that a 5v2 as Sir Sarah finds Gertz, and this T side is just getting picked apart. I think that's kind of the story we've been telling here as well, is just this CT reading has been so fantastic. The calling has been on point. There have been a few mistakes coming in here and there, but again, it's those mistakes that we're able to capitalize on and give DM for Sluggy that 7th round. And I think that kind of what we were talking about a little bit earlier is how those mistakes are what are kind of making these rounds happen.
Yeah, but let's not forget as well, they've been keeping all man alive for the majority of these rounds as well. So doing that is going to make this economy be pretty much skyrocketing to the moon, and so they're able to get whatever util pieces they need. They can have guns ready at the bit, and even Dupe can get the op whenever necessary, and Dupe will find himself a 3K on that round as Rain above getting closer and closer to that match point. It seems like almost an inevitability here that Rain above will take over Mirage, because DM for Sluggy have not really come on Mirage with any sort of answer here on this T side. Every single time they're either met with the op already watching towards their position, or an AK ready to get a multi-kill.
Yeah, and the caveat here being that Mirage is the map pick of RA, so after this we will be moving to Nuke regardless, and that is the pick of DM DM for Sluggy.
There you go.
A little bit of a misjump there, dupe. A bit of a dupe, if you will.
Hey.
But we do actually have him posted up now in the B halls, as it looks like we are doing a B stack here on the CT side, as these players do actually start to come out onto the A side. So this is a fantastic read again from the CT side. Jester finding Jenny, but Noah trading him out. And Cercera and Toasty now finding kills of their own. Gertz finding Cercera. And now
you
this
gotta be
becomes a
careful
great situation for this T side.
Does he expect this, actually? Expect this lurk coming in. Does so, but misses the shot, so Toasty will get one. And now it's Dupe on the 1v3. We've seen the op do magic. Even in the previous round, was able to get a 3K, but now he's going to need a 3K to clutch here. That tick of the molly is going to make it more known that he is in this position, trying to fight it out, swinging for the fences, and able to get the first kill. Now got to clear out the last two who are currently encroached in their cover. And this is pretty much a unbreakable defense here, and they just peek out together. They play it as a team, and it's solid work from DM for Sluggy. They're finally able to find a second here in the second half.
Yeah, again, we go to this back and forth. They win that 7th round, then Rain Above takes their 11th, and that DM for Sluggy is on for 8. So I think both these teams have kind of figured out what works for them, what the other team is doing. They're starting to figure out these reads on Mirage. I don't think these two teams have met yet on this map. I do know both of them have played it in their earlier series, and they both had lights out showings. And so it's definitely no surprise that both teams are putting up some rounds here. Obviously, this whole series has just been a back and forth slug match. And so these players are doing fantastic, keeping their energy up. And that's the one thing I wanted to mention too, is despite the high emotions, and Dupe finding Lek there. Absolutely beautiful.
This op is starting to feel like Noah, but Noah is the one taking the beating at this point. He just keeps finding openings left, right, and center is Dupe. And already, once again, we keep saying it over and over again. And no, it's not a broken record. It's just Rain Above constantly taking control of these openings. It's a 5v4 to start. And Jenny has been able to put himself into the ladder position, but not a lot of impact can be made here. They can only hope that this B pitch is going to work well. So Pop Flash is going to come in, and it's going to make it more known that this B hit is going to come in. But Dupe has been a madman on this op since the second half. Swayu now gets activated. It's only Toasty left to try to salvage things for DM for Sluggy, but Dupe is here to close the door here on this AK, and surely enough, it should land, but missing a couple of shots, but that's no problem because the Jester now unleashes and gets the final kill to get match point.
Absolutely. Dupe doing fantastic work here on the AWP. He is doing his best Noah impression right now, just absolutely annihilating with that big green, and he is doing well to give Rain Above their 12th round. Rain Above, they are raining down on DM for Sluggy's parade as they fight to find this series point.
Yeah, absolutely, and it might just come so because this buy, as much as it's coming in full, it's not really in the best state for DM for Sluggy. A bunch of Galils being brought out, and the util not in the best as well. So right now, Rain Above is in pole position to end it here on this gun buy, and it's going to be a slow yet aggressive default here for DM for Sluggy. They do take mid, and there's no contest here from the CT side. They want to turtle it up over towards A and B. They want to leave mid open because they feel very confident that they can hold this down, and surely they should be able to do so, but time will tell here. Util coming in from DM for Sluggy to omit this vision from Dupe, and he will be blocked out completely. So this is going to allow for a lot of avenues to open up for DM for Sluggy, and they got to be very careful about this. They never know who's hiding around the corner.
Yeah, reaching the minute mark now on the map. 5 players still alive for both sides despite these engagements that have been occurring. Now just Gertz taken down to 47 HP. That is going to give the CTs nothing more than a bit of a health advantage. Obviously, the utility and the weaponry on the way of the CT, or excuse me, the T side here is not ideal, but they have been burning out a lot of that CT side utility. So these side takes may become a little bit easier for these slightly lower powered weapons. The 2 Galils and the 1 Deagle there on Gertz, trying to find their impact in this round. They are being careful not to give too much because they can't lose. They can't do anything but win this round, and Lek as well to get that opener. Gertz following it up on Cercera. Jester finding one on Noah somewhere else on the map, but these remaining 4 T players are taking over this A site, but Jester through the flash finds Toasty. That is ridiculous. And Swayu still on the B site, not sure he's convinced that this is an A play. I don't know if the information isn't there, but yeah, very late on this rotate. He's going to get cut off and hurt out.
That's a lot of info, too, and I would imagine they're going to double push together, try to see if they can force an opening here instead just taking jungle, and so just going to watch for this, and Colin on his own trying to create some magic on his own end. Swayu, though, reading Lect, trying to get incredibly aggressive, so punishes him accordingly, and they're going to double up together towards this CT spawn here and try to push forward. They do see the op, but are they ready for the secondary? And Jenny here to provide coverage. A trade back and forth leads into a 1v1, but Jenny on the 1v2 clutch, able to salvage this map just for the time being. A 3K from the IGL, and it's 12-9.
Jenny keeping it clean with that nice one tap there to close out that 1v2. They do well to get that site control. And what I want to note here, too, is Rain Above. I think they read their mistake there, and I believe that's why Swayu is waiting for that push from that murder hole, and that does well to get them into that site and actually give them an opportunity for that retake. Obviously, it does get shut down, but that just goes to show you the high level that these players are playing at, for them to read into their own mistakes in round and to set up for a play to stop any advantageous plays from the T's to come from it.
Now that's one chance down for Rain Above to close this out. They got 3 more to go to try to finish this up, or we will be seeing ourselves at an overtime if necessary. But here comes the attack, and a little bit more of a pace change coming in for DM for Sluggy. Will it pay off is the question, as Toasty looking to find a battle, but he will find the bullets of an M4A1S at the body from Sir Sarah. Jester able to trade out on his teammate, avenge him, and leaves it to a 4v3, an advantage, but a very, I would say, frivolous advantage for Rain Above here as things start to slow down a lot of time. But Dupe continues to shoot the lights out with this op. They know now of Noah. They might know a Noah who's currently sitting in connector. And this time Jester wants to make sure to clear, but doesn't expect that second peek coming in from Jenny. So Jenny with a big advantage, but Dupe continues to find kills, and they'll finish it on the last. Rain Above raining terror on DM for Sluggy on Mirage. It felt like that first half was so close, but second half had no chance. DM for Sluggy just not on the server on that T side.
No, you are absolutely correct there. Rain Above really returning to form there in that third map on Mirage. 3 players actually over or at 20 kills on that final score line, and this one doesn't even go to overtime. So definitely a few players stepping up there, and Swayu raining down with that MP9 to get that final kill to close out the map, and they do get to move to the first series point, and so they get the opportunity to win this next map and take home the trophy and the grand prize.
Yeah, so we will see if that has to go, but for me, that is going to be it. I'm going to give myself a little shout out, but once again, thank you so much to Arrow and Generation Nostalgia for sending me out here. I'm a Cali boy myself, so it's been a very pleasure to see not only what the production has been able to do, very marvelous work from Cameron and Amy, very solid work, and Arrow's been doing a great job managing this, and for Contender Esports to provide such a great venue, and to all the players and all the teams and all the fans, it's been such a great thing going so far, and I appreciate everyone giving me this opportunity. It was so much fun, especially with Goober here as my co-caster doing solid work. But that said, we're going to send it to the analyst desk one more time from me. Thank you so much. I'm Regent, by the way, if you don't know, so you can check me out. But we're going to send it to the analyst desk before we send it over to a map number 4.
Are you feeling it? Because I'm feeling some Counter-Strike. I mean, we've been feeling Counter-Strike all day here, and well, it's continued to be just as good. Just kind of thinking about that. I mean, we're going to 4 maps. I mean, we confirmed that with map 2, and Rain Above, a strong recovery in that Mirage.
I mean,
to force us to keep us going into Nuke. And 13-7 score.
We have not seen a lot of Nuke so far.
Yeah, Nuke has been.
I'm excited to actually see some Nuke. I'm excited to see these teams sort of stretched. They've got wide map pools. We've seen them play a lot, but now we've got through the classics. We've got through your Ancient.
Oh yeah.
Gone through your Mirage. The Dust pick was interesting, and so we've got Nuke and Inferno left as the potential last 2. Nuke was selected by DM for Sluggy. Yeah. Okay, so they preferred this over Inferno. But when you get this late in the veto, it's just sort of it's the maps that are
when
left.
You're picking 5 maps, you're just picking, hey, we got all of our greatest hits. Let's just knock them out one by one.
And I'm very curious. Did either of you two think we were going to go the distance with this series?
I feel like 3-1 was like the place that I imagined it ending at.
Yeah.
But maybe my expectations will be beat.
No,
maybe we go all 5.
I had a strong feeling this was going to be kind of like a map 4, map 5 type of scenario, just given everything that we've seen so far. I mean, DM for Sluggy, while they have had shown some weaknesses at different points. I mean, we have to talk about just yesterday when they faced off against Sweatstack. That was a game that they lost on Nuke in that best of 3. That was when we got one of our first true 3-map series. And so, for DM for Sluggy, this could be a scary one as they're going into a map they have lost on in this event up against a team that just beat them on Mirage.
This is where it's the hardest part. This is where the pressure's on. You're facing elimination. Whereas, there's a buffer that's been built out now for Rain Above. And so they've just got to stay calm and close it out. So personally, if I was placing my bets, if I was a gambling man, I'd say it ends right here.
Do we have any other predictions going into the next map? I'm going to make one. I think we're going to see at least one round where somebody's pulling out a Zeus. We're going to see it.
Oh,
I think so. You know what? I feel like given the disrespectful play we've seen from DM for Sluggy and from Rain Above at different points throughout just this whole weekend, and even today, you're hearing the trash. I don't know if maybe the mics are picking it up or not, but like there has been trash talk flying each and every direction from both sides. So what are you calling? Is this map 25 years old and you still don't know, and everything like that? So I think the likelihood of a Zeus coming out is pretty high. I think someone's gonna try and go for something a little cheeky.
Yeah, our next investment, shout out the sponsors. Our next investment needs to be like a dedicated trash talk cam, just to like record all of it. Because
absolutely.
Like here in the venue, we can hear it, we can feel it every time. And given the delay of like broadcast to what we're watching, we hear the screaming, and then we're like, oh, something's coming. Something's coming
in about 2 minutes when we're getting through to that next round. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh yeah,
and it's it makes things really fun. I mean, obviously, with the wonderful investments that have been made into actually better casting headsets, we don't hear that as much now.
Yeah,
through the mic. So you know what? It's kind of a trade off, and but overall things have been going really well. And I mean, for this to be a best of 5, and now we're going to 4 maps, I think it's just it's peak right there.
It's good. Always love a competitive series. We saw at the last Lacey Cup, a fun 3-map affair, and now we've got even more maps here. Maybe 5, but we got to see it in the server.
We got to see map number 4. But until then, we are going to throw things over to a bit of a short break while we get everything set up and ready to go. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Mwah.
We hope you haven't missed us too much here, ladies and gentlemen. It is time to get underway with map number 4 of this best of 5. Rain Above, they found themselves in a bit of a tough situation after that map 2 loss to DM for Sluggy, but now they find themselves at series point with 2 maps to the good and need just 1 more, and this is DM for Sluggy's pick, which means Rain Above, they get selection of sides here for the first half. Colin spamming away with the dual Berettas, gets down 2, but Lek trades back even, and now it's 3 versus 3 for the round.
And they've got 2 players in heaven already. This is quite interesting. Noah's kind of stuck in this sort of dead closet.
Ooh, goodness. Shots fly back and forth, but it is going to be Dupe who finds a double there to convert the round in favor of Rain Above. Let's get a quick look back at that dual Beretta play from Colin. Just spamming it away for 2, and sure, it did go down, but that delays what could have been a very confident mini push there trying to get out towards that A bomb site.
Yeah, Rain Above taking the pistol is definitely nice on their opponent's map pick.
Rain Above pistol would certainly be an ideal scenario for them, but Lacked already down toward B. Does not have the bomb on him, does he? No, he does! That's going to be a free B site plant here, unless it gets canceled out. Swayu's chasing it, but it does get down in the nick of time. Here comes 4 players pushing down on ramp. Swayu's going to take down 2, and make it 3. It's going to be a 4th. Nah, it's going to be Sarah to take that one back, but bomb plant for DM for Sluggy, far more than they could have asked for there in that round, especially with Lack just making it down the vent so soon. Good triple there from Sway. Sarah gives the pickup as well.
Jenny and Sway, you had to like double take with each other right there. They're like, wait, what? Huh?
It was like, whoa, what's going on? Back and forth. Wait, whoa, what's going on here? We thought we had the control. But this does mean that for DM for Sluggy, that extra $600, obviously not $800, given the recent price decrease of that little bit of a bonus. They do have enough money to go for the AK-47s with plenty of utility here. So for Rain Above, bit of a bonus round to kick things off here into round number 3. Jenny will be facing off a Molotov early on, but there's nobody from Rain Above peeking garage.
Yeah, and again, Rain Above are going for one of these SMG heavier rounds, keeping it into the bonus, and they've had a pretty good track record with it so far.
Smoke down to the door. Sarah,
Jester, faded at the worst time.
They'll find their marks, and that's Rain Above starting things off 3-0. And you know, when we saw the DM for Sluggy and Sweatstack game just yesterday, DM for Sluggy, they started their T side and they only ended with 2 rounds over the course of that whole T side. Rain Above, they've already got a good start, 3-0. DM for Sluggy forced to another eco. How much further is this going to go for them?
Well, hopefully we get to see a deco.
Let's hope so. Maybe a little bit of fun.
Don't think. Have we seen a straight up deco round so far that's actually worked?
That's actually worked? There's been a couple. I think the Rain Above Sweatstack series did have some good ecos there on train. But in this matchup, I'm not quite sure if there have been many ecos that have gone each team's way. This has been pretty cut and dry, focused mainly on the gun rounds. That bulk of the competitive nature here. And pretty clean round there coming out from Rain Above.
Yeah, and now, you know, the game's finally getting started for Sluggy. You got the full buy. You got no reason not to pull out everything you can here.
Ooh,
even the op on Noah.
AWP for Noah. That's what you like to see. It's going to have to go toe-to-toe with Dupe. And, you know, if we're talking someone who, like, in general could be in that conversation for just MVP contention, I'd say Dupe has to be one of those names you're mentioning overall. He's been hyper-consistent with the AWP. Just overall has delivered just complete bombs against multiple opponents throughout this event.
Yeah, and trying to kind of hold this angle for a possible pick with it, but nothing too interesting happening right now. Both the teams kind of playing slow, waiting for a possible mistake from the other. Duke looking for the offense of their own, and they get it.
Great nade pop, and even takes the kill afterwards as well. Toasty playing from the top of Silo, and Duke deletes it. Follow up on the AWP. Swayu even confirms a shot to Noah. Sorcera finding Gertz. It's going to be left alone, and that is Rain Above, not even dropping a body into that one. You're starting to see the benefits of that. 3 players from right above are just, we're almost capped out on money. Almost over 60, almost to $16,000. Sure, Dupe and Jester have had to reinvest, but
And
the
we're
bank
only
is building.
6 rounds in. We're only halfway through the half.
Now, this has been quick pace here from Rain Above. DM for Sluggy. They've got some Tech 9s up. It's utility. There's an idea behind this one. Perhaps maybe a bit of a fast play out towards the A. Maybe a fast play towards the ramp side. It looks like it's going to be towards the ladder. I don't mean the object that you climb. I mean towards the ramp. It's going to be Sway You on for 1, but no, it's Raids.
They do have the ramp control in exchange.
Oh, boy. That's a little awkward.
Yeah.
It's taking down Jester.
The other CTs are locked out until this turns into a retake. Obviously, with the money here, Rain Above are going to go for it. Would make pretty much no sense to save here.
No reason to really save the money and just kind of just wait it out. It's going to be a 3 versus 4 retake, but overall, Rain Above, they've got better weaponry. They've got plenty of utility. The AWP kits all around. This is about trying to get in before those last 5 seconds come through. Smokes, Molotovs flying in. They're taking that control piece by piece, and here comes the push. Toasty playing on the site, gets 1. Here comes the swing around. Toasty goes down to Sorcera. Sorcera fighting Noah, trying to find more, but Sorcera fighting. There it is, a first round finally for DM for Sluggy.
Yeah, and the triple for Gertz as well, getting into the game.
Yeah, triple for Gertz. You know, we were just talking about it. Have there been many eco rounds that have been super successful? And overall, that's one that does go their way. They need to find some of those picks, but here's where we need to see some of the success start to come through. We need to start to see them pull multiple rounds together and string them up.
We have the Grimspiration on Sway You with the AUG.
Oh yes, we love it. Sway You, feeling the freedom of the economy there. I mean, had max money before this round started, and now just down to 10,000. But Noah's taking an opener. That's Dupe going down early in the op v op.
I don't even think that smoke was naded. I think that was just a random shot into the smoke.
That'd be kind of nuts to think about, wouldn't it?
Looks like reset towards inner for Sluggy.
Fortunate bit of a nade. Does go the wrong way. It's a 5 versus 4 in favor of DM
Colin
for
and
Sluggy.
Jenny about to butt heads.
Oh, Gertz. One Jenny around, and Colin takes down Jenny at least. It keeps things close to even, but Rain Above still down by 1. It's trading back and forth, but still, the numbers now favoring DM for Sluggy. We've got 2 players to the good, Sway You and Colin.
A player above and a player below. They're going to have to work together to have a chance in this retake.
You can see it flashbang set. Toasty takes the kill, though. And I think for Sway You, this might just be the save. I mean, sure, money's all right for Sorcera, Colin, and Sway You, but Dupe's not looking great. Jester's in a bit of a rough spot. Maybe he's going to get goaded back into this one by his teammates. Who knows? Doesn't have a kit. Doesn't have a smoke, though, to really block off
There's
the
no way
angle.
they would let this ninja happen, right? The
Certainly
fake
hope
of the
not.
drop.
Certainly
can't
no
afford to
way.
let that happen.
He's going for
Yeah,
it. That's BM right there. Oh, my goodness. That's just disrespectful.
Yeah, good double from Toasty, though. I wonder if Sway You's going to go for the AUG again. It's definitely an option.
Something to think about.
No.
Gertz, I believe, was sitting at 0 and 5.
You know, Sway You didn't even fire that AUG once.
No, he didn't.
Literally
Pulled off
not
the
even
knife.
one bullet.
Pulled off the knife and just died. So we didn't even get to see what would have been with that night, with that AUG if it had been played. And you can see Sway You had to drain off the bank account there, take out the rainy day fund, get that op back in hand for Dupe. Rain Above, sure, 5-2, but 2 rounds up for DM for Sluggy in a row as well.
Yeah.
Not going to be exactly a comfortable position here if you're Rain Above. That can mean momentum. That can mean a shifting of tides in the game.
And I think Rain Above should have a pretty good read of the situation right now. They got that kill lobby. As far as they're concerned, lobby's fairly cleared out right now. Sway You's already in a pretty advanced position down in lower. Now they're wrapping around outside.
Dupe on the peak, gets 1. Tries to flick back for Toasty, but Toasty gets the trade. Now it's a 4 versus 3. Just under a minute left on the clock here. Noah peeking around that AWP. Colin pre-fires it. And that's going to be Noah going down the opper. Gone, Lacked, and Toasty left. 40 seconds to make it happen.
Yeah, and ramp is open. They have a pathway into B, and it's not really going to be contested, but surely one of the CTs is going down vent. Yeah. Colin right now, I believe, just dropped down. He is going to beat them here.
At least send a floater down towards that B bomb site. The rest of the squad playing for A. Swayu does find one. Lack walking it down. It's locked in the 1 versus 4. Does get the first. Needs to get a bomb plant and a clutch.
It's going to be hard to get more than the plant.
Door popped open early, and it's going to be Swayu from the ramp. Finds that kill from the side, and that will be a defuse coming through here for the side of Rain Above eventually. Maybe just taking a bit of time to just kind of gloat about it.
Yeah, having a laugh.
Take a minute to talk about it.
They're getting so heated.
Dude, we're hearing some people getting heated in this chat right now. In this voice, in these comms that we're hearing, just yelling back and forth at each other.
I'm sure both these teams want this very badly.
Both teams want the lion's share of this prize pool. That is for sure. And, I mean, we're just seeing a tactical timeout called by DM for Sluggy. You can see it, right? You can see why. The money's not looking super great. Sure, they did win 2 in a row, and they won them fairly well, but now they're in this kind of situation where Toasty's kind of looking not so great. Gertz has got at least enough money, but he's the only one that's really sitting comfortable.
Now, I'm not sure I remember. Do you know what the lion's share is for the winner? Is it 3K? How much is on the line for the winner?
I think 4,000? Yeah? No, it's like... Oh my gosh, how am I blanking so badly? I want to say if it's 5,000, it should be like 2,500. Should be like the main lion's share, but that is something I will have to quickly just double check as we do kind of keep things.
We'll try and figure that out and relay that information.
Quickly determine.
Okay, this is a fast take of outside. And
yeah, 2,500
wow,
for the first place team.
Finds Noah.
Yeah, so 2,500 for first place is that lion's share, and Sir Sarah certainly looking hungry for it. That's 3 kills. Could be on for an ace here. Gertz left in a 1 versus 5. Gets the first. It's a headshot.
Well, there's certainly a lot of time to try and play it, but
it's going to be quickly chased down.
Colin's just taking the fight straight to Gertz.
7-2, Rain Above. They have brought the heat and the fury, and you got to give some credit to Sir Sarah for being a main driving force of it. 13-3 now after 10 rounds, and you know, in terms of the rest of the squad, Colin not far behind, 9-4. Swayu 9-3. Dupe 6 kills, but Jester sure sitting on 2, but I don't think he's been slouching. It's not like he's playing bad. It's just he hasn't really been given many of the opportunities.
Okay.
You see the off ramp. Oh, it's a connection, but it's not the kill.
Oh,
Sir Sarah.
Interesting duel happening.
Just goes through the smoke. That information. Dupe is actually just going to kind of rotate back away, give some space over, but Noah still finds the kill. Tries for the no-scope here, Noah, but it's Swayu on 3! Whoa! What a shot coming through for Swayu! Makes it a triple kill and leaves it to Jenny in the 1 versus 3. 1 v 4, actually. And that's Jenny's first kill of the entire game. It came just because Swayu didn't connect the no-scope.
Yeah. And Sir Zera heard that reload. They know what's going on. They're not really worried about anything here. Jenny's essentially doomed.
Jenny is unfortunately just doomed. Oh, Sir Sarah. Is this going to be the knife kill? The ultimate sign of disrespect in a game of Counter-Strike, and it could be on to Jenny. One of the teammates that Colin, Swayu, and Dupe won with previously, and he's getting stabbed in the back.
We were talking about a Zeus, and that's the one
thing better. That's the one thing better. It's the knife kill. Oh, boy. Good lordy, Swayu. That triple is just filth. Switching to that AWP and looking at this coming up from Sir Swayu. Whoop! Backstab. There you go.
Yeah, Rain Above
timeout call for
just
DM. Don't blame it. 8-2 in this half so far for Rain Above.
Swayu getting silly with the XM.
Goodness gracious, they're pulling out some disrespect.
I'm not sure. I'm sure. Actually, I have no idea if the stream can hear the sound of the chat messages pinging in, but
somebody
spamming
is putting binds in the chat, and they are going fierce with them. That is for sure. And so, someone, I'm gonna assume on Arena above side, might be getting a little bit of trash talk in right now through the chat
on
binds.
LAN is wild. Oh my god.
We just screamed for like a good 6 seconds.
Yeah.
That was like a good 6 to 10 seconds right there.
They're not going to be able to calm after that.
Yeah, bro is going to be fried, and Jester's found 3! Oh my goodness. It just continues to get worse for DM for Sloggy. This was supposed to be a round that they could have had a chance. They sent 3 players towards Mini, and it's just quickly shut down. Jester finds 3. Swayu even activates with the Axiom. It's up to Toasty. 1v3.
Yeah, and the position was known with the kill gained outside. That's where Toasty was last seen, and Jester's posted up looking for it.
Okay. I was going to say, if Jester plays that and Toasty doesn't check and gets knifed, that was going to be just... You might have heard a table flip. You might have heard a table flip at some point. Swayu does upgrade to the Galil. Knows it's no longer time for shenanigans. Time to back up his teammate here. And it's a teammate towards Mini. Swayu trying to fight for it. Oh, that nade should more than do it. Maybe, but it won't.
Yeah, the bomb's grabbed, but there's only 20 seconds.
20 seconds, Toasty. He's got to make a choice. A or B. Dupe's already rotated down towards B, though.
Wait.
Oh, wait, but he's going for secret.
Huh?
He's going for secret Toasty. He's going to throw the smoke, and that's going to be enough information for Dupe.
This plant's definitely happening. Is Dupe going to peek ahead of Swayu?
Oh, he spotted him. This is purely for the info to spot Toasty. Dupe's watching for it, and it's just all to buy time for Swayu. Here comes the swing. Dupe confirms it. That's going to be a 9th round in the half.
Yeah, a great hold.
Rain above, bomb defuse coming in. Plenty of time to go for it, but Rain above, they are sprinting their way towards a very solid CT side of Nuke here.
Yeah, they want to end this in epic fashion. I hope the mics pick that up because I can't even describe the sounds they're making.
I don't think they will, but if they do and you get to hear even a glimpse of it, you would be grinning ear to ear, ladies and gentlemen. I am telling you that. It is truly wild scenes here out in Lacey, Washington as this grand final.
Yeah,
it is Rain above, living up to that name almost exactly here. Toasty, though, looking for that first kill. Dupe. Not Dupe, actually. Colin. Wait a second. Look at the buys. It's 4 AWPs and an again for Jester. This is absolute insanity. If Rain above wins this, oh, this has got to be so insulting. This is the ultimate level of disrespect that they bought 4 ops and a Negev.
Playing the op top hut.
Sorcerer's playing op top hut. This is, oh my god, this is absolute. This is Jester's playing Negev Heaven.
Okay, he's not going to peek outside with it, though, right? That would just be insane.
Surely not. Surely not. Sorcerer's been... Now he's making noise. He's dropping down towards Mini looking for the fight, but for secret, here comes Dupe and Swayu. They both pick up kills and Jester in the heaven with it again. He finds one to main advantage for Rain above, and Dupe finds another one. The ops are working. The play is working. DM for Sluggy. It's all left to Gertz in a 1 versus 3, and it's up against 3 AWPs. Oh, but Swayu, he's pushed through the smoke. He's taking so much control here, and Gertz, I think he spotted it. He's aware of it, but Swayu, oh, he hits the no-scope, and that's 10-2.
I can't believe Jester actually got action with the Negev in heaven.
And I think for DM versus Sluggy, they're feeling like Zoink Scoob. This might be in a little trouble.
Yeah. I mean, essentially it's win this pistol round and you have a chance, or lose it and it's going to be over. I'm going to be honest.
It's not looking great. Rain above. They need only 3 more rounds. DM for Sluggy, they need 11 in this half alone. And Swayu, UMP's running it out. Noah gets one. It's dualies on multiple players. And here come the kills. Jenny, Jester is the one to find the frags. It's left to Kurtz in a 1v3 now, and this could be ultimate disrespect. Duke trying to find it to heaven. All three players are fighting him. Kurtz running dry on the ammunition. Gotta go for the reload, go for the repeat, but it's Jester with the headshot, and that's 11 for Rain above.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like there's no way in for Sluggy. It doesn't feel like what they do even matters. They could pop off and Rain above. They can make no mistake right now.
I mean, you can see the desperation seeking in, seeping through. Scout, MP9s.
That's a sawed-off.
5.7s, and we saw Toast even at a Nova for a second, but ultimately reconsidered. But it's Rain above, sawed off, Mac 10s, AK-47, and the UMP, and Cercera just gave some barrel straight to left on that one. It's left to Toasty and Noah. Noah is known, I believe, playing in towards Garage, and Jester's going to plant for Heaven here. Actually, Noah's not known. I don't think they know about him yet.
Like, Cercera, how are you getting opening kills on land with a sawed-off?
Oh, beautiful shot there from Dupe. It's up to Toasty. 11-2. And looking for series point here. Looking for tournament point. Dupe. Oh, even Jester's going hunting for it. That's Toasty spotted. He's got a chance to win this. He's got a kit. Oh, but Smoke's dropped wrong. It's not going to be supporting him there. He's sticking it. He taps it. Trying to find it, but they know it's just about timing. Toasty. Oh, Jester won it with the shotgun. Oh,
that was an
boy.
execution.
Absolute execution. You're right there, and it's a series point, tournament point for Rain above.
Backs against the wall. Do Sluggy have anything else to deliver? It's a desperate buy.
Now, what does DM for Sluggy have for us in this one? Desperate, like you said. MP9s, Desert Eagle, M4A4,
P90s,
and just is that 5 P90s? Do my eyes deceive me here, Expo? I think I need to get my eyes checked because this is just absurd, and it's a full rush out ramp. Toasty's just been ran over. Jenny gets one though. Pop the skull of one, but the chase is still happening. The P90s, they've got 50 bullets. You've only got 7 in the Desert Eagle. And is this how Rain above wants to end it? A grand final won by P90 Rush. The bomb plus going down. They certainly want to, but maybe they're pushing a little bit too hard. Lect takes down 2, and Noah's dropped down the vent towards B.
They have no kit, but they do have the man advantage.
It's 10 rounds to the good here for Rain above. Squeaky door to be open. That's information. Jester trying to check each way here. Dupe playing as open as he dare. It's the P90 sprayed. Lect gets 1, and Lect gets 2. It's a quad kill for Lect.
Oh,
and we're not done yet, ladies and gentlemen. It's at least a round for DM for Sluggy. And we're going to get a look back at that because Lect, quad kill throughout that round. Double with the MP9 up towards Mini, and a follow-up towards B. At least keeps DM for Sluggy going in this round, but look at the difference in KD here. A .67 is the best that DM for Sluggy has to offer compared to the 1.5 as the weakest for Rain above.
Yeah.
They've got a lot of work to do if they want to make this one happen. 9 more rounds required to force things to overtime.
Yeah, the excitement, the anticipation, creating a situation where players want to take big risks.
Dupe does get dinged. It is going to be a trade back from Cercera. Jester's looking for more on the outside here, burning a bit in the Molotov, but Jenny playing the outside with the M4A4. It's just going to be peeking back and forth, looking for whatever he can get. Colin jumping around with the Mac 10. That's a bit bold, my man. Going to be lucky to pick that one up. Gertz even finds Dupe. It is a bit of a kind of force buy here coming out from Rain above, so I can't imagine there's too much that they've got hoping for this one, and it's going to be up to Cercera to try and get whatever extra kills he can before the round comes to a close. He's looking for the player top silo, though. Toasty is there, and Toasty will be the one to hit the frag. That's 4 now for DM for Sluggy.
Yeah, Rain above, presumably they're not going to do a strange force buy here.
I would certainly hope not.
Yeah, just maybe collect yourselves a little bit, play around that's, you know, an eco, and then finally maybe get the more serious round
Let's
in.
take it
and-
just a little easy, right? Yeah, come on. We don't need to try and rush through this and close it so soon. It is, you have match point. You got 8 chances to close, and you're just absolutely blocking each other throughout that one. I mean, you know, it's great. And the missed Molotovs, this round's a bit of a mess from both sides.
Just kind of ratting around, getting whatever they can, but Sluggy are being very careful. I think at the scoreline they know how dire their situation is, and no one wants to be the one to lose the series.
Absolutely. This is all about playing for survival at this point. And just kind of staying alive.
All it would take is one timing. You doubt yourself for 1 second, give the Deagles an opening. Oh.
Sir Sarah spotted.
Gert's coming to help. Oh, but an overpeak from Lek.
An overpeak from Lek. It's going to be Gertz taking those kills, and Jenny to finish off the job. It is a 5 rounds there for DM for Sluggy. Rain above. Unfortunate teammate there to pop open the door.
A little bit of
Poor
trolling.
Jester just got absolutely trolled, and that is going to be
My
at least
premier
a bit.
teammates be like.
Exactly. My matchmaking teammates do it to me all the time.
Yeah, and Rain above with a more sensible buy.
Flashbang's out.
Well, had an opportunity. Who knows if another will come. Nade in the smoke.
Smoke to the outside. So Sarah gonna just dive down into secret here. The bomb to 2. Jenny's
Jenny's
the
waiting.
only line of defense. 6 kills, needs to make it more. But
No.
Sarah, the run down, still manages the frag, and now it's gonna be a tough one. Toasty needs to step it up, but he's got the open window to try and work with, but he's gonna play for the site. Minute 50
Completely
on the
alone
clock
right
here.
now. No other teammates to help.
Dupe's checking out towards back red, but overall, it's going to be a push towards the B-bomb site. Toasty spotted in the rafters. Toasty is spotted in the rafters, and that's Dupe for 1. Dupe gets it. 5 versus 3. This could be the final nail in the coffin. Lex
Noah
goes
now in
down.
a
Gertz goes down. It's all up to Noah. Rain above will stand up and stand tall. 13-5. They're going to make it a 3rd map of their own there, and they will close this series 3-1 and dominate this best of 5 to close. I mean, after the first 3 maps going so close, so back and forth, and throughout so much of it, it felt like towards the end of that 3rd map and just throughout this 4th map, Rain above, they got their groove that they wanted.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, and congratulations to them. Obviously,
Congratulations to them, of course.
they're the sort of returning champions as well, if you will. So
Oh, yeah.
they're happy
Colin,
to rack up
Dupe,
another one.
Swayu, I believe, get a 3-peat with that one, and you're going to have Jester getting his 2nd. Jenny, unfortunately, there, having won the last Lacey Cup, will not be getting the 2nd, but still, great performance from all around from that squad, and I mean, congratulations to them. It was a phenomenal time in Expo. It's been a great time working with you this whole weekend, man. I mean, we got to see some great Counter-Strike.
Absolutely. We're all here because we love Counter-Strike.
Exactly. We're all here because we love the game that is Counter-Strike. And so we are just, you know, super excited that this has been what it is. I mean, obviously, there's going to be more Lacey Cups, more stuff with the West Coast Tour that's been announced from NSTLGA. But I think before we kind of get ourselves out of here and send ourselves over to the desk, we do want to give one more shout out and thank you to Hellcase, to Face It, to Contender Esports here in Lacey, Washington, to make this all happen. Again, I mean, I've been saying it all weekend long. I'm going to bore you all with one more because this would not happen. We wouldn't be sitting here if this wasn't for them. So big thanks to them once again.
Yeah, definitely. This is an awesome venue. I've loved it. And hopefully pretty soon here we're going to have an awesome interview with Rain Above.
Oh, yes. Well, from the Sweatbox here in Contender Esports, Lacey, Washington, this has been Curtis Sales and Expo. Thank you very much. And we are ready to send things over to the desk. We're ready to send things over to the desk for a bit of a winner's interview, trophy lift, all the final closing of shows. But anyways, have a great night. We'll see y'all. Have fun at the desk.
After an exciting series, we are joined by the victors here at Lacey Cup 2. It is Rain Above. Thank you so much for joining us here today, and you will get to lift the trophy, the Nostalgia Shield. Take your prize. You guys obviously played fantastic today, having a great shutout match on that final map of Nuke. Do you have anything you'd like to say?
I wish we won with the P90s.
That's entirely fair, and you guys did keep it exciting. We did all see the 4-up setup with the Negev buy. It was definitely an interesting match to watch, but thank you guys very much for being here. Thank you for being such great competitors. I do hope that it was fantastic, is fantastic for you as it was for all of production to be a part of this, and I think if I can I pass the mic off to you?
Yes, please.
Absolutely, Tony.
Want to do a quick player interview with everybody here. We have our 3-time champions. I want to start off with the birthday boy himself. Colin, you're the 3-time Nostalgia champion. You solidified your legacy as a part of this community. I want to get your quick thoughts. What has your experience been so far at our events, and what are you most excited for in the future?
I'm honestly just most excited for the West Coast tour. I love these events. I think that Nostalgia is a really great new TO, and Tony, you're doing God's work for this fucking part of the region. I'm really happy that all of this exists because it just gives people like us a chance to come out and play LAN more, and that's something that we really need more of in NA just in general. So please keep it up. We're gonna be at all of these.
Thank you so much, and of course now the other triple champ.
Hello, my name's Swayu.
And Swayu and Colin, they've been a duo since the very beginning, since the Seattle Open. So they have been the OGs. And Swayu, same question to Colin. What are you most excited for? And what are your just overall thoughts after being the 3-time champ?
I'm just going to be echoing Colin a little bit here, but yeah, definitely most excited for the West Coast tour, like all Oregon, California, and of course here in my home state. And yeah, winning the best of 5 is the first time I've ever played a best of 5. We got it done. A little scary. They kind of cooked us on Ancient, but Ancient is, as I like to call it, shitter central. So
Not for me.
Yeah, except for him. But yeah, it felt really good, and
Especially for
we got it done. We brought a trophy for Rain Above, so I'm really happy. Yeah.
It's great to hear. Great to hear. And Jester, now the 2-time LAN champion. Jester, what are your thoughts after that amazing best of 5? And what do you have to say?
I need to go to the bathroom. It's pretty easy though, you know.
Just another casual day.
Another casual day. I won the first one. I won the third one. Now I'm gonna win the 5th one, and then the 7th one, and we're just gonna take turns, you know.
Okay, and so they're gonna stay ahead of you for now, but maybe you'll catch up one day, or
hopefully.
Hopefully. Okay. Well, for now you might be ahead in VRS, so we're back and forth. So right. Oh, by 1 point. By 1 point. So okay. So and Duppy, also 2-time champ. Dupe. Sorry, I always mess it up. Dupe. Oh, sorry. Dupe. Thoughts on that best of 5 series, and what do you overall have to say?
It was fun. I like best of 5 formats. I think I'm really excited for the West Coast LAN actually. Like the whole tour. Like Oregon, California, we just need to keep it up because I'm in the West Coast, so I can go to all these. So it's really fun.
Awesome. And of course, we have now actually the first-time champion at our Nostalgia events. What do you have to say overall with your first-time experience here in Washington? Is it your first time here?
It was great. I mean, it's my first time this far west. Saw the Pacific for the first time. It's been fun. I mean, playing LAN's always really good. First time best of 5 as well. So I was happy to style on them a little bit that last map. Have some fun with it. It's been great. I mean, I'm excited for what you're bringing to the West Coast. I live in Kansas right now, but I think just as a region overall, NA needs more. Always needs more. I mean, you look at us compared to EU, it's like they got like 10 times more events than us. So anything we can do to plug that gap and allow players to go play on LAN, and who knows who develops out of these, right? So that's what's exciting.
And thank you everybody for watching the stream, and congratulations again to Rain Above. They are your Generation Nostalgia Lacey Cup 2 champs. It's an incredible tournament, and we also want to give a special shout out to everybody who was involved. First, of course, want to give a special shout out to Contender Esports. They made this event possible. They gave us a wonderful venue and overall amazing people over here. So special thank you to Contenders. Of course, our partner Faceit for giving us the West Coast tour and the West Coast queue that we have currently on their platform. You're able to queue at any time, queue against other West Coast players and PNW players. So thank you to them. And finally, of course, Hellcase. Hellcase is our latest premier sponsor, and they're going to be helping us commit to making Counter-Strike a powerhouse in North America, hopefully very, very soon. So thank you to our partners, and I want to also give a special shout out to all of the people in Nostalgia who made this event possible. First things first, I want to give a special shout out to our production crew, Cam, Amy, Expo, Connor, Regent, Goober. They all did an incredible job. I have nothing but great things to say about them. And James, while he might have been playing behind the camera fluffy, he was an incredible help getting photos and things done for this event. So like always, special thank you to him and my admins, my good friends, KTR, Nathaniel, and Marty or Doesn't matter. In-game name doesn't matter. Anyways, thank you to my personal friends for admitting and helping out. And Wampa, the server admin, I don't know where he is, but he made all of these servers work perfectly, and we had no tech issues this event for the first time. That's crazy to say. So hopefully we can keep that streak up. And aside from that, everybody, it was a wonderful stream. I'm Arrow, as always. Thank you guys for supporting us. We'll be back next year in January for the 3rd Lacey Cup. And as I'm sure you guys all heard, we're going to do a West Coast tour next year. Late March, early April is the first VRS event, $10,000+. We're going to be doing potentially half invite, half open qualifier. I don't want to leak too much. And then the big event in Cali, 20 to 25K in July, August. And finally, we're going to do Oregon sometime in October, November next year. 3 big VRS events, the biggest prize pools, the biggest competition, and the best players all going to be caught. And so we hope to see you there. Otherwise than that, we had a great stream and a great tournament. See you guys next time.